Hello, Mr. Shukla. I'd like you to I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Mr. Kutane. Mr. Kutane is coming in. Where are you? Oh no. What happened to Rami? Hmm. 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 Oh, how close this? Oh man. No, Mr.
Oh, wow.
Katane,
Thank you. Mr. Moroni, thank you.
welcome. Like, like you to meet Mr. Shukla. Mr. Shukla, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Katane.
Hello, Mr. Shukla. My mother said something interesting.
Mr. Shukla is in a train.
Okay. Um, so we come from our parents, and we come from our cultures. Where our parents and cultures come from is another kind of question. Um, it involves something like regress. But my mother said something interesting last night. She said, "You've been an adult since you were 30."
You've been an adult since you were 30?
And I'm 48 now, so that means I've been adulting for 18 years now. And I retired when I was 36, which means I've been retired two-thirds of my adulting life.
Wow. You only had to do adult things for 6 years.
Well, prior to that, now I started working when I was a teenager. mowing lawns at 15 or so.
Wow.
And then I went to work the same week I graduated high school at the Digital Media Lab at the University of Central Florida. So, um,
Multimedia lab?
does that mean I was a child laborer for half of my childhood?
Multimedia?
Digital Media Lab.
What media lab?
Digital media.
Digital. Wow. Not just analog, but digital.
Right, yeah.
I,
Mr.
mm,
Shukla, we're being formal today.
I have a question.
Th-
eh?
mm, what
What
is your
is that?
question, Mr. Shukla?
Oh,
Why
Mr. Shukla,
why
welcome.
why why China is more
Why China is modern?
compared to India in producing technology, new technology in innovating
Unfortunately, your voice is cutting in
Compared
and
to
out.
India?
oh, I want to know why China is more developed in innovating new technology as compared to India.
Oh, right. Yes. So I think
Why?
if I just okay, go ahead.
Why? Why is what did he say? Why is China compared to India more technology? Implement more
Innovation of new
technology,
technology.
maybe
Yeah.
I haven't.
innovates more new technology. Maybe you have an answer.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
Latitude.
Latitude.
Yes. Both China and India are technological. Um, they both developed agriculture. They both developed systems upon which to pattern one's thoughts after. Um, I think in China a little bit more so philosophy, and in India a little more so religion. Not to say that both haven't existed in either place, because they have as well in each. But the
Okay.
fact that China has reaches so further north, where the people have to cooperate with each other seasonally, cyclically, in order to have their civilization um, support their lives. Otherwise, they will not have enough food to eat, freeze, and will die.
Mm.
That fact has spurred more technological, the more resources towards the end of more technological development than in India, where you could sit under a tree or by the sea or in the city or out in the country and do less, because you did not live, you did not grow up, and your reality wasn't about having the threat of death at your doorstep every winter. Now,
Oh,
yeah,
so that so so that folks in latitudes closer to the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer, like the equator, have it easier than folks in the northern or southern or farther away from the center. It's harsher. Maybe. So being harsher, they have to cooperate more so that folks in China are more cooperative than folks in India, maybe?
Yes, cooperation plays into it, but also you have the particular end of survival that is more precedent or prescient, I think is the word, in those places with winter climates. Uttar Pradesh is more northern than Pondicherry. So the culture reflects that fact, which is more technologically developed, Uttar Pradesh or Pondicherry? I don't know.
Oh. So when I was living in Kentucky, was I more cooperative than me now living in Florida? Maybe I'm more lazy. It's warmer. Maybe I don't have to go out get pieces of log and to throw into the fireplace or shovel snow, things like that. In the winter time, cut down a tree to put as a Christmas tree. But here in Florida, it's rather silly to set up a Christmas tree. Maybe they should have a palm tree decorated. So Joel would be even more cooperative and industrious than me in Kentucky. That's why he invented the famous game of Vinci, because he had more time in the winter time to think these things up. So folks in the north have more time to think these things up because they're locked in the winter and they got nothing to do except now that they got internet. They're getting more distracted, so they're not as innovative as they used to be. So Joe hasn't created a new game in 30 years.
What? Did I hear my name used in vain?
Yes, we were talking real bad about Joe in Toronto, Canada.
Toronto. It's the largest demonstration for a free Iran in the whole world. They had 350,000 people out.
In Toronto? Is that because they have an Iranian community?
Huge.
That sounds like a word Donald Trump would say. Huge. Isn't it
huge. We're gonna whack them. They're gonna completely surrender.
And then what?
Incredible.
I don't know. Donald Trump has all the answers. I put my faith in him and the Lord.
Well,
he's got a plan. It's the best plan. It's going to be incredible.
But what do we mean when we say the Lord? And it seems like you've got a sudden religious fervor to you.
Yes, amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. God bless you.
Okay. So
And
May the Lord bless and keep you.
that's a wonderful line.
it's good.
Do you know what book
It's,
that was from?
That was from the Book of Books,
I
starring
think
Charlton Heston.
Joel is hedging his bets. Like what? Who was it? Pascal. He was hedging his bets. So he knows that the end of times are coming, and it could be nuclear. So Joel is hedging his bets. So he's going to come together right now.
And I'm going to be a bit goth as well, because they may have an answer that either religion or anti-religion doesn't have. So I'm putting on my goth leather band. My goth.
Oh, I see. So
Oh, and also the latitudes
could also be
tend to have more atheists when you go out further north. So you have the meetup groups in Toronto. They tend to be more atheists. When you go down south, you you have what do you have?
and remember what happened to the Northern Kingdom versus the Southern Kingdom after what happened in ancient Judea. Well, what was it? The Northern Kingdom. Do you know, Joel, what the Northern Kingdom was referred to as?
No, I do not, but I think we will make Tehran great again someday, but not for the
What?
next couple of decades.
What's his hat say? I have to take a screenshot of it. Wow, he's got a "Make America Great Again" hat.
And I hear those sneaky Democrats are going to use the same logo in the midterm elections, but they're going to put it on a blue hat.
Maybe
With,
maybe it's "Make America Great." Period. Maybe it hasn't never been great.
Ugh, wait
Great
a minute.
environment.
I have to put on my hearing aids.
okay.
First, I put on my goth bracelets. Now I put on my hearing aids. Then I got to take my pills.
And then you gotta think about what you're gonna have for breakfast.
No, I already did that because I was updating. There was a software update, so I ran that, and I had breakfast. I had
Wow.
an egg. Wait a minute, my hearing aid doesn't seem to be working. Oh yeah, it's working. Okay.
Wow.
Are you familiar with the political philosopher Alex Tocqueville or de Tocqueville?
De
It's French.
Tocqueville.
Tocqueville. Yeah.
De Tocqueville.
De Tocqueville. Thank you.
He said that all democracies are destined to fail unless the war in Iran is less than 4 weeks. Wasn't
No, I
that his
don't.
philosophy?
No, Joel. No.
It's a different. Maybe that was his cousin Willie de Tocqueville.
Wasn't de Tocqueville a guy in France?
He was a Frenchman who traveled to America and who wrote a book about us, Democracy in America.
Wow, I like that program. That's a good show.
Well, he did this in the 19th century, front half of the 19th century. And one of his statements was that America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, and then basically out the window is there goes the greatness.
No. So we gotta make America great again in the fashion that de Tocqueville saw it.
Well, his
Well,
real name isn't de Tocqueville. He was the Count of de Tocqueville. His real name was Alexis Charles Henri Clérel.
Thank you.
No problem. But his friends used to call him Alex.
Wow. So, how do we make America great again?
Well, I think we bring back the guillotine.
You know, that's a very Shabbatist idea.
Shabbatist?
Or
I'm not familiar with the Shabbatniks.
maybe it's Chabad. I'm not quite sure how you're supposed to
What?
consummate. Is it Chabad or Shabbat?
Chabad.
Chabad. Thank you. Wait,
Chabad.
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 Chabad. Okay, so it's the C
How about?
acts as a hard C, but the H is the emphasis. Consonant.
Chabad.
Chabad.
It's a different sound altogether that
It's
normally outsiders cannot pronounce well.
Right.
wow. Let's write a song about that word. Something like that.
Well, de Tocqueville restricted wanted laws restricting political freedoms, which was in contrast to his defense of freedoms in his famous epitome, Democracy in America.
That's the one. Yep. So why would he seek to restrict what you refer to as political freedoms? What can you give an example?
Not really.
Because
I'd have
because he was complaining about all the fake news.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's try to keep the ideas conceptually as clear as possible.
Okay, that's a good way of putting
It's
it. I like that.
it's metaphorical. Maybe at his time there were something equivalent to fake news.
I think that's always been out there.
Well, I think that this is what some people, and I may not have this concept correct, I probably don't, in fact. There's
Oh, no.
something called doxa, and I don't know exactly how you spell that, but it seems to me that there is
Wow.
a generally held view of things, and it may be totally incorrect or incompatible, but nonetheless, it is the prevailing view of the time.
All right. Are you speaking of when you say doxa, the same root from our word orthodoxy?
Maybe, I don't know. I hadn't even thought that far.
Usually, when a religious service, at least in the formal mainline Christian religions, maybe in the Jewish ones as well, the service will conclude with something called a doxology, which is a statement such as, "May the Lord keep you and bless you and allow His light to shine upon you." Might be incorporated, for instance, or utilized as a doxa. But maybe you're speaking of some sort of codified law when you say doxa. I don't know what context you're bringing this word
Well,
out of.
I have heard this word many times and truly don't believe that I have a clear and precise understanding of it. But the understanding that I've gleaned thus far is that it's basically the opinion of the masses.
Okay. Are you
So
familiar?
in the most simplistic terms, if we think of the story of the child and the emperor's new clothes,
Mm-hmm.
you
Right.
know, the doxic opinion was that the clothes were marvelous and wonderful, and the child, not having been inured with the subtleties of what he needs to do and how he needs to get by, blurts out, but he's naked.
Right.
So when I was away, I read this book called How the British Ruled the World through their
Wow.
navy. Yeah, and it was pretty interesting actually. It's one of the first times I've actually read a whole book from cover to cover, probably since I left university. And
Woo.
the one thing that came to my attention, and I assume that most of us who grew up in the English speaking world uh, are hold the view or the understanding of history that when the Spanish Armada came to invade England, they they were cut down by the smaller and faster British ships who were more maneuverable, blah, blah, blah. And that was the reason that the Spanish invasion never happened.
Wow.
And while in reading the book, it dawns on me that the researched data on it, which comes from the journals of the admiral, first admiral, and a number of other sources, were that the Spanish admiral who was leading the invasion force, which was, I don't know how many thousand men, but it was formidable, and England didn't have a great standing army ready to repel them at the time. In fact, had they not stopped them on the water, there's a good chance that we'd all be speaking Spanish today. Was that he decided not to land at, I think it's Portsmouth. And Portsmouth was the southernmost tip of England, and it wasn't defended properly, so that the Spanish force would have basically landed not completely unopposed, but virtually unopposed, and they would have been able to make their way over land to London. But he decided no, he was going to sail up the Thames. And the battleships of the day, of course, were sailing ships, and the direction of the wind is a huge factor in how you can place your guns and aim your guns. And when he reached the English fleet, he was downwind or upwind or whatever kind of wind you're supposed to be. He didn't have the advantageous wind direction for firing his
Wow.
guns, but
I'm going,
the English did.
I'm going to go into my time machine and go tell him, no, don't sail up because the wind will be at a disadvantage. Get off right here and walk all the way to London, and you'll change history, and everyone will be speaking Spanish in Americas and the world. Hmm.
Oh, Iro, I I feel your loss. You're transmitting it very effectively this morning.
Yeah, thanks. What's my loss?
Your sense of loss, because
Sense of loss.
the Americas were primarily Spain's.
Oh. So there's another explanation for latitude. Great Britain was up closer to the pole, so they were able to cooperate better to take over the world.
Right. I understand two factors that made a big difference from those sea battles. One was the wind, in fact, because there was a hurricane that actually took out a number of the Spanish Armada. Armada is the collection of ships that were in the North Atlantic for their great naval battles. And there was the issue of coordination because with regard to what ships were left, they had all different sizes of cannon and cannonball. I guess it developed over a long period of time. And of course, you have to have supply chains. Wars are won by logistics to a certain degree, or at least, who's able to fire a shot. Well, if you didn't have the proper size ball to match the cannon, then you don't have it. You're not.
Wow. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go back in time and tell them to wait until Amazon comes around. Then you'll get your cannonball sooner, like next day with Prime.
I love you guys. Yeah, well, standardization brings about that utility. The British had fewer sets, so they could actually fire most of their shots,
Oh.
as opposed to the more chaotic and variety of weapons that the Spaniards had across their ships.
All of
So
which
it's-
goes to prove you got to have balls.
You got to have balls, and you got to have the ability to shoot your balls.
And you gotta go for monoversity versus diversity. Diversity.
What do you mean no versity? You mean you're talking
Monoversity?
you're talking about a singularity or a commonality or a restricted set. Are you speaking culturally or civilizationally?
Yes. What when you play tennis, you if you have one grip to to use on both the backhand and the forehand, then your shots will be more consistent. So John McEnroe had one grip for both the forehand and the backhand. So he and the volley and maybe even the serve. But others like Bjorn Borg, he had the forehand grip and the backhand grip. So he had to practice hours and hours until he burnt out and retired early. But John McEnroe kept on playing, and he didn't have to practice so much. He practiced by playing doubles. He had great touch on the volleys.
Doubles is an excellent example of what produces something called the non-zero solution to a problem.
Non-zero solution to a problem?
That's right. Robert Wright, in his book Non-Zero, which Bill Clinton, by the way, was a big fan of. He had read that book.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was within the context of economies. Socialists, often communists, will think of the economy, which is to say all the products and services produced, as
Wow.
a zero-sum game, meaning there's a pie, and their concern is making sure that it how do you divvy up the pie?
Oh.
Now, the problem with doing that is when you do it, the pie ends up shrinking because you lose sight of the fact that
So the key is to not share the pie. Keep it all for yourself. Or maybe take it out and sell it to the folks on the table.
Well, that's sort of what capitalism is that you have incentives to work in order to buy, and that enables the economy to grow.
Wow. I'm learning economics today.
So the point of non-zero was to bring about the difference between opposing tennis players, and the Robert Wright gives you this example of doubles tennis. There's a difference between being on the other side of the net and being on the same side of the net. When you're on the same side of the net, the two of you are working together to win. and when you're playing regular tennis, you're working against the other player to win.
Mm.
Now,
And you don't want to let your partner down, because
in a
then he'll never invite you back to play with him as your
maybe not.
partner.
It depends on how much of a sportsman, how much of a gentleman the person is. I mean, who are you going to play with if you don't have that other person, right? If you don't have an opponent, where's your fun? Where's your opportunity to grow and develop as a tennis player? Play against the wall. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing lately, just hitting against the wall. I'm still too shy about playing with on like having people on the other side of the net, or and having a partner on my side.
Well, it's good that you practice.
Everyone is having fun, and I'm just hitting against the wall,
Okay.
trying to make sure the I hit the ball every time. I'm still working on that.
Yeah, well, that's good. It's good that you're developing your the basic skills, because everything um, rests upon that, right? So, in a sense, most games are zero-sum games, meaning that there's winners and losers.
Except in Vinci. In Vinci, everyone wins. Everyone has fun.
Correct.
Well, yeah,
Even though
yeah, that's
even
the
though
point of
there's
the
a even though there's an eventual winner, and the loser is really pissed off, I'm still pissed off that Alan from Toronto, no, from
Burlington.
Burlington defeated me and took away my crown and my jewels and my balls.
Well, he didn't take your balls.
So,
My marbles, marbles,
Maybe.
marbles.
okay.
But I'll get over it when I defeat him next time.
All right. So, there's an additional point that I have to make here, but now I have to
Oh
recall it.
no. Oh no, we ruined his train of thought. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I've done that to many other people, so karmic effect, or yeah, I accept.
What comes around? What comes around goes around.
Yeah,
Oh,
it goes with the territory too. Um,
so
so
what is?
when one plays a game, okay, yeah, now I remember. So do you know the difference between um, politics, which uh, we all know war is politics by other means, and sport,
Economic.
like baseball,
Oh,
for instance?
wow.
Between politics and baseball, just because I needed to pick a particular sport.
Oh, what about football? You know, baseball is pastoral, and football is more military,
Yes. Okay.
like
Fine.
George Carlin taught us, something like that.
Or even boxing.
Mm,
The difference
wow.
between politics and sports. So we're going to generalize it here. The difference between politics and sports. In politics, no. In sports, they stop hitting you when you're down. In sports, they stop hitting you when you're
It's
down.
because the isn't it the umpire, or is it the referee? The umpire gets in the way, and keeps you from keeps you from keep hitting him, the one that you just knocked down,
Right.
and
Yeah.
you go to the end of the corner.
Yeah. Yeah. So, from Clausewitz, if war is politics by other means, then then I think that there's this idea of tyranny that comes into play, because one thing that comes out of Reformed Christianity is the recognition of man's bend towards tyranny. And what what is what is the motto of the state of Virginia, for instance?
West Virginia or Virginia?
Virginia.
Oh, that's an
You,
important distinction.
It is.
united we fall. No, united we stand, divided we fall. No,
Let's find out.
united, united we fall, divided we stand. No, that's Kentucky. Mm, mm, ah,
I think it's left.
mm. Tyranny? Was that a word that Joel used? Tyranny with the Tocqueville? Joel in Toronto says Tocqueville writes among the favors held in honor the prejudice. The Tocqueville asserted that the values that had triumphed in the North and were present in the South had begun to suffocate all world ethics and social arrangements. Legislature abolished primogeniture. Primogeniture. That's a big word.
Yeah.
You should know the definition of that word.
Primo means first, and genitor is a genealogy. No, maybe your Rami's mother knows that word.
Yes, I do. No.
Primogeniture. Primogeniture. And maybe if I tap on it, it will take me to the definition. Wow, it takes me to It takes me to Wikipedia. Primogeniture is the right by law or custom of the firstborn. Oh, that was close. Legitimate child to inherit all or most of their parents' estate, as well as succeed their parents as the ruler of the state. Wow. It's the right by law or custom. Primogeniture stands in contrast to shared inheritance among all or some children, any illegitimate child, or any collateral relative. In most contexts, it means the inheritance of the firstborn son. A not primogeniture. And daughter. Matrilineal primogeniture. Firstborn child. Oh. So, Joel, can
Yes,
I
sir.
be your
Yes, sir.
first? Can I declare myself your firstborn child so that I get all your stuff after you die? All your
How can
Vinci
I
Game boards?
How can I prevent you from declaring that? You are a creature free by birth. You may declare what you will, but will others recognize your declaration without
No.
documentation?
Well, we're documenting it here on YouTube Live, so I can play it back and say, "Look, there's where I declared it." And
Okay,
then,
well, you declared it, but when you appeal to the courts, what documentation will you provide?
well, I'll use Gemini AI to create a video and make it look real, and maybe have Trump in it, things like that.
Oh well, if you have Trump in it, then you're probably good to go.
Because Trump's going to take over Canada after he takes over Iran.
Well, I understand that Carney just released some conversation that he had with Trump, and it was pretty horrific.
Oh no. What did Trump say to Carney?
I don't. I think it's available on the internet, the audio, and it was. I think it was broadcast on CNN as well, but it didn't. It didn't make it to Fox News, so it's probably not true.
If it doesn't make it to Fox News, then it's fake news.
Yeah, I think so. What happened to what's his name? Abhishek.
Mr. Shukla, he's on the train.
Oh, where's he going?
Let's see. He left a note in the chat where he's going. Oh, maybe it's no longer there. Oh, it says going to Prayagraj from my village. Oh, he was staying at his village where his parents had a lovely big house under construction. And now he's going to Prayagraj. I guess that's where his that's the big city where they have a tech school, an institute of technology, and he goes there for school.
Oh, I see.
What about John New Studio? He said that's at 7:33 a.m. Yes?
Me voy para el gimnasio.
Oh,
Te
okay.
recomiendo si sales, no llevarla a caminar, pero yo ya la saqué, pero no sé si hizo pipí o no.
Okay.
Qué vaina.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah.
You're the host. Wow. I got kicked out and I'm back, and so all my chat went away. So I'm not going to learn about the Tocqueville because it's gone. Oh, but at least I think I got a webpage on primogeniture. So today I learned a little bit about primogeniture. That's good to learn. I guess I'm not inheriting all the wealth because I was the last born. So maybe they'll leave me a few breadcrumbs in the billion-dollar empire that my mother left us. That goes to my older brother. All of it. Let's see.
But hypothetically, if he manages it well, and then all the other family members, like your sister who passed away, eventually, actually, where would it go? It might pass to their children.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have nephews and nieces?
Oh yes, so my sister, the oldest that passed away, she had 2 daughters, and now they won it all. No, let's see. One daughter, Alexi, she's in maybe she's in the Bronx, but she catches the subway and goes into Manhattan and walks the dogs of the rich folk in the snow and other things. And then, her older sister, she's in Colorado. Is it Boulder? I think so. That's where the Naropa University is at. Naropa? That's a Buddhist university. Maybe I should go there. It's expensive though. Maybe I should just go there. I went there. Yeah. Founded by a Tibetan Buddhist, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche.
A lot of people have that Rinpoche designation after their name. What does that mean?
Well, Venerable Joel Rinpoche? I'll tell you what it means. It means precious. So, Joel, you're precious to me. So I'll put that after your name.
Okay, Rinpoche. So it's not any kind of an academic designation. It's just a spiritual designation, shall we say?
Or we could say ontological. It means that this person's been designated or recognized.
Okay. Are there different degrees of Rinpoche-edness?
How many
Wow.
people recognize one as such?
Yes, like maybe there's a young Rinpoche and an old Rinpoche. Maybe the older Rinpoche is more precious than the young one because the old one could die any moment and then it won't it'll be infinitely precious.
Is it a
Oh, maybe.
hereditary designation? Can you pass your Rinpoche-edness on to one of your beneficiaries?
No. Well, they have 4 different schools. There's the Sakya school of Tibetan Buddhism, and they do hereditary things like maybe the head of the school makes his son the head of the school, but then there's other schools that after the head of the school dies, they go looking all over Tibet for the reincarnation of the master that died, and then they grab him as a child and put him in a monastery and train him and teach him everything that their master knew, and they're real hard on him, and maybe even you could call it sexual child abuse, but and then if you were one of those but were born in Spain, and then you're whisked away from your parents and taken to India to a Tibetan Buddhist monastery, and then when you're old enough, then you say, I'm tired of this. I wanna live like a regular kid, and so he quits his job as a Rinpoche, as a tulku. Yes, like if you're a reincarnation of a previous master, they'll call you a tulku or something like that. Or, Oh, there's a movie, the Little Buddha. That kind of goes over that, and there's another one called yeah, something child. The the indisputed child? No. The definite child? No. The inconsequential child? No. The something child, where the student of his guru finds out that he has to go look for the tulku of his guru all over Tibet to find him, and then take him from his parents and train him in a monastery. Imagine. And then your parents proudly saying, yes, go ahead, take him away. We have no future for him living here in the farm. Or herding yaks. Well, I read that the Dalai Lama's mother, she had 16 kids, but maybe 80% of them died. She kept having kids every right after having a kid, have another kid. And I guess she was playing the odds and figuring out, well, if I have enough kids, maybe one of them will become famous like the Dalai Lama. Maybe one of them will be the reincarnation of the previous Dalai Lama. Out in a village somewhere in western Tibet.
Was it her choice to have all those kids, each and every instance?
I guess a lot of them died after childbirth or a little while after. So,
Well, it's interesting because probably the ethic of her time was that a woman's value was in having children. So, how free she was to pursue a different lifestyle, given the era and the place that she lived in, I would say is doubtful.
wow.
I mean, I'm just speculating, of course, but I suspect that's got more truth to it than MAGA.
Then Tibet is north of India. So how come they didn't develop technology that superseded or was more advanced than India's technology?
Well, they did. They developed Buddhism.
It came from India and it went to Tibet. When it went to Tibet, it started disappearing in India. So in a way, Tibet saved Buddhism because it almost went extinct in India. Well, it also got saved in China. Actually, it went to China first, or maybe it was in Tibet first, but there were no like kings to kind of support the religion because I guess Buddhism had to thrive with some sponsorship from kings and rich people. But maybe China was rich enough, but they already had Taoism and Confucianism. I guess they wanted to get more confused, so they said, "Yeah, let's go ahead and take Buddhism from India. Oh, we could kind of integrate it with the other two." Because in China, there's people that are both Buddhists and Taoists and Confucianists. Yeah, they kind of teach all three of them at the same time, sort of. Maybe they have a special altar for Taoism and a special altar for Buddhism and a special thing for Confucianism. Yeah, it was. Oh, when I with Steve Hall and we were going to these classes of the Taoist, more like a Confucianist. No, I could never figure out what they were. They kind of mixed all three of them: Confucianism, Taoism, and they would take turns teaching something from each. Like now we're going to learn about Confucianism, so we're going to learn about the Analects. Now we're going to learn about Buddhist, the Diamond Sutra. Oh, we have a special guest now. Mr. Shukla is on the train. Oh, look. Against this image of de Tocqueville by biographer Joseph Epstein. Oh my, the Epstein files concluded that Tocqueville could never bring himself to serve a man he considered a usurper and despot. He fought as best he could for the political liberty in which he so ardently believed, had given it in all 13 years of his life. He would spend the days remaining to him fighting the same fight, but conducting it now from the library's archives and his own desk. There he began to draft the l'Ancien Régime et la Révolution. La Revolution. Published in 1856, but leaving the second one unfinished. Let's see where 22 goes to. Alexis de Tocqueville. Oh, look. There's an article on Wikipedia on Alexis de Tocqueville in French politics. Why did de Tocqueville think America was great? Hello. Hello, Is Abhishek Shukla? Is Abhishek Shukla on the train?
He's muted.
Oh, it's getting dark in India. No, left.
Well,
No.
his connectivity is going to be variable as he passes from cell tower to cell tower. So
Oh, he goes up and down. Oh, it's back.
So did you find the
Welcome.
motto of the Commonwealth of Virginia?
No.
The motto for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Maybe it's United we stand, divided we fall. Something like that.
No.
Could be.
I'll give you a clue.
It could be all for one and one for all.
No. That was the Three Musketeers. Although maybe some state uses it too. It was incorporated July of 1776.
Wow. So their motto is, we're first, so we deserve all the credit. That was their motto.
No, that's not it. That's not it either.
It's close, right?
It's in Latin.
Oh no, they use Latin.
Yes.
Damn it. I have to learn Latin now.
Yeah.
Well, it's Greek to me. Maybe I can learn Greek too. Which one should I learn first, Latin or Greek?
Great question. Who do you want to be able to read? The philosophers, or the you have poets across both cultures, or the playwrights? I'm sorry, the political philosophers. Well, you have those in both cultures too. I think Greek might win if you're wanting to read the plays. You might get a little bit more by learning Greek, because then you could read the works of Euripides and all the other famous Greek playwrights, because they had a pretty good entertainment.
Then I could become a writer for Saturday Night Live.
Or at least the old storylines from those. I mean, you could mine them and recycle them if you so chose. Not all of those. Most of them would apply. Not every. Some of them would be contextual to the time and the place. Others would be universal themes explored.
I learned a little bit of Russian. I was in the U.S. Air Force from 86 to 91. And I went in to study to get a career in electronics. But then I heard, hey, you seem pretty smart. If you take this language test, you could become a cryptolinguist and go learn a new language in beautiful Monterey, California. And I said, okay, I'll take the test. And I did well. And so I decided, maybe I'll learn Chinese. But then, so I was scheduled to learn Chinese at a certain time. But then when I was in military basic training in San Antonio, Texas, I got bad marks in my inspections, and so I got recycled 7 days. That's huge. In like how many weeks? 8 or 10 weeks basic training. That's like losing a year. That's like failing a grade. Oh, that was horrible. Had to march with a new group of guys. And so, but that made my scheduled language become no longer available. So I had to choose between Arab and Russian. So I chose, oh man, I should have flipped a coin. It would have landed Arab, and I would have learned Arabic, and I would have been very on demand in with this Middle East drama.
All these campaigns, right?
Well, Russian's pretty handy too, I guess.
It is.
So I started to learn Russian, but then the easy part was learning how to write it, and I produced beautiful cursive writing in cursive Russian and pronounced it beautifully. But then, you know what they made me do? They made me memorize new vocabulary every day. That's horrible. I don't like to memorize. So I flunked out after 4 months out of the year to learn Russian. Then would not go on to become a Russian spy, a spy for Russia. No, not for the U.S. against Russia. Yeah, I would have been a crypto linguist. Crypto would have used crypto analysis. Maybe would have to use special equipment to decipher their messages or something.
It's fascinating.
So I got recycled to learn Russian.
I have to go and get my Tim Hortons coffee. It's like a
What?
pea soup fog here.
Nice.
I can't remember when it's been that foggy. They say there's no visibility. So if I don't come back, I might be lost in the fog, but I shall see you people after I get my coffee.
Do you have to go to a store to buy Tim Horton, or can you make it yourself, or you buy a whole bunch, a big?
I get it at the coffee shop, but you can buy Tim Hortons brand coffee. I'm not that fond of it. I like this French vanilla that they make there, and we don't have a Wawa, so I can't get a Wawa coffee or fill up my car.
Well, when next year in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, or maybe Rosa will have a room available in Orlando in her condo next winter. And there will be peace between our nations.
Well,
And
in order to
I'll
have
be
peace
able to-
between nations, I think more critical than that is peace between people, and then more
Then
critical, or a prerequisite when it comes to peace between people is peace within persons. So
then Joe will retire to write his books, his memoirs of his travels and his games of Vinci with people from all over the world. He'll say, "This is the first person from Argentina to play Vinci," and he'll remember all the details, and it'll be an exciting book. It'll be a New York Times bestseller.
The first people to play Vinci in Argentina were a girl named Lola and a guy named Javier. And Javier doesn't live in Argentina, but he is an Argentinian and he was there at the time. And Lola was just gorgeous, and she didn't win, but she was nice to look at for sure.
Wow. Oh man. Did Joel take pictures? Mm. And then, so I ended up going to Biloxi, Mississippi. Oh, I was in Monterey for a while. Then I went to Biloxi and I started learning about radar maintenance, radar systems. Wow. Do you know that when they send the beam of radar, the atmosphere bends the waveform. It bends it like that. So you have to add that factor in to make the waveform bend towards the ground. Maybe there might be even a way to shoot it off at a certain angle so it goes all the way around the world. Uses the whole atmosphere like a waveguide. Could that be possible? Well, that's a range of 240 miles.
that could be part of why HARP was developed.
It could be why DARPA, or what was developed?
HARP, HARP.
HARP. That stands for?
I don't know. High amplitude radar perception. I just hallucinated an acronym, but if one wants to be official, they could.
It's probably something
Type
like
into
that.
a search engine. HAARP radar.
It's probably something like that. Maybe you have to
Oh,
rearrange the
no,
name. But a better-
two A's. High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. University of Alaska Fairbanks program, which researches the ionosphere. It's the world's most capable high-power, high-frequency transmitter used to study the ionosphere by beaming radio waves 2.7 to 10 megahertz into the auroral ionosphere. It creates temporary localized disturbances, artificial plasma clouds, and air glow for scientific communication and navigation research.
Wow. Who does that research?
It's done out of the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Key capabilities: the facility can
Alaska
produce
Fairbanks.
large
What?
localized ionospheric disturbances, including artificial ionization clouds that last for hours and generate communication. It's been
Wow,
operating
isn't
at the University of
there?
Alaska Fairbanks since 2015. The facility is, if not the premier high power, high frequency station in the world. But it was a DARPA project before it was handed over to the university. Apparently,
Wow,
they
maybe,
also were using it for submarine communication.
maybe I should check it out. Maybe I should go to Alaska. Alaska. They
We
take
should
care
go
of their.
drive to Alaska together if you
They
want
they
it. If
take
you
care
can
of
be
their,
long enough.
drive to Alaska. We'd have to go through Canada. Are they
Yeah.
pretty friendly going through Canada?
Uh,
Oh, I
well,
got to get my passport done.
Same
It
here.
expired 2000 what? 2018 or
Right.
19? Oh
We can
my.
get our passports done and then hop in a car and go drive up to Fairbanks.
Wow. What an adventure.
Sounds like fun. And then if we want to continue it, maybe we can.
Would you want to go, Naya?
Yeah, and
If
then we could. If we wanted to go a little bit, once we finished exploring Alaska, we could maybe get on a barge or load the car onto a barge and have it plop us off into either Russia. I doubt we'd get entrance into Russia. I don't know about China. What would be a good place to land?
I
Probably
gotta
Japan.
learn my Russian again and learn my Chinese again and start learning Japanese. And then we could go to Beijing, or is it Peking? And then from there we can get on the Sky Train. It will whisk us away to Tibet. Once it used to take a year to get to travel to Tibet from China. Now it'll only take a few hours and we're in Tibet.
Well,
Wow.
so that's if we wanted to pass through China. Another way to do it from Japan would be to get onto another barge with the vehicle and travel either to Southeast Asia, or we could do a stop if we wanted to see a bit of South Korea. But then
Wow.
get on the barge,
South Korea.
right?
You need to be sneaking to North Korea.
No, thank you.
See them marching.
No, thank you.
Popular marching. And then from North Korea we could go into Russia.
Slave camp where we would die from starvation after we were utilized for our labor.
Maybe we could go through Mongolia, inner and outer Mongolia, and see where Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan and all those other Khans. If you can do it, nobody can. And then we could go all across, all the way to Eastern Europe. We could go over the Ural Mountains.
Well, would we be stopping in Uttar Pradesh?
maybe we would go through Ukraine and stop the war, and then yeah, we could get on the Baltic, no, on the Black Sea. Yeah, we could go into the Middle East and stop the war there and free the Palestinians. Maybe we could give them a new land in the Gobi Desert. Maybe they might like that area. It's probably maybe too hot. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe a little bit south. Maybe Afghanistan might be hospitable. And then we could go. We could go through the Khyber Pass and go into India, and yeah, we could visit Abhishek Shukla, and we go to Nepal and visit Shama, and so on. Wow.
All it
We
takes is
could
a
go-
fortune and the willingness to spend it.
Well, we could start a YouTube channel and call it Around the World in 80 Months or something like that.
I like that. I like the sound of that.
And our sponsors on Patreon sponsors would keep us going or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. If we could be,
Have a walking tour of
if we could become, what is the word? Keen, novel? No. Captivating. If we could become
Captivating.
the people that folks would really want to, maybe not necessarily for us specifically, but for who we interact with and what we're able to bring them in terms of sights and sounds.
Yes, like those wonderful sounds of East Orlando I'm hearing. Oh, maybe just to put it on audio for musicians so that we can hear your footsteps. They were pretty good last time. And we can hear the band playing in the background. The marimba band, was it? Or a xylophone band.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was something.
Ah. Today, maybe I'll go to Colonial and Primrose area, where I will
Oh, yeah.
help assist a lady in installing her. I got her a Roku, and I'm going to wean her away from Spectrum, millions of channels. She's Hispanic, so she's got the package with lots of Latin channels. Will she? Will she miss them when she has to use YouTube or whatever Roku offers for free? Then she'll save maybe $130 just the Spectrum cable,
That'd be
and
good.
maybe some for the phone, the house phone, and just use her mobile phone. She could put in each TV.
Have you ever considered what the television has done to the population of the country?
What has the television done to the country? Oh, wow. Yes, compared to 10 years ago, compared to 20 years ago. Wow. 30 years ago. Now, how do we manage without internet? I remember, was it in 1986, 7? I had a roommate in an air base, and he was on the computer all the time, tapping away. It was so annoying. He was using a bulletin board. I think he was using a Commodore or maybe an Amiga, and he was using dial-up. And he, what are these crazy kids? What did they do? Or, well, maybe I was a kid too. I must have been 25 And he must have been about that age, maybe younger. Hmm, maybe I should have paid attention. Then I would have learned something. Maybe gotten in something that took over the world, the internet.
I wonder
Yes.
sometimes
Yes,
how
before-
many people can afford to pay attention.
That was before regular websites, HTML websites. Maybe that was like we had to chat a lot. I guess now we're doing that again, chatting a lot.
Yeah.
Well, um, yeah, I was watching the Computer Chronicles on, I think it's on YouTube, and they have interviews of people, and they cover the basics. So what is this? And so what do you think about what's the future? And this guy says, and they're talking about these laptops, and this guy, I think there's not much future in these laptop portable computers. They're too heavy and things like that.
Old sent an email in the past week about a new kind of Apple product that is supposed to be lighter than the MacBook Air. I guess they're looking to incorporate. I don't know if it's running Mac OS or iOS, but it's the evolution, of course, certainly is to lighten things. Anything that'll make money.
Yeah.
Now, when I asked the question, what has the television done to us? I already had an answer in mind. It's made the country docile, spectators.
Docile.
Yeah, it pacifies. It pacifies the viewing audience.
That's because the regular television is one way, isn't it? It's like broadcast, and the reaction is maybe after they do polls and ratings, and figure out a TV show got like. Well, when Elvis went broadcast over satellite, maybe they figured out they could figure out how many people saw him. Or when the Beatles got on the Ed Sullivan Show, they figured out how many millions of people in the world saw it. Well, maybe most of them were in the U.S. and
Kind of directs their attention and their memory set to this shared cultural experience. And it sets them in an entertainment mode.
Wow, that's certainly
Yeah. Sorry.
made the Beatles, I guess, at least the most famous for that time, and they gave them like a head start versus other bands. But then they started competing with the Beach Boys. Wow, that was interesting. But wow, I was watching a YouTube video of a guy breaking down the parts of the harmony. So he started with the baritone, or what the tenor does, and the different. Yeah, mixed it. Started off with one, then added the other one, and so on. Layered it. Wow, how did Brian Wilson do that? Did he have it all in his head? What?
Certainly had an interesting brain.
Try and error.
So, what's the difference between an actual war that you go to work for and your wealth is extracted for in order to pay, and a movie about war? If you're getting the sense experience about each through the same rectangle in your living room. I mean, in one case, you're paying for it to be entertained, and in the other case, you're paying for it so that certain interests can have territorial conquests. And maybe
Wow,
you're being
can,
entertained too at the same time. I don't know. There seems to be a crossover, not for everyone, but at least um, there are folks who are satisfied and celebrating war because they think it's a good thing.
like the documentary by what's his name, Ken, whatever, on Vietnam.
You know,
And he did some others. Hmm. Wow, I have to watch that. Hmm. So, with those with such documentaries mm, glorify war a little bit, or convince you that war is sometimes good, or would horrify you and say no, war is no good at all? Would it turn you into a pacifist, or would it tell you, okay, we sometimes have to do it? I guess we have to accept it. Mm.
I see war as a consequence, not a solution.
Mm. Mm.
I mean, potentially it solves things, but it seems to be the if you see it as a solution, then it has to be the solution of last resort. In other words, all the other solutions must be tried and in good faith first.
Mm.
Iran was in a negotiation with the United States, and during the
Mm.
negotiation, the United States attacked, which means that
Mm.
it states that the entity that we pay for um, operated in a deceitful manner.
Mm.
Okay. So if the United States, that thing that we pay for, operates in a deceitful manner, was that deceit which will ultimately result in something that's good, or given that deceit is often a considered to be a not good but an evil, will merely evil increase as a result of this campaign? That's the question.
Okay. Wow. Mm. And it looks like if one side has the moral, is it what is the moral advantage? No, the moral higher ground. Then no, and also in this game of finite versus infinite, not just zero sum, but when one of the parties views it as infinite, there's no end to the conflict, and versus the other one who has a finite, like tries to write out a goal. Maybe maybe it's good that that Trump says I have a plan, but he doesn't, so he can kind of like when asked, he can come up with new answers at, spontaneously depending on the situation, and but so because if he got together with Congress and the generals, and they set up a finite goal, and we have the beginning and the end. So we have to go through that and reach that goal, and then it's done. Then that would make that would, compared to Iran, which would have an infinite goal, which is survival. Then Iran would have the advantage because its goal is never ending. It's survival of their people, their nation, their way of life, or well, actually, they might be trying to free themselves from the Islamic State, or also they might want to have that goal. It's kind of hard for them to get together on that because they keep getting killed and their internet taken away. Like, perhaps. Yeah, like a conflict like Vietnam, maybe they had determined, okay, we gotta do this, and so we have our goals, and we're gonna go through them and meet them methodically. But then they would. But the Vietnamese, they don't have such goals. They just want to survive. They don't have that.
Okay, boys, what did I miss?
We were just coming up with
Huh.
a question was presented. The question was, will the current campaign being conducted over on the western side of Asia result ultimately in good or in evil?
Okay. Do you want the answer now, or should I?
Well, we all have our biases, Joel. You're
No,
welcome
mine is
to
no
provide-
bias. It's
Oh.
a definite. If it's a definite yes.
And you say that based upon,
Well, it's a tautology.
it's a what? I'm sorry. Did you say? I heard ology, but I didn't hear the first part of the word.
A tautology.
Tauntology.
Yes.
So a tauntology. That's something is good, and because it's done, it is good. Is that what you're saying?
No. What was the question? Hold on. Let me get seated here, get my coffee, and get warmed up. Okay. So what was the question? The question I heard was what?
Will the current campaign currently being carried forth in Western Asia
That's a long-winded
result
way of
ultimately-
saying the war in Iran. Is that
Yeah.
what you're really trying to say?
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Except it's not only in Iran, because
Okay, but
Iran is
it's
not the only
it's
field in which
primarily in
missiles are
Iran.
falling.
well, it's commonly referred to among the common folk as the war in Iran
Okay.
and its
Uh,
neighbors.
was well, neighbor or neighbors?
Neighbors.
Right. Right. I mean, we wouldn't call World War II the war in Germany.
So it's a world war. I think I'm gonna call it World War III, the start of it, because it involves the superpower U.S. and Israel is kind of like a like something that U.S. can use in that area.
Mini me. That's mini me.
And then there's China might jump in, and Russia might jump in.
So you present it and state it that it's good because it's a tautology.
No,
Which is
no,
a-
I didn't present it that it's good.
Oh, I see.
Your question was,
Yes.
as I heard it, now maybe I'm misstating it or misheard it, was will the war in events in Western Asia, whatever, however you phrased it, will it result in something good or evil?
Right.
And I said yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Or that's right. Thank you.
I said yes. And I
Right.
say that's a tautology,
Right.
unless you hold that, like on the Vinci board, the very center, which is neither good nor evil, if such a thing exists, will be the net effect, in which case my answer is maybe. My answer is by definition correct.
Sure. Yeah. So, so is this a battle for Jerusalem then? There's been lots of that throughout time.
Oh,
Capture the center and you've captured the world, sort of idea.
do they grow olives in Jerusalem?
They're
Only on olive trees.
outside the city. You've heard of the Mount of Olives, right?
Hmm.
There are groves, olive groves.
How
They
come
only
this?
grow pears there.
Those that aren't like overtaken by suburbs,
Hmm.
and some might
Where-
exist still in backyards.
What happened? Where did my extra virgin olive oil go? I had it right there. Did I put it in the refrigerator? Yes. And mine not very mindful. How come this organic extra virgin olive oil tastes the way it does?
Right. That's a great question because you're talking about everything that went into the bottling of
It
that
tastes,
product.
tastes a little weird.
Oh, really?
Oh, it says it's got smooth flavor,
yeah.
fully traceable to the field. Maybe it's
Right.
very strong. Maybe I'm tasting the arsenic in the ground that where it grew or something.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the trouble, right? Evil comes in subtly.
Yes, I remember. Then in 1991, that wasn't the Berlin Wall coming down, or it already came down. And I remember they were selling rocks at the base.
I have one. I have a souvenir.
Yeah, from the wall.
Mm.
What a weird thing to keep a souvenir of, if you consider it. My first babysitter was an escapee from
Yeah,
East
rocks.
Germany.
Rocks seemed to rock. You know, without rocks, they couldn't have made rock and roll. And also, there's the Dome of the Rock, and You Rock My World, and let's see, Rock of Gibraltar, and
There's the movie Rocky.
and there's Rocky. That's very important culturally.
Johnson, known as The Rock.
Oh wow! Maybe he could be the actor for an epic featuring him as Donald Trump. No, maybe not.
I don't know if he'll play Trump later in the movies.
Let's see.
I better put my hat on again. I almost forgot about Donald.
Another possibility is that
It's a
that
good
they won't
protection.
hire actors. That the actors will be computer generated based upon video artifacts.
Wow, I saw the Dalai Lama speaking perfect Spanish. And then underneath it says translated by AI, and so I clicked on it, and then I heard him speaking the way he normally does, with some every now and then high pitches.
Yes.
Wow. I have to screen capture his Spanish and share it with Spanish friends. Yes, he's saying that if we be one or and take care of each other, we'll prevent wars and all that.
So, in your ideal world, Joel, what would be the outcome of the present conflict in Western Asia?
Well, from my perspective and my understanding, it would be that the form of governance would go from Hamastanian in Iran to democracy.
What does that mean, democracy?
Well, it means that people have
America.
some voice in how they're governed and what laws they're governed by.
Okay. What about rights?
Well, they may have some rights too, but the big thing is they should probably stop killing people.
Well, I could say the same thing about the Israeli state now, Joel.
Well, if your neighbor gets up to kill you, you should kill him first.
Okay. So whoever's most effective at killing their neighbor, they should be the ones in charge.
Well, that's your view.
No, it's not my view. It's my well, in a way it is my view. It's my perspective based upon witnessing what's taken place there in that narrow sliver of land between Jordan and the Mediterranean. Yes.
Well, that's a lot of words, but I didn't have to hide out in a bomb shelter while people were waiting outside for me to come out and get killed or have my head chopped off or whatever.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that if somebody wants to chop off my head, I may resist them.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
I
Now,
may try to run away.
If I recall earlier, you wanted beheadings instituted.
Yes, with great regularity.
Right.
Guillotine.
Right. Yeah.
But only in Spanish.
Uh-huh.
And it only goes to the winner of Vinci. No, the loser should be guillotined.
Guillotine.
Oh no, I should get guillotined. That way, the stakes will be higher and it will make the game more exciting. But of course, the champions will become lesser and lesser. I
Let me
think.
ask you both. Let me ask both of you. When life is gamified, does it lose its value, and is consideration dropped? Is the significance of living dropped?
It's like politics and sports.
If you're talking about defeating the other team, that's one thing. If you're talking about defeating the other team, taking their wives as sexual objects and enslaving their children for the same, that's another thing.
But what about just wiping them off the board with genocide? That's expressed in the Bible here and there.
Amalek, right.
God tells them you got to wipe them completely. So maybe the purpose was for that. The practical purpose is the people that did the wiping out will not be stained by the culture they just wiped out. But if they kept their wives, then they would be stained because then they'd have products that are kind of half and half and all that. And the things they picked up that they might be influenced. Like if they pick up a CD and they play it, and then they start hearing Persian music, that could influence them.
Well, I am concerned about how complex the world has become.
Well,
So,
It's a little bit more complex than Vinci.
yeah,
So
much more.
if we instituted a Vinci-like government, then things would be less complex.
Well, in order to purchase my coffee, I needed a cell phone,
Wow.
and then I had to run a contest to roll up the rim to win.
Is
And
that
then
an ad? You had to play an ad that came up,
no,
or they wouldn't let you buy the coffee until you played the game. That wouldn't be a
no,
good idea.
you could buy the
You have to
coffee,
play-
but you would have to pay twice the price.
right.
Oh wow!
If
So
all of
you,
our time is occupied in games, in these circuses, then where's the time to think about what it is that we're actually paying for?
Right.
oh, like sales. Like my sister said, tells me, oh you're an impulsive buyer. You just see something and buy it. But me, no. I always look for the sales, and I only buy things that are on sale. But then you start buying a lot of things that way because you see, oh, I've saved this. I got to buy some more. Oh, look, this is on sale. So that could be impulsive too.
Well, I'm definitely a victim of that.
Yeah. Yeah, if we get caught up in that game, what does it wind up turning the planet into?
It turns the planet into a giant Tim Hortons.
What about where all those cups go after they've been used? Those disposable cups.
They go in the rubbish. But first you have to roll up the rim to win.
Uh,
And I need a tool. I have a special tool to roll up the rim with. So now I need a cell phone. I need a roll up the rim tool. I need to learn how the app works. I need a Tim's ID number, and I need a scanner to scan in my Tim's ID number when I order my coffee.
right. All that just for coffee.
Exactly. It just dawns on me that perhaps things are more complex than is really desirable.
Right.
That's why if your neighbor comes to kill you, you should stop him first.
Well,
And on October the 7th, they forgot that rule.
and let me ask you: in 1947, did the people who were in the majority forget that rule too?
I don't know which people you mean in the United Kingdom who had
No,
conquered
in the
who had
territory.
conquered the Ottomans. Were there more British people than there were Turks?
I think that the issue has to do with the difference between a government and a state.
Well, I'm not sure how you're making that distinction, but
Sure, I'll have to.
I'm
define that
sure
for
it
you.
could be done.
So what do I mean by government and a state? I'm referring to a work that was published by or written by a man by the name of Alfred J. Nock, Nock. He wrote it. The book came out in 1935, and in his book called "Our Enemy the State," he described that governments are established and maintained for the purposes of order, whereas states are established and maintained for the purposes of privilege. All right. So in the one case, order, and in the other case, privilege. Now the core issue, I would contend, and I'm not alone in this because I've actually adopted this as a view from other people. He was actually the uh, founder and first chair um, of the Libertarian Party of Allegheny County, which is where Pittsburgh is contained in the United States state of Pennsylvania. Um,
United we fall, divided we stand? No.
I'm not sure what the motto of the state of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is. I'm sorry.
Maybe it's
Remember, there
something
were four
about
Commonwealths.
brothers. It was something
Virginia.
about brothers.
Okay, so if the core issue is privilege, and I do maintain that idea, where certain people have privilege and certain people do not, then you're going to always have some cause of conflict, because privilege, when things come down to it, mean an unequal distribution of freedom.
Wow.
And when you have an unequal distribution of freedom, freedom itself is at threat. In other words,
And
yeah, go on.
it would affect the wages.
True. Potentially, yes.
And so the people from the bordering nations might immigrate
Perhaps.
to gain a better life, but then that state would want to prevent that to a degree.
Right. Yes. Right, because they have larger factors to adjudicate or to consider, such as maintaining what enables their economy to produce higher wages to begin with. It goes beyond money. All economies derive out of a people's ontology. That which they value, that which they do not value.
And and why else did the British Isles do better in conquering the world than the Spanish, the Iberian Peninsula? Was it because the British Isles were islands and the Iberian Peninsula was not an island?
Potentially, there's also the idea of small. Spain has a unique geography in that in the middle of the country, hardly anyone lives there. I think it has something to do with the climate, the
Madrid?
the microclimates or the ecosystems. I mean, you got basically a big desert in the middle of the country. Yes.
Except for Madrid.
Right. Except for right. That's the exception. But you have a lot of cultures that are unique to the different regions of Spain. So Madrid and Barcelona, they're both Spanish cities, but um, there's an ancient aspect to it. Um, they these regions operated as something like city states or regions before they were unified into I'm not. I'm not. I have to admit, I'm not that up on the history of Spain, so I don't want to speak falsely. But you also have the Basque people up in the mountains. But what do you have in London? Well, notice I didn't refer to England. I referred to London because England was able to develop a centrality and hold. Um, what do they say about a British lawn? It just takes some soil and some fertilizer and about 800 years.
So London became like an Athens or like
Or
a Rome.
that's right. Yes, that's right.
Hello.
Both those cases. Hello.
Had a exit coast to the coast, whereas Madrid has no coast.
Hello.
Hello, Abshek.
Sure.
Do
Hello,
do you
Abhishek.
know
Where
about
are you?
I'm in train going to Prayagraj from my village after celebrating the festival Holi.
Nice.
Okay.
In next 20 minutes, I will reach to my destination. So I have a question related to AI. Today I saw a video uh, related to AI that in next 2 years the jobs uh, the white collar jobs will decrease.
White collar
Do
jobs
you
will
know?
betrayed. Did you say betrayed?
Decrease.
Yeah, maybe
Decreased. Decreased.
maybe gradually decrease and maybe end in next 2 years.
Okay.
Wow.
Right.
And what did you mean by white collar job?
Those would be not
No, that would be Joel's job as an accountant.
right.
I'm sorry, I didn't really hear that or understand it. So, can
Were
So
you
somebody?
an were you an accountant?
Yes, that part I heard, but what Abhishek was saying, I couldn't manage to understand.
Is a white collar job include accountants?
I think so.
So aren't you glad you retired? Because because if you were still an accountant, your job will be eliminated in 2 years.
Maybe.
Hello.
yes.
Hello.
Why the name of this job is white collar? Because the person who do this job is they wear a white shirt.
Yes.
Or the yeah, people in suits would have their color would be white, and people in trades their color would be blue here in the Western
Yes.
world.
Normally, that would be the case. So the jobs that were in offices would typically be referred to as white collar jobs.
Oh no, I have a job in the office. I'm going to get eliminated.
Yep. You're in deep kimchi.
Okay.
What the
I,
world is
Uh,
banking on
wha-
because so
I know.
much investment has been made in
What
this.
about the war? What about the war of Israel and Iran?
But about the
oh
world,
no.
What?
What if Iran keeps showering missiles to Israel, and Israel runs out of ways to block them, and then they start hitting Israel with bigger weapons, bigger missiles.
are you asking what would be the conditions necessary for Israel to trigger the Samson option, Jairo?
Oh, what's the Samson option?
That's a guy
Samson
with
and
long
Delilah?
hair. He's a guy with big long hair, and he goes and pushes the pillars out.
Oh, what about David and Goliath?
Well,
Oh.
then they need to use their slingshots.
Well, maybe they have the AI
Have
to
you checked the
create a
have
drone
you
that
checked the
hits.
valuation of the currency of the Iran?
I
It
heard
decreased.
currency and Iran. That's all I got.
It decreases and maybe reaches to zero in conversion of Iran and dollar. Iran currency
Oh no!
and dollar.
Well, I think
Right.
it's already there, isn't it?
Wow.
So you're saying, Joel, that this is because wars are fought with money.
Well, that's certainly one big factor.
Right. So if the end then is to, let's say, there are all these national currencies. If one country can preserve their currency's value at something close to the initial value of that currency, or at least in comparison to all the other national currencies, then which in the process of war could be reduced to something closer to zero, then whoever
Any
has
how
that preserved
how is
value.
it how is it
Yes.
is it feasible? Is it feasible that currency should be zero?
Close to zero, practically zero.
Close.
This happened in Zimbabwe. This happened in
It means it
Germany
means
prior to after World War
after
One.
the two decimal places something.
Right. Jairo, would you please
So
mute? Thank you.
so so I think I have a doubt that according to Google, if currency the conversion should after two decimal places, like for example, if 0.001, then it should be zero in according to Google.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't even have a, yeah, we've already stopped using pennies here in the United States. Our lowest
Wow.
our lowest coin in circulation is 5 cents.
No way.
Like 10.
Yeah, they stopped being issued in 2023.
I better save my pennies
and
for
the
a
price
rainy
of the
day.
fuel increases day by day due to our
I'm sorry?
the price of the fuel
Yes.
is increasing.
Right. Yeah, it would be for you. I noticed that today when I went to fill up. On Monday it was $3, and on Friday it was $3.50.
Oh
$3.50.
no!
Yep.
What about in Canada? Maybe it's cheaper there. Maybe you could drive to Canada and buy your gas there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Joel, I don't know if you filled up your tank recently, but have they mentioned anything about fuel prices, or is that something that they keep out of the media and that the people in Canada get to find out on their own?
No, it's not front and center. At certain times it is when they're rapidly increasing prices. Some of the TV or radio channels will announce what the current price is, but it
Right.
has been rising here as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh no! Isn't that good for electric cars? Isn't that good for electric cars?
Well, it is if you can plug them in.
Right.
Oh no! I can plug them in at Wawa, but I don't want a Tesla. I want a Chinese electric car.
Too much proud in Spain.
What about Rami, your friend that invented a tricycle, a powered tricycle? What's his name? Wexler?
Yeah, yeah. He wasn't able to invent a factory because he didn't have the people skills to be able to manage a company.
Oh no.
He was kind of stuck at the sole proprietor level. You have to have the skills and to making a factory is many levels more complex than a single prototype. Now, uh, the company out in California has their company, and they've already produced their first uh, production vehicle uh, for safety testing. So they've already made the first, and then they'll make the next 9 or so, however many that they have to do in order to destroy them in a series of safety tests. Because in order uh, uh, to be able to sell a vehicle in the United States that's a production vehicle, I guess that's why they're only doing 10, because it's a 3-wheeler. Aptera is the name of the company. Same configuration of wheels and also using solar. So same basic idea. Once they've destroyed their or run their set of 10 through all their safety regulations, then it's a matter of scaling and producing their larger factory, because their current
What
factory for just producing small batches.
What if I invent a harness and tie 4, 6, or 8 drones, and I have them synchronized, and I have a remote control, and I lift myself up and take myself all the way to Canada on the drones?
Well,
That
you're
would
gonna
be
have to make
almost as
many-
complicated as buying a Tim Hortons coffee. You would
Well,
need an app on your phone.
To be
You would need a registration card,
yeah,
and you would need a special roll up the rim to win.
124
yeah. I love those kind of technical
रिक्शा की
questions,
ऑटो
problems. But you're going to have to, if you want to do
124 ऑटो का 134
electric VTOL,
ऑटो
which is what you're talking about there, Jairo.
कितना टाइम लगेगा
You also need an air traffic
हाँ तो अभी कर दूंगा
navigation system, something highly networked,
somebody call it
so that your craft or series of drones tied to your deck chair, whatever it is that you're going to be producing, can navigate itself out of the already existing commercial and private aviation corridors, and that won't move in a location that would go beyond its charging stations. So that's going to limit where it can fly. And also so that it doesn't crash into other people in their electric VTOL craft or drone connected chariots. Chevrolets, I think, would be the technical term. Going back to the
Well,
women.
we could have a camera that shows what's in front and to the sides, and then use a Python program written by Abhishek Shukla that will determine what's in front, and it says, "Oh, that's an airplane, so want to stay away from that."
Yeah,
Oh,
collision detection is a classic.
Oh, that's a tree. Oh, that's a telephone pole.
Yeah.
Or this is
My-
AT&T tower.
Right. My first assignment 32 years ago was to come up with an implementation. Well, first come up with a solution and then implement the solution in C++ for collision detection. That's a
Wow. C
Um,
plus.
Have
Yeah.
any of you ever seen a roll up the rim to win tool?
No. Would you like to show it to us?
I'm trying to,
You're
but
gonna have to turn off your background masking.
okay. Let me see how I do
Oh
that.
no.
But then if you take off Da Vinci background, then this episode will no longer be sponsored by Vinci Games.
What have
That's
I done
okay.
here? Hold on. Now
We,
there's
we,
two of
we,
them.
we interrupt this commercial to bring you some programming.
Okay,
Mhm.
I have to none. Okay,
Wow.
now can you see it?
I see
Yes,
something.
wow.
What?
This
Okay,
is a
so what is this
miracle.
thing?
This is a
And,
roll up to rim to win tool, which I
but,
have had for 5 years
Okay.
and never knew how to use.
Oh, okay.
And every few, I don't know, once or twice a year, maybe, they have this special contest at Tim Hortons where they print special coffee cups, and underneath the rim, you have a prize. But now it's gotten more complicated because, first of all, I never knew how to roll up the rim to win, and I was never a regular customer of theirs anyway. But someone showed me how this works. So I didn't realize, I thought it was a solid thing, and I kept trying to grab it under the rim somehow, but that wasn't the way they work. And they just showed me
You're
that
gonna
you,
have to lift it up higher if we're gonna see this,
oh, sorry. So
or lower your camera.
I just
Okay.
force it onto the rim, and then I
Okay.
pull the rim up.
I see.
And this, hold on, how do I do this?
So, does this game train you to in a way dismantle the cup so that it's going to biodegrade a little bit faster in those landfills?
I'm not sure that's the goal. The goal is to see if you've won a prize. So,
Uh,
here, what does it say?
your prize
oh,
is a disfigured cup.
maybe
I've
when
won.
you
I've won a
unroll,
donut.
Hey, congratulations!
you want
Will
to.
win, gagné, donut. So
So,
I got a free coffee. This was free because I won a free coffee last
right,
time.
right. So,
And I
in the future, Abhishek, to answer your question, the way you're going to be able to feed your children is by playing games that have been created to keep you occupied. So I hope that you're able to win enough donuts to feed your offspring, but that's okay because in a highly securitized
But man does not live by donuts alone.
no, he needs coffee to go with them.
there you go, coffee and
Oh,
donuts.
that's how they sell the coffee with the donuts. The donuts give you the urge to drink coffee with them.
There you go. There you go.
Or maybe it's the other way around.
Now, let me ask you: is this because it's possible not only to uh, have an economy that grows, it's also possible to have an economy which shrinks.
Oh no, that's a dirty word. That's a sin.
Shrink?
Shrinking.
Yeah. It's a sort of a fact of
It's
nature that.
fake news. Fake news. Shrinking.
Yeah, no.
No,
I'm sorry.
we're gonna be great. We're gonna
Men,
grow like
men don't
never
walk
before.
around the majority of their lives with erections.
Wow. Oh no, mine is shrinking.
It's okay. There are advantages. Think about the Roman Empire. Do you know why all those men are posed nude in the Roman Empire?
Hmm. Why?
I think they were trying to say to their women who perhaps would be under threat of, I don't know, Mongolians perhaps, or Goths. This is
Wow. And
us.
all those appendages got broken off the statues. Maybe the women did it.
I don't know. Could have been moralists too. I don't know. It could have been a variety of issues. Some of them could have just rotted and fallen off.
then they invented the screw and the screwdriver, and then they had no more problems with that.
Okay.
But by that time, the empire had fallen.
Right.
I think. I wonder who invented the screw.
Well,
Maybe
people
it's.
who like screwing.
I wonder. It's
It was thought it was to solve a problem. It was a fastener to attach one object to another object. So it was a
and they had
solution.
to standardize the direction
Yes.
in the
And
way
the
it's
head of the
screwed.
thing.
And you have the Phillips, the star, and then the flat head. Wow! And now you have hexagons
Also in
and
Canada they had a square head.
elements
What's the name of that
star.
that square headed screw
I
that
think
you
it-
use?
I think it's called a Robertson, but I'm not sure.
Robinson. That is what it's called. Yes, thank you.
Wow!
The Japanese have a set of proprietary screws that they use.
Yeah, Torx.
It's not Torx. It's a Japanese standard, and we
Oh, no.
in the United States or in North America often confuse it for Phillips, but the Phillips those screws aren't made specifically for the Phillips, so they will often strip if you attempt to use the North American tool on them.
Oh. And are they on Japanese cars?
Televisions, consumer electronics.
Oh no!
Yeah.
But they're not doing too well anymore. Maybe it's more coming from Korea, South Korea, and China, and who knows, Vietnam, who knows, everywhere.
Well, there's cooperation and then there's anti-cooperation.
Oh wow!
So you can cooperate and then in good faith and achieve great things. You can fake believe that you're cooperating and otherwise cooperate in bad faith and achieve great conquests. But the trouble with operating out of bad faith is that people stop wanting to work with you after a period of time. In other words, reputation is more valuable than wealth.
Yes.
So how to innovate? How to start up a startup company? You have to come up with something that will corner the market.
Well, you don't necessarily have to corner a market. You can just find a niche. If
A
you can
niche
find a market
that
that is not satisfied or fulfilled, or even there are such things as virgin markets. People don't even know they want it until it's introduced.
wow. How does one do that?
In a way, the iPhone eliminated a lot of consumer electronics.
Oh no.
So it wasn't a cornering of the market. It was a redefining of the solution to fulfill a demand which had already existed by way of the prior inventions that evolved over the course of many, many decades.
Like the PC and accounting, like QuickBooks, Quicken, spreadsheets. I wonder, Joel, did you learn to use the spreadsheets?
Yes.
Wow.
Actually, I remember when spreadsheets first arrived. And
Wow.
I remember when I saw them for the first time, I realized that my whole livelihood was about to disappear.
Oh no.
Yeah, because
That was in
my job,
1980? No.
I can't tell you the year, but
Nine-
it probably would have been maybe earlier than that, because
Wow.
my main function in the accounting firm that I worked for was to use a pencil and an eraser
No
and
way.
change numbers on a piece of paper, which at the time we called a
double entry?
spreadsheet. Yeah, a spreadsheet or a worksheet. And when I
Wow.
saw how much more efficient the spreadsheet was at doing that, I realized that my
Days
whole
were numbered.
my whole economic system was about to change. That I would spend, maybe a day or a half a day or a
That's
couple
when you
hours or a
decided
half
to.
hour.
That's when you
And
decided to invent games instead, and that you would become a billionaire making games.
no, that wasn't quite the way it happened, but I did decide that I better learn what these things are and how they work.
Right.
And what happened when bulletin board systems and dial-up started coming in?
Yeah, that was another big change. I didn't really foresee how big a change that was going to be, but it was really quite something.
Revolutionary.
The World Wide Web,
Yeah,
HTML pages. Wow. So now you can learn Python on your phone by playing games.
I suppose.
Maybe Tim Horton do a public service by having you solve
Hello.
Python programming problems, and if you solve them, then you win a donut.
Okay, so yeah, that tool that they distributed, it incentivizes you to shop and to go with Tim Hortons, and there's been all sorts of loyalty um, programs set up by corporations. It used to be that you would be loyal to your state, and for a while now, there's been a trend to get you to be loyal to certain corporations.
Oh no, I have to stop being loyal to Wawa. I get my gas there and my
What
fast
is
food.
what is the real purpose of loyalty?
I have a doubt on Vinci to Joe.
I didn't hear you, Abhishek.
So what happens if three players play Vinci in balancing phase?
I better
Yes.
grab a waffle while I can.
And what about the balancing phase?
What happens if number of players is 3 in balancing phase?
The player
Figuring out
that has
the score.
the player that has the less playing, meaning the last person who played that round, removes one piece from one of the other players.
Oh, he gets to choose.
Correct. And then
Why?
the player that has had the piece removed removes the piece from the player that has an extra piece still remaining.
No, that's so. What is it?
Democratic. And it shares the power.
So egalitarian. That's the word. Wow. I'm learning so much. Yeah, so much to learn.
What if number of players is 4?
There's a lot of noise in the background, Jairo.
Wow. That must be. Go. I'll mute everyone. I feel powerful. Let's see. What if I mute from me? What if I mute?
So
myself 'cause I'm pretty
So,
noisy.
hello.
I hear you, Abhishek, but barely because
Do you
Hyro is
want
making a lot of
to
noise.
see train?
Hyro, can you turn off your audio because you have a lot of background noise? I can't hear
Do you
Abhishek.
want to see train?
Oh no, I can't. I can't mute myself. Oh yeah, I can. Right.
Okay. So what were you saying, Abhishek?
What if number of players is 4?
In 4 players, the last player, which will be the person who started the round, will have 5 pieces, and the other players will only have 4. So the players with 4 must collectively decide which piece to remove of the 5 players. So there's a bit of a
By
negotiation.
voting?
I can't hear
Like
you.
if out of the 3, if 2 will say spot 9 should be removed and 1 will say spot 7 will be removed, then spot 9 will remove.
I didn't catch that exactly, but
Right.
essentially it's like having a meeting and the majority will rule. And if there's no majority, then they will have to do it by chance and roll dice or some other
Oh, no.
arbitrary method.
But if the choice of the all 3 are different,
If all 3 are different, then they must resolve it in some other way by an arbitrary roll of the dice. Whoever has the highest roll will make the decision.
these rules are very complicated to implement in coding.
Yes, I agree.
So how we will tackle it?
It's I'm not sure how you would do it, but it would be similar to voting on a Zoom meeting. So people would press their choice, put in the number of the piece they want to remove.
I'm back. Wow.
Today
Isn't this wonderful?
I saw news that due to AI, maybe more than 100 million jobs are going to be affected in next 2 years.
Yeah, might be so.
White collar jobs are going to be dead.
Except there will be a demand for Vinci players.
Maybe
Well,
someone will launch a special award for the winner in this.
There will be professional Vinci players making 6-figure income.
Maybe tournaments.
The good old days. Where did they all go? The glory days. When life was simpler. Where you had one TV in the whole house. It was big and heavy and
it only had one channel.
few channels. And everybody got to see the same program. Like, oh, now let's go watch the Ed Sullivan Show because the Beatles are on. Yay! And there's Abhishek Shukla roaming the dangerous streets of Prayagraj, India at night. It's very dangerous. Do not try this at home. Must know Hindi to survive. They gotta learn Hindi.
I don't think it's very dangerous there at night, is it, Abhishek?
There's a lot of motorcycles, it looks like, roaming the streets. No. Oh no, he's gone. And so, the day in the life of Rami Katene. Wonder what that's like. I imagine
Auto.
listening to living in
अच्छा, ये वाला.
a motel. Well, it's not. It's
796 नंबर है
okay.
8456.
Probably have good internet in the
In this one, there is. When there isn't, then I just
7962.
I hotspot off the phone.
Wow. And you get, instead of getting your Tim Hortons, you get your Dunkin' Donut coffee, or maybe a special brand.
Well, whatever, but this place has crafts that are set up. I've really enjoyed my stay here. I'm going to move Monday. Signed a lease on a townhome at the intersection of Mendel and Aristotle across Alafaya, which I learned Thursday. Was Thursday the 5th? Is today the 7th? Yes, it is. So Thursday.
Wow.
Alafaya means alligator hunter.
Alafaya means alligator.
7962.
I thought it was some kind of plant or something.
Yeah, no. From the native language, Ella means is where we derive our word alligator from. Ella is the actual native word for alligator from the people who lived here before the Europeans came.
Wow.
Thea is a hunter, or Aya. It's actually the F sound is a connective, like the Arabic wa or the English and French et. So F is just connects the two concepts, maybe like a hyphen. Yeah, well, Aya is a hunter, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe Allah is a hunter, and Aya is the alligator.
After we
Could have mixed it up in my memory.
wipe out the civilization, we at least have the decency to keep the names of the rivers, the
Ikan Lakachi.
and
Ikan Lakachi. Yeah.
name some of our streets with their language and things like that.
Right. Well,
Well, maybe
G is a trail, if I understand correctly. So a lot of these street names have trail in the native name, but then they'll add drive or avenue or even trail after it. It's kind of like chai, Chai. Chai is tea in Arabic. So if you're having chai tea, you're having tea.
oh, and in Indian languages, it's probably cha.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, the way one pronounces is controversial, which is why the Hebrew language only primarily uses consonants, and then you have to learn it, the specific soundings, still orally, which enables you to, of course, identify insiders and outsiders.
Wow. Somebody must have invented the vowels, or at least marking the vowels.
Yeah. Well, that was an evolutionary process in the Arabic language, because remember, there are only two long vowels, an A and an O, like alpha, omega. But then there were these short vowels that became incorporated, And then there were also an additional special case of A called that was in between the long A and the short A. That was shorter than the short A. The short A is there to let you know how to default the consonant. Because if
Wow.
you have FA, fa. If you have FE, fee. If you have FO, fo. Fee, fa, fee, fo. Those can all be done with short vowels.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe the E vowel was invented to modify some words. Well, maybe at the endings. Why? Why do we have vowels? Could there be a language without vowels and it's all be just oh or maybe ah? Maybe ah
Ah is a vowel.
is uh is the default vowel because it's easier to produce. The other vowels take a lot more shaping of the mouth to produce the others. More muscle, more energy, maybe. Then what about what about what about what if why do languages have masculine and feminine? What is everything? Why did they go through and divide up the world with masculine and feminine? Like, well, in Spanish, maybe not in English, you can't tell so much. But in Spanish, you have el café, the coffee. El makes it suggest that it's masculine. What's a la? La is feminine, so what would be a word that is feminine? La,
La plume.
la,
Pen.
la ventana. The window is feminine. La ventana. Why is it not el ventano? The window, masculine. Maybe it's because windows are more feminine because you're looking out into the world, and masculine. You want to not look out, be close-minded. El dado. Oh, dice. El dado. Why isn't it not la dada? La dada. The dice. El dado is in Spanish dice. It's not la dada. El carro. The car. It's not la carra. La carra. Why? Oh, el sombrero. The hat. It's not la sombrera. Why? Oh, it's la cachucha. Oh, Joe has la cachucha on. He's got a cachucha. And it's la, so it's feminine object. Who went around dividing the whole world?
Usually men are hunting for la cachuchas.
Oh, maybe that's why. But there's el sombrero, the big hat. Maybe it's because it's pointy at the top, pointy. El sol, the sun, el sol. It's not la sola, the female sun. Maybe it should be because it's motherly. Without it, couldn't have all this energy. La planeta, the planet. La tierra, the earth, mother nature, mother earth.
And what about la casa? Is that el caso? La casa. Why? I don't know why. Oh. Hmm. Wow. Oh. Hmm. Why? Why? Oh, maybe you have to unmute.
I was wondering if Japanese was at all genderized in the language, and I wonder if a survey were taken, what results might be derived from that survey to see if genderized languages preserve the female roles better than non-genderized languages. Because it seems to me, as you described it, that there may be a connection with the genderized um, language of Spanish, which has enabled the, uh, the preservation of the flourishing of the differences between the genders in Spanish culture.
Wow. Yeah, maybe. Wow. So if Chinese has no genderization of the nouns, then they would see everything the same. Hmm. And they would treat their women more equally.
It seems to me if you want to conquer or to enslave a race or a people, that one of the things that you might do would be to remove the differences between the genders and make the only educate the women so that they're the ones who have the um, total economic power, um, and take them in and make them do things that they're not necessarily um, maybe as equipped to be able to do. Make them the secondary set. And I think we've got that in the United States, but only to degrees. Anyway, you asked a question. I don't have a specific answer, but I do feel that I'm better in a partnership playing doubles tennis against the world
Becca,
than I am as a single player.
हाँ हाँ आप लोग
I just have to find singles or a doubles tennis. Well, first I need to really learn how to swing a racket so that the ball lands on the opposite side of the field within the lines. And then I'm going to have to find a someone to play doubles tennis
Hmm. Wow.
where we can respond with one another in our practice, and our practice has to be one that goes against other such players. But is it that most people really become expert at singles before they go into doubles, or can they learn both forms of the game um, from the start? I don't know because I haven't played tennis since 1991 that summer.
Wow.
Father used to watch that game, or my father's father used to watch it a lot. So what's the difference between singles and doubles tennis? Well, when you're playing doubles tennis and you're on the same team, you do things that are beneficial or that are cooperative with your partner, and that's what defines the nature of the game is how well are you able to work in concert with another.
Wow. That involves teamwork.
Yeah.
Mm.
Not very many games where the teams are but two people. You got that, and you got I don't know. I don't think there's a bobsledding is what, four people. Very few sports where the teams are of two, but teams of two are very effective. Very effective.
Wow. What if I invent a new rules of tennis with three players against three players? Triples.
I think you need a bigger field to keep injuries from occurring unnecessarily. There's pickleball. That took off in the last decade, especially during the pandemic.
We have volleyball. And volleyball has three, four, I don't know how many more.
I like volleyball a lot because you rotate in the field. So you get an opportunity to serve, you get an opportunity to stand in every spot in the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that aspect of the game.
Mm. Ah. Hmm.
So, the, so do you want to work on the outside of Zoom? Do you want to work on the electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicle solution? See if we can start building something that'll actually eventually lift living creatures that aren't humans, and then eventually humans as well.
Ah. But yes, how do we work out the community rules or we have to work with
Oh, air traffic? You mean airspace? That's already been done here in Central Florida. They've opened up
agencies
Sarasota, Daytona Beach to Sarasota. They've got specific corridors already designated
designated for what?
for low altitude air taxis, vertical takeoff and landing,
Wow.
electric VTOLs.
Do they have a maximum speed that you can go over?
Yeah, I mean whatever it is, maybe like 160 miles an hour or something. Maybe
Wow.
it's bigger than knots. I don't know.
Mm.
There's a lot that goes into private aviation, starting with radios. You have a pilot's license, you have to have a radio operator's license. And I've had two barriers for going into aviation personally as a pilot. One, my sight is not so great, and two, my hearing has been steadily decreasing. So my best bet is to be able to get an AI to pilot my craft to where I want it to go. Even that's going to go through some series of gatekeepers, rightfully so.
So is your sight related to an astigmatism?
I've been nearsighted since I was in kindergarten.
Okay.
Both my parents were nearsighted. There may be some degree, but not presently. And then when I got this pair of glasses, this is my first pair of bifocals. so I can see here and then I can see there as well. I don't know if you wear buys. I think you said you did.
Yeah, I wear buys, but I'm not sure if I am by.
Well, if you've lasted to 80, not being sure, then you're not. Well,
Well,
Maybe
I'm
you
not.
could get counseling, and
Yes.
they could get you to
they
do
could
one
convince
or
you
the other.
to change orientation.
Do you think that would be a good thing to do?
Well, in your big list of priorities, only you can decide what's truly important in your life.
Well, it looks like Abhishek is getting curious about 3-player games. Do you think he's ready to embark on that?
Is he being a try?
I
Is
don't
that
know what
what
a try is.
I
is
think
that after
it
buy,
opens in the actual. It opens people up to all sorts of
or
liabilities.
is it what's after buy? Is it try?
Try. Oh yeah, try. Yeah.
And then you have quad, pin,
Quad.
sex,
No
sept,
sex. No
oct,
sex, please. Wear Vinci.
or maybe sept is 9 and oct. Well, oct is 8. What is the 10 place prefix?
Desi,
Yeah,
Desi.
there you go, deci. Thank you. That's one.
Deca.
Deca too would also, yeah, depending on
Hmm.
context. What about 11?
Onze.
Omze?
Onze.
Omzi. Is that from the
On-
French?
No, it's from Spanish. Onze. ONZ.
Oh,
Once.
Onse. Interesting. So you end it with a short e sound. Onse.
I think so in certain languages.
You want to meet tomorrow, Iro, or tonight
Wow.
to discuss electric VTOLs?
Maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Maybe tonight.
If you
What time?
Yep, we'll go out on another hiking date and we'll explore this time a different stretch of the Kamalakachi River, the one that is on the eastern end of J. Blanchard Park,
Woo.
if you like.
Aren't there any hiking groups around you where you walk with another group of people?
Well, these
If you-
parks, the parks that we go to are so popular that you run into dozens of other singles, doubles, and larger groups that are also walking in them.
But if you set out together as a group, you have a better chance of knowing people, if not
True.
the first week, the next week, and so on.
Florida has several such groups. I don't know if there's one specific to Central Florida. Further north from here, they're a bit more common. North and west. I don't know that Orlando has a specific one. And when Stoic Dan was live, he would often have walking philosophy sessions, and we would travel in groups, and those were excellent conversations.
Wow.
After Aristotle's tradition,
Oh, wow.
the peripatetic school. I probably pronounced that incorrectly.
The walking meditation,
Mhm.
but out loud, walking and talking out loud, or
Absolutely.
walking contemplation.
That's how the Aristotle and his whole crew did it. That's
Wow.
what they did in the middle of that great picture in the Pope's, I guess, outer waiting room or his office. I forget. But the one that you've seen where they're walking under the arch, it's Plato and Aristotle in a conversation, walking towards the
They had a stenographer taking down notes, taking down the transcript, put it into Plato's Republic or something. Yeah. Terrible. What if when we go to the park we draw a Vinci game on the sand
months, 6
And,
months.
and we play hopscotch on it. I don't even know how to play that. But we play something on it. We jump around on the Vinci game, on the sand or whatever surfaces in the park. It's covered with pine cones, stuff like that. Oh, ooh. Mm, wow. I'm not yawning. I'm singing. I'm singing. Yeah, yeah. Singing. Oh. I feel powerful. I silenced him. Now there's peace in the valley. Now we can meditate on Hyro's new mantra. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. I think that was in The Wizard of Oz. Follow the yellow brick road.
Is it no place like home or no place like Om?
Oh yes, there's no place like home.
Om.
Maybe there's no law like Ohm's law.
What's going to happen with the stock market on Monday?
Oh no. What wasn't the Dow Jones was up 50,000, and so it doesn't matter what happened to the victims.
Is that right?
So the stock market is more important than what we do to each other. That's the moral of the story. Hmm. Huh. Trump trumps everything. Trump trumps everything if you have enough money. I've silenced Rami. Oh no,
What's that clicking sound?
we can't hear Rami.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that what you were saying about the role of money, that's a corruption of the golden rule, which we all know, meaning treat others as you'd want to be treated. But then the corruption is he who makes or he who has the gold sets the rule or rules. Now, that runs counter to our Constitution because you can't legislate from the executive, nor can you declare war from there too. So this is a very limited space, and it's just a matter of how much are the people who install them into office with their money are going to be able to get out of their investment before their investment turns belly up, because that's part of history too. Did you finally look up the motto, the Commonwealth of the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia?
Now, what's the difference between a commonwealth and a state?
Great question. I would say that in the Commonwealth, the goal is just that wealth is preserved as something that is a common good. Whereas a state is something that enables only some people to have access to the common good.
So Commonwealth, it sounds so communistic.
Well, I mean, and yet Virginia, Massachusetts, which were the leaders in the American Revolution, and Pennsylvania are all commonwealths. There's one other, I think, is it Maryland? Is also a commonwealth. So Maryland,
And Kentucky?
Kentucky's also a commonwealth. So maybe it's not Maryland. I'll have to see. Maryland maybe
Is
it's state.
Florida a Commonwealth?
No, state.
Wow.
But Puerto Rico, I believe, is a commonwealth, but it operates as a special economic zone and without the privilege of having any representation in Congress. So I don't know if it fits the definition as I had defined it earlier.
And Washington, D.C. What's that?
It's a district. It's a
Ah,
district of Columbia, remember? So it's a district set up to act as
and what
as
is the
the national state.
what is the Philippines?
Oh, great question. Other than being a chain of islands with a common government,
What was it?
kind of.
Then there's Hawaii and there's Guam. And then
That's an island nation, right?
what if they annex Canada? What we have to change the
Well, the
flag to 56 states? No, how many states does Canada have?
provinces,
Provinces. Oh no.
British Columbia, Alberta.
Make things too complicated. We can't handle this. We can't accept Canada. It makes things too complicated for us.
Well, remember, you can always subdivide the states, like was done with.
According to the dictionary, there's no difference between
Yes.
Commonwealth and state.
Well, who wrote that dictionary and what year did it come out?
Merriam and Webster.
But
Maybe
what
it
year?
was Webster and Merriam.
What
I
year?
think Abhishek is waiting to speak.
Okay.
Yes?
He put a message in the chat, but maybe he lost interest.
Let me read the message.
Yeah. There's no significant difference between Commonwealth and a state. Oh,
Go
maybe
ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
there's
I
significant
contend that there is a difference between the two,
Yeah.
and it's not just that these are synonyms. I think there are distinct differences. But
yeah.
we have to emphasize the differences, otherwise we lose them, and then you default to the other thing.
यहाँ रख दो
I want to say,
रख दो
go ahead, sir, Mr. Sukla,
Three,
you're recognized on the floor.
there's 3 syllables to Commonwealth, and there's only 1 syllable to state. That's one difference. Ah,
I would say Commonwealth has to do with what's shared, as where state is a lot more enabling, and because it's less defined, doesn't talk in terms of that which is, but that which is established or created. So a state is something that's like a human invention or a discovery. But no. A commonwealth, I think, is more solid in that it refers to a shared real good, such as land. I don't know if the state would do that so much, since state is more like a legal fiction. I'm sorry. I already recognized you for the floor. Shukla? Mr. Shukla, would you care to make your statements or pose your questions?
Mr. Shukla. Abhishek Shukla.
I think Abhishek has muted himself.
Why isn't Canada the United Provinces of Canada? Wait a minute.
I
Maybe
don't know.
it should be
Because we are a confederation.
maybe it should be the United Provinces of North America.
Yes. And we should have one king.
One king.
King Pius.
And I still haven't heard anyone find for themselves what the motto to the state of Virginia is.
It's Virginia, Virginia. Davy Crockett is our king.
Nope, that's not it.
Wasn't it Kentucky? Was he in Kentucky or
Tennessee died at the Alamo in Texas.
okay?
I think he served in Congress for a while too, prior to that. His famous last words were something along the lines of, "You can go to hell. I'm going to Texas," or something like that.
Oh, and there's the Show Me State. Which one is that?
Isn't that Missouri?
Yeah. I need to go see what they have to show.
Well, they did that because it was common for people to board the trains without their tickets, so you had to show your ticket on the train.
Sure. Maybe.
That's what they told me when we drove through there.
You know,
But
do
they
you know
could
the
have figured we're just dumb Canadians, so we can tell them anything, which might have been true.
well, the thing about the human brain is that it'll come up with an answer even if it doesn't know it.
Well, I don't know if a human brain will do that, but AI will do that.
Well, people are willing to leverage AI because it does that. And they think
Hello.
that's the path to get whatever they want. Yes,
Okay,
the floor is
Abhishek
recognized for
speaking.
Mr.
Hello,
Shukla.
Abhishek.
How are you, everyone?
We're good. Where are you?
I reached my room.
Wow. Look at that. Pretty pictures. Oh, there's. Oh. Wow. Lights. Oh. What do they say? What do the pictures say?
Okay, let me show you.
Wow. Never let your fear decide your future. Wow. So I should not fear about World War III.
That's right.
Work hard. Silence. Let your success in work hard. Silence. Let your success work hard in silence. Let your success be your noise.
Very good.
You have to
Fight through some
for
bad
the
days
right
to earn
to
the best days
party.
of your life.
You have to fight for your right to party.
Good things take time.
Good things
That's
take
why.
time.
That's why our Vinci game is taking time to be launched.
But we have all year to finish it.
Think positive.
Think positive.
Oh, so I want to discuss about AI. So how we can use AI to build something unique that will solve a problem. The problem is not so big, not so small, maybe any major problem.
Maybe
Like
we can use
like when
this
I discover a idea when I visit when I went to my village, then I saw a major problem for the farmers, that they don't know that they don't know what disease occurred to the plants. So maybe we can build something which scan the disease, and tell what pesticides required for, for the cure of the disease of the plants. And and maybe we can build something that will help to farmers to know the rate of the crops in the market.
Can it be used for my skin disease? Like I could scan my skin and it will show you, oh, you have this.
That's a different idea.
Oh,
Mm, but I think that's a very complicated task, because it required a big database for feeding the disease and their cure and their symptoms.
So
And I have another idea. Do you know that farmers did not have the right to fix the rate for the crops? They are dependent on government to fix the rate.
did you say they're dependent upon Gorman?
Just a
Government.
second, somebody.
Government. So the government is fixing the rate. They're not leaving it to market forces.
the rate? What is the rate? Hmm.
With regard to the second question, we have an economist here. His name is Thomas Sowell, and he has pointed out that it's a sort of folly to imagine that a few set of minds, when it comes to something like price fixing, would be more effective in determining the actual value of a given commodity versus all the minds, such as the consumers and the producers, together in negotiation,
Hello.
which
Come
is
back.
what the market is. So it sounds like your country there in India, if I heard correctly, is suffering from some government interference in the market.
Remy, the major problem for the farmer that they did not have the right to fix the rate of the crop.
Okay, so that's saying something else then. What you're then claiming is that the producer ought to be able to, well, a farmer isn't necessarily a producer. A farmer is someone who does a lot of work, but the crops, he can't make the crops grow or the rain to shine, although they can produce, they can do things like irrigate and they can do things like fertilize. But the growing the growing itself isn't a result of human effort, and that's something that's important to recognize. The you're trying to make the claim that a farmer ought to be able to set the price for their crops when is it never been the case where a farmer could not set the price or declare the price?
The price of the crops depend on the government, but my point of view is that the farmer have mm, that farmer have the right to fix the rate of the crop because they grow the crop, they do hard work,
Right?
and they spend their time, their labor, and their
Yes.
money. So
Right.
maybe they have the right to sell the crops on their own rate. But
Right. But so are you
government
saying
did not give the right to fix the rate. So my idea is related to solving this problem.
okay?
So my
Well,
idea is that maybe I will build a platform where farmers can sell their crops directly to the stores
right.
by
Yeah.
fixing their own rate.
Well, where do rights derive from? Do they derive from government authority, or do
Yeah,
they derive from popular agreement?
government authority.
Okay. Um, interesting. Okay. We have a situation here in North America, and it has to do with um, the derivation or the origin of rights. Um, it wasn't until Joel, I don't know if you're still listening in. Do you remember when your Charter of Rights and Privileges, is that what it's called?
I think it's called the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And I
Okay.
think it was 1967, but I could be
I
very
thought it
wrong.
was like 80 something.
Could be, could be. I really don't know.
Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And the trouble with deriving one's rights upon the government is that it 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 means that the government at the same time, because they derive from that authority, it would also enable the same authority to repeal them, and even arbitrarily, so that the rights are not rights in an actual nature, but turn out to be simply temporary privileges. Now, the whole history of human rights, or the concept of rights that humans may be entitled to, are something that goes back at least to the 11th century in Europe. And it was a process that was eked out over a course of centuries, um, argued for actually by lawyers and also um, monks and advocates. And I will say here the church as well, because their argument, and this is how the idea of rights, I think, are at least primarily understood, and at least within the United States, and probably also good swaths of Europe. Or, sorry if I attached too strong a word there when I use the word good, because that might have connotations that are not deserved. But nonetheless, um, I meant sizable territories of Europe. If their argument was that rights, inalienable, meaning you cannot take them away, the government cannot take them away, or that they are unalienable from people, um, the legal working theory there is that they're actually pre-existent to the government. In other words, I have the right to live Okay. And that was something that was recognized before a government was put into place. Now, I may establish a government along with the other people in my community in order to provide a police function that preserves that right to live. And I may establish a government to do other things like also keep an army to make sure that that right also again remains preserved. But in terms of uh, what rights are, there seems to be a common misunderstanding that they are derived from the government. Now, it could be that that is the case, but it's at least not within the legal tradition of the United States, because over here we see government as secondary from the source of our rights, because we think that our rights actually are born innate within us and cannot be separated from us by any act of man without doing some violation to both mankind and their creator. I mean, not that the creator could be hurt, but the people can when that's attempted.
How can governments guarantee universal human rights?
Well, I mean, let's say your highest concept of God would be something like, and I don't think this is a highest. I think it's a lesser form of. But let's say you were operating using Baruch Spinoza's God. He was a Spaniard um, living in the Netherlands as part of his Sephardic Jewish community there, if I understand correctly. And his position when it comes to the Creator was that if you wanted to understand God, you would study the universe. He was also by trade a lens crafter, so his position had a certain utility towards helping to sell his product, because his lenses were marveled at for their exquisite quality even years after he died by astronomers. He would make the things that enabled telescopes and microscopes for a living. And his art, his craft, his profession actually took his life early, because he died of a disease that probably was an effect of having inhaled all that glass dust. If your position is, or your view of the Creator is that of Spinoza's God, then I think you're going to wind up with an outcome that will be similar to Spinoza's length of life. If your position is, I don't know, such as Abraham's God, then you're going to end up with an outcome which would be similar to Abraham's life. Abraham made a lot of mistakes throughout his lifetime, but God redeemed, I think, each one of those circumstances that he helped create, Abraham I'm talking about, and at the same time enabled him to die at an old age with a happy vision of the future, which I would hope that everyone would be able to enjoy. You had two deities or avatars in the middle of your wall of posters. Could you describe them for us, please, Abhishek? And also, there's Ganesh, if I understand correctly, or maybe this is a different.
Yeah, correct.
Who is it?
Lord Ganesha.
Ganesha?
Yeah, Ganesh.
Okay, Ganesh. And what can you tell us about the Lord Ganesh?
Lord Ganesh is the child of Lord Shiva. Lord
That's
Ganesh is one of the most believed and recognizable figure in the Hindu pantheon, known as known as the Vignaharta, remover of obstacles. He is traditionally worshipped first before starting any new venture, wedding, or prayer. Uh, the elephant head represent immense wisdom, intellect, and the ability to think big. Large ears symbolize the importance of being a good listener, hearing the needs of devotees, and absorbing the knowledge. Broken tusk. If you see the figure clearly, then you saw that the tusk, broken tusk, according to legend, he broke it off to use a pen to write the Mahabharata. It represents the sacrifice and the idea that knowledge is more important than physical perfection. Large belly symbolize the ability to peacefully digest all the good and bad experience in life. The mouse is Vahan or vehicle. A tiny mouse carrying a large deity represents the mastery over desire and ego.
wonderful.
He is famously fond of Modak. It's rare to see an image of him without a bowl of the nearby.
What,
Ganesha is essentially the universal IT support of the spiritual world. He is the first one you call when the system of life gets jammed or an obstacle pops in your path. And if you want to know more about Lord Ganesha, you can contact to Jairo Moreno, a famous person in Florida.
Yeah. Well, I will contact him.
I am going to have to leave shortly because the humanist meeting is starting at 11 o'clock. But
Where are you, Zoe?
I'm going to the humanist meeting on Zoom here in Toronto.
Where are you now? In
I'm in
Toronto?
Toronto. I'm in Toronto.
Wow.
But Abhishek, I wanted to be sure that I answered your questions and that you understood my answer about a 3-player game.
Yeah. No, I understand the 4 players, not 3 players. I have doubt in 3 players.
So,
Can you explain it again?
of course. So
According to my point of view, I think if number of player is 3, then the first player will get 6 spot, second player will get 6 spot, and third player will get 5 spot.
that's correct. You have a correct understanding there. Now, your question,
Yeah.
though, was about the equalization stage.
So according to my point, the last player who has 5 spot will remove 1 spot from both of them.
No. So that's where there's a bit of a misunderstanding. So the last player who only has 5 pieces will remove 1 piece from one of the other 2 players. His choice. Okay? Then that player that has had 1 piece removed removes 1 piece from the other player that still has 6 pieces left. Is that clear?
Why? It's not
Well,
fair.
it's to why is it not fair?
Maybe the person that had only 5, he should get to do both?
Well, I suppose that's an alternative way of playing because if everybody agrees that's the way they want to apply the rule, then that's it. But the idea is to disperse the power among all the players so that no single
That
player.
sounds communist to me.
It does. It's socialist, communist, egalitarian, Antifa. It sounds like all kinds of things, but
It's also consequentialist. That's
yes,
probably the closest ist that you could attach to it.
it's a consequentialist, communist, antifanist smorgasbord of ideas. But the bottom line is each player removes one, and the last player to have his piece removed removes from the player that has an excess.
Oh, wow.
So is that clear, Abhishek? Did that clarify the confusion?
So, if Joel has 6 and Rami has 6 and Abhishek has 5, then Abhishek gets to remove from either Joel or Rami. So
Correct.
let's say he removes from Rami. Then Rami gets to remove from Joel.
Yes. And of
But
course,
then-
both Joel and Rami get the ring of protection. So they can
wow.
pick one piece that neither Abhishek nor the other opponent can remove.
Wow. It's
And
so
then it gets more
complicated.
interesting in a way with 4 players,
Oh no.
because with 4 players, the first player will have 5 pieces, and all the others will only have 4 pieces. So it's incumbent upon the 3 players to come to some agreement about which one will be removed. And if they're unable to come to agreement or decide by majority,
Times 4 is 16. Oh, that's why you have 17. So one
exactly,
ball has 5. So maybe they could do scissors, rock, paper.
yes, they could do anything other than, but primarily it's to interact with each other and see if they can come to consensus.
Oh wow, that could be exciting.
Exactly. And it forces people to interact with each other. And it's especially when you're dealing with younger people who are still approaching sexual maturity
Oh
and have
no,
great desire, you could build some sexual consequences.
wow, you
But
could
I
find
will
your
leave,
mate in a
I will
good.
leave that for a completely different discussion. And I will wish everyone a great week.
And
And
we wish you a great week, and may all Toronto be happy.
thank you. Have a good week, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Joel.
What have we learned today? Let's see. We learned about. Oh man, I forgot it already. Something about primo primogeniture. Primogeniture, is that the word?
Yes, and that's just of the eldest inheriting the rights of state. That's all that means. By the way, that is the basis of the primary split within Islam. The not the inheritance, but the idea that the eldest should have the final say, because that's essentially the definition of Sunni Islam.
Wow. And
Because
also
the
with
elders
Islam.
versus the the ones who wanted to do it according to inheritance, which was the ones following Ali, who
What
became
about
the
with Abraham and Abraham and his son Isaac and his son Ishmael?
That's right. Which came out first?
I think it was Isaac.
Nope, it wasn't. Ishmael would not have existed if Isaac had been born by Sarah first. Remember,
Oh wow!
Sarah and Abram. One came up with the other idea, with the
Oh,
idea, and the other decided to go along with it, and
oh,
they decided to have a child by Sarah's hand service, Hagar.
wow! Then what happened?
Well, then later, Sarah
Eventually,
had a child conceived. Who knows? Maybe for old Abraham, getting practice with Hagar enabled him to have uh, the rocks and the capacity necessary to then finally have one with his own wife. Who, if you want to even get into the nitty gritty of the story further, Abraham and Sarah, his wife, each shared one parent. Consider that.
Abraham and Sarah,
Yes.
they're brother and sister.
Half. Yes,
Half.
that's right.
Not stepsister or brother, but half. Is
That's
there a
right.
difference?
Yes,
They may have had the same father, but different mothers.
that's right.
Oh no,
Hmm.
what's that like? Does that break any state rules or Commonwealth rules?
I don't know. I haven't read them, and
Wow.
there's 50 of them.
Oh.
But remember, that's a story that predates the United States of America by at least 16 times the age of our own nation.
Then who decided to kick out who?
Well,
The
they
house.
stayed in camp long enough for,
I guess Sarah kicked out Hagar and her son.
yep. And Hagar, while wandering through the wilderness with her son, fearful that he would die of thirst, prayed to God, and God provided a spring. So Hagar gave a name to God, saying, and then the word meant in its translation, the God who saw me. So even the rejected, the turned out, um, uh, uh, servant is seen by by the Almighty.
The God who saw me.
Yeah,
How's that pronounced?
I don't know. That's a good question. We'd have to turn to Safar or one of the other online Hebrew dictionaries to find out. Or maybe find a synagogue that might pronounce it.
Wow. Mr. Shukla.
Hello, Remy wants to know more about Lord Ganesha. Can you explain?
Oh, wasn't he? Wasn't he a child that his father got jealous of his wife. No, he mistaken taken the child for something else, and he sliced his head off, and the wife of hmm, who's the father, the mother,
Lord Shiva.
Lord Shiva,
Oh, you forget the story.
angry,
I'm going to explain the story.
and
And
he
the story is something
cut
like that.
his head
That
off.
Lord Ganesha, the mother of Lord Ganesha, said to Ganesha that uh, she is going to take a bath. So uh, do stand on the gate and don't give permission to anybody to enter in the room in the room. Then 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 Ganesha said okay. He did not know his father is Lord Shiva. So Lord Shiva is came and say, I want to meet to your mother. I want to go inside. Then Lord Ganesha said, no, I can't give you permission to go inside. Then
Oh no,
Lord Shiva is very angry on Lord Ganesha.
oh no.
He is very angry, and then he cut his head by his Trisul. A tool of Lord Shiva is called
Wait.
Trisul.
A what? Sisul?
Trisul, Trishol.
Trisul
I want to share screen.
is a special tool, a weapon. Is it made out of steel or iron or copper? Hmm. Maybe it was laser, because he got a real good cut. So it's laser, and then they did laser surgery and put on an elephant's head.
Oh, I'm going to ask to Perplexity that the story of Lord Ganesha head cut slice. Lord Ganesha is a story from Hindu mythology. Goddess Parvati. Parvati is the name of the mother of Lord Ganesha. Goddess Parvati, feeling lonely while Lord Shiva was away, molded a boy. Oh, do you know Lord Ganesha is molded by Parvati from turmeric paste or sandalwood and breathed life into him?
What? How?
She did not born a baby. She she molded a boy by a turmeric paste into his body, uh, a sandalwood, turmeric paste or sandalwood, and breathed life into him.
Wow.
Lord Shiva and Lord Parvati have a power to breathe life to anything. So he make a boy by molding using turmeric paste and breathe life into him, naming him Ganesha. He tasked him with a guarding her chamber door while she bathed. Shiva returned unexpectedly and demanded entry, but Ganesha, loyal to his mother, refused to let the stranger in even after a fight.
So
Enraged, Shiva drew his trident
maybe,
and severed the boy's head in fury.
maybe he's not
Trident,
Siva's son.
trident is Trisul.
Maybe he's not
What?
Siva's son.
Yeah.
How? It's turmeric and sandalwood, but not Siva's seed.
Right. It's the difference between created and begotten. It's very foreign. I'm not going to say it's foreign because in the Abrahamic faiths, man is created from clay, the first man. However, we also have this concept of begotten, meaning, and this was really what the Council of Nicaea was about back in 325,
Ah,
because there were the Arians, and then what became that thing that Christianity provided as a unique concept of divinity, with this God-man character of the Son, which is begotten, meaning of the same essence um, of the Father entity. If so why is that important? Um, the big story or the good news of Jesus Christ is that he's put to death by man, um, and then his Father brings him back to life. And so it's said that that through his Son the world might be saved, because Jesus is the conqueror of death, made possible only through the Son's obedience to the Father, and then the Father's power and grace, and ultimately his design to redeem mankind. And then, well, why do you have to redeem mankind? Well, it's because mankind falls short of the glory of God, and because mankind falls short of the glory of God, he doesn't have a chance to live in community with God, because God is so far beyond the fallen nature of us that if we came into contact, all we would do were we to get into heaven, would be to sow chaos within it, and then it wouldn't be heaven anymore.
Going to eat dinner.
Now, one of the other things that they did at that Council of Nicaea back in 325, and I think this goes back to something else also found in the Gospels, is the idea that the gates of hell will not stand against, and then it describes what it's not going to stand against, meaning the grace, the power, and the mercy of the Almighty is so strong that even hell itself would not be defensible in the power of this message. That is that system of belief.
begotten, begot.
Yeah, yeah,
Get by being.
yeah. We're all made in the image of God, but we are not the essential nature of God.
Let me
That's the
say
key
cloning.
difference.
Maybe begotten means it got cloned.
Um, that would be a way to put it into a scientific frame.
So
Like,
Jesus is the clone
given
of God.
in that same system, God is being, is the so when Moses comes across the burning bush, the bush is not consumed, and Jesus asks, or no, Moses asks, who shall I send has sent me, and the answer is, the I am who I am, meaning being itself. So it says that that this God is not a particular instance. Like, you need a particular instance first of all to be able to clone, right? But that's not what the God of the Bible is saying. The God of the Bible is saying that I am being itself. Okay, so Jesus being begotten is from being itself. We're from our parents, and our parents are um, are creatures that fall short of the glory of being itself. Does this make sense? When I say being, I think Plato probably perhaps played a role in part of this development, because in Plato's cosmology, there is the abstract perfect, like a perfect sphere. We can make ball bearings that are pretty darn close, and pinballs that are pretty, that's all pinballs are large ball bearings that are pretty darn close, but we can never achieve absolute perfection. And that is what the concept of God is absolute perfection. One atom off and you've fallen short of absolute perfection. But there is such a concept as the Platonic sphere, the absolute perfection. And that's who Christians are saying that Jesus is. Born of a woman, fully a man, but having been begotten from absolute being, absolutely perfect. And it was that offered and given, was it John 3:16, for God so loved the world, which is saying mankind or humankind, and also the environment that humankind is dependent upon in the physical respect. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, meaning the Son to teach, and the Son to live, and the Son to heal, and the Son to die for the world, so that what is it? Others. I'm good at remembering beginnings and middles, but not necessarily ends. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to rely on the internet to provide to fill in the missing parts of my memory. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. So it becomes a conversion. We're not mere physical beings, but we are souls within physical being. But it defines us because we're now defined as souls, which are preservable. And that idea of the soul, again, that was a common idea within Plato's world, because folks thought that you still went someplace after you died. So it wasn't even, I wouldn't claim that it was a unique thought to Christianity, and probably not to Judaism or to the Greek, the Hellenistic concept. Even the idea of Helen, I learned recently at Plato's Cave, may not have been an actual person, but an ideal. So is this a story, or is it a reflection of what is the absolute, actual truth? I'm going to be agnostic in my response to a question like that, and say that I don't know, but I'm satisfied finding out on the other side of mortality. But I do recognize that those who live in accordance with that story tend to have meaningful lives, and as an added benefit, the world tends to get along better with the story in operation, as opposed to when that story is not present. That's enough.
What if one maintains that story and one is an island and one encounters no one else but oneself with that story? What would one do?
So you're saying that if a person was on an island removed from all other persons?
Or figuratively, an island where Everything around this ocean, like one is in an ocean of Hindus.
Okay, fourth island.
Gone to that.
There would be something in common between that person and the Hindus, for instance, who may believe that the soul, again, uh, the energy or life force, uh, would just be reborn in the Hindu cosmology into another body. That's not that far away from the idea of because it's saying in both contexts, whether it's Christological or Hindu, in both contexts, the soul or the person is not the body, but is the essential being. In other words, they both have divine destinies, right? They both are endowed with a component uh, that persists past the passing of the physical body, um, and that's at least half of a commonality. Now, in the Hindu system, you go into another body here upon the earth, or I don't know if there are sects of Hindu belief that give rise to the belief that there are other planets even. The Mormons have that concept. In their cosmology, there are multiple planets, and it's possible that they could be one could be born to be a king upon another planet somewhere out there in the cosmos. Um, if you do really well in this lifetime, for instance. But and there is, I'm going to add to the commonality again in the Hindu belief, as well as you do here, as much as you grow here, that carries over into the next life, so that your soul becomes into a higher form of life, and that too is a contingency, right? Because it's based upon your what it is that you do, what you actually do while you're within the life. Now, in Christology, there's a wide range of beliefs because because at the baseline, it comes down to belief. When Jesus is crucified and is on his way to die, there are the two thieves that he is hung up along with, and the one to the one side curses him, and the one on the other side asks to be remembered by him. And he turns to that one who recognized the specialness of the begotten Son, or the only begotten Son, and for that he says that he's going to be joining him in heaven that day. So, and then later, after he's resurrected, and then when he ascends to heaven, or before he ascends to heaven, he says that where I go, you cannot follow. And he also says, I go and prepare a room for you, meaning in that ideal or heaven. Because when you're talking about heaven and earth, which is mentioned in the very first line of the Bible, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, you're talking about the ideal and the everyday actual. So we're in this everyday actual. And it's a very human effort to try to make the earth into what they considered the ideal to be. In fact, a lot of the conflict between Israel and Palestine is essentially a conflict of that conflict, because not everyone has the same concept of what the ideal is. And the mistake or the risk, the problem, we're trying to make a heaven on earth, is because your vision actually your capacity. I mean, you may be able to satisfy yourself in making your own little personal heaven or as close to it as you can achieve. And I think at our base we're made to be stewards and to co-create. That's part of our being made in the image of God. Um, we're made for good works, prepared in advance. I have no doubt of that. But the trouble with trying to simply convert Earth into what you perceive to be as the ideal is that man is attempting to operate like a child would attempt to operate within a parent's role. It'd be like a toddler trying to put on a police uniform or a bus driver's uniform or let's say to occupy the seat of the presidency and trying to do all these different things, be responsible for all this different stuff. That toddler simply doesn't have the capacity to be able to know how to do everything correctly. And as a result of that, they're going to make mistakes, and in the process, they're going to wind up hurting people. And that's sort of what you're seeing take place now, or what we've been seeing for the last however many months, like the creation of a state. Now, the idea of the state itself, what is the state? It's a place of privileges. And that's another human thing. It's like, well, maybe not everyone can have the ideal, but at least me and my own can have the ideal, and I'm not going to worry about the other people. Well, you carry that over the course of 1, 2, 3, 4 generations, and suddenly that grandson or great grandson is carrying out acts of genocide against those other people. Why? Because they're not physically related to the people who had the concept of going with the, maybe me and mine can have it concept. That's a very limited worldview, and it shows in a very real way the phrase that Nietzsche stated, human, all too human. It's kind of like the opposite of being itself. It's just particular being. The Palestinians have been at a disadvantage because they haven't, for the majority of the existence of the people since the creation of the state of Israel, haven't wanted a state, because I think inherently, having lived under the Ottomans for 9 centuries, 10 centuries, they knew that states are essentially systems whereupon human nature plays itself out over time. And what are they? They are their privileged setting and maintaining machines. And where you have one set that has these benefits and another set who provides the benefits but does not themselves enjoy the benefits. And who wants to be a supporter of that? I think increasingly, hopefully, no longer the United States of America, but again, we'll see.
Where are you, Remy?
Yes? I'm sorry?
You are in. Where are you?
Oh, I'm at the intersection. I'm at a hotel at the intersection of Alafaya Trail and Research Parkway, just south of the University of Central Florida.
The place where Harrow meet to you?
This is up the road, a little bit closer to the university from the last place. So about 4 or 5 blocks closer to the university.
Maybe I could meet you there for another adventure at Econolat.
Yes, I look forward to it. We'll
Maybe
be
next
closer to the
Saturday.
coast. Say again?
Maybe next Saturday.
Or next Saturday at another place. Maybe he'll be
Yeah,
at a
hopefully.
different place.
Hey, there are 54 miles of that river. I don't think we're going to run out of banks.
Or you'll be at another hotel. Or maybe at a pad. Your own place.
Yeah, we're gonna. My brother and I plan on moving her into a townhome
Wow.
at the intersection of Mindel and Aristotle.
Wow, Aristotle.
Aristotle, yeah, yeah, the young guy, the guy who trained Alexander the Great.
Wow.
The guy who founded the Peripatetic School, the Walking School of Philosophy. So we're gonna. You want to come by when you're done? Whenever you're done, you can just give me a call, or if you walk into the lobby of the La Quinta, I think that's how you pronounce it in Spanish. I've been anglicizing it, calling it La Quinta, but La Quinta Inn and Suites at the intersection where it says there's a sign Central Florida Research Park off of Elafea.
Mm.
Here, this is their logo.
Mm. La Quinta.
La Quinta.
The fifth.
Is it fish?
Could it mean the fifth element?
Oh, the fifth. I don't know, but the place has 6 floors. If you come by and ask at the lobby if you don't call, or you can call. Here, I'll walk outside though.
Is it in California?
No, this is Florida, Central Florida.
Yes, I can go visit him.
Here. I don't know if you can see that sign from here using the laptop camera. It says Central Florida Research Park.
Wow. Maybe we could do a startup there and get funds.
Across the street, we can get it cheaper, and then even further away, we can get it cheaper.
This one?
The location is less important than the work.
But it's in Orlando.
This one?
Yeah, East Orlando.
They have many.
Yeah, we've got a lot of industrial parks around here. You're right. And this is what it looks like from the outside.
That's in another city in Florida. That's Doug. Maybe it comes with the room.
Were you speaking of another city just a moment ago? I'm sorry.
Abhishek is showing a La Quinta in Naples, Florida.
Oh, Naples is beautiful. Oh my goodness, it's so nice out there. That's southwest coast of Florida. No, that's about 4 hours.
Where are you?
4.5 hours northeast of Naples.
He's in
On the
Central
southwest
Florida.
coast. We're in the middle of the peninsula, on the eastern half of the peninsula, and in the middle of the peninsula.
Is that La Quinta still in where you're at in Orlando, or is it in another city?
No, it's here in Orlando, but it's East Orlando. You know, it's just south of UCF. So if you take 444 down and then just hang a left at Research Parkway, it's the hotel or the inn in Suites is
This one?
Yeah, that's the one. The one in the right for. No, not that one. That one's by the airport. Okay, do you see the picture in the middle? No, that's by International Drive. That's on the southwest side. That's not that one. It's UCF, Orlando UCF for 784. That's the one. That's where I'm at.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've swum in that pool. It's pretty nice. Good exercise. I can't use this one because
Wow, they have coffee. Wow, they have a swimming pool.
oh yeah,
They have a
yeah,
restaurant.
Tahiti. Yeah, for breakfast. Yeah.
Wow, they have
I'm gonna
bath.
miss this place when I move out.
They have nice, clean bathrooms, and they clean up after you.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. I mean, there's a lot of
How
things
much it
going to the place,
how
but
much it cost weekly?
it's variable. But the price is set by market forces. If you purchase a range like 5 or 6 days, every day has a different rate according to an algorithm.
Oh no.
Yeah,
How much you pay per day?
well, it depends. It depends on when you make your reservation and for what days that you set. Literally, it's all derived through algorithm. Every day is a different price.
Last day how much you pay?
I don't know. My brother's paying, thankfully, at the last time since he's working right now, and I'm simply watching over our mother.
Oh no.
But, but do you have any idea?
Um, I can tell you in U.S. dollars, but I wouldn't be able to tell you in Indian rupee. U.S. dollars,
Oh,
maybe
I
as
saw
low
in
as
map in Indian
130
rupees it is around
to
$100.
165.
Yes, he was showing. He was showing. He was showing the website, and it was showing Indian rupees.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You'd have to try to
Wow.
set a
Maybe is 11,000 about $100?
No, maybe 120,
$123.
130.
Okay.
Oh no, too much.
Yeah, and there's a rental office here, Avis Budget. I rented a car for 2 days, which I returned yesterday. That was good.
Wow.
I know
About
in my
$50
village
a day plus
eh,
some
we
down.
organize a puja for Holi for you and your sister.
Wow. A puja for Holi.
Yeah.
Wow, there I am. I look blurry. Naya, what are you doing?
Is Maya patiently waiting for a walk?
Naya.
Naya. In or im? Naya.
N as in
In.
Nancy.
Thank you, Naya. Okay. For the longest time, I was wrong with the letter.
No, Naya. Naya has arthritis somewhere along here.
Oh yeah, that happens.
And so sometimes she gets aches.
Oh, poor girl.
Sometimes she goes, ow.
I'm suffering from fever.
Oh. I'm suffering from the suffering of all the world. Why is there so much suffering?
Why you are in Florida, not in India?
Why? Why? Maybe if I cut my head off and put an elephant head, I will be wiser.
You will think big.
I will wake up and think big. I will think clearly about elephant things. Maybe I will want to eat elephant food. But no, I have a human stomach, so maybe I will like human food. I don't know. I will find out. Hmm. Hmm.
Oh, look.
Hmm. He's got elephant food. Maybe that's elephant food. Maybe that's for Holly.
Yeah,
What is that called? Samosa? No.
no, Gujia.
Juji.
Gujia.
Gujia. Hmm. Why?
I have a quote for us.
Why? Why is there? Why do we have wars? Haven't we learned our lessons?
Not everyone.
Right? Like
For decreasing the value of the currency. For wasting the money. For destroying the money.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, Frank Herbert said that if you can destroy a thing, you own it. Or you can. Let me find the exact quote.
Remy and Hiro. Today I saw the post that in next 2 years, too much effect in market because middle class family get affected by AI. They lost their jobs. Most of the middle class family lost their jobs due to AI. So they will not purchase too many things in market because they are not earning so much. So it will cause effect in market and the GDP.
no. Then maybe they will trade by barter. They will show I have this corn, this maize. I will give you my maize for your mango. Okay. So you
and
give me
and the sell the and the job will decrease maybe if in the day maybe today if 100 people work in the next 2 years only 10 people will do jobs
oh, no.
and 90 people lost their job due to AI and and for doing if you do any task in $100 today so in next 2 years only you will do the same task in only $20.
Oh, you, you
So the salary also will get decreased.
oh, oh. So we have to come up with an idea for new jobs that will require um,
To
physical.
think about job, try to think about startup and business and entrepreneurship.
Right. Remember,
Oh,
a job cannot be the end.
Job means join other business.
Well, originally it meant a set piece of work to perform. You would be hired to do a job, but it was referred to as something that was menial. Um,
new, easy to do, repetitive.
right. Now,
Maybe they will have menial AI jobs.
Well, the whole point of the artificial intelligence is to combine them with robotics so as to make all menial tasks machine based, thus to free us to do other things.
Oh, you'll be free. You'll have you'll have more time for leisure, more
Right.
time for wake up and think clearly. Zoom
Yeah.
meetings every day
Sure.
from
Potentially.
7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Well,
Hello,
oh, go
what do
on.
you think? Money is same as like energy. Like energy is neither be created nor be destroyed. So same
Then,
concept for money.
then we could give everyone the same salary every week, and that will solve everything. We don't have to go to work.
Well, right.
Same
You're
amount.
talking about the end product set of goods and services. If that is very much Elon Musk's vision of the world that he's been promoting. That there'll be so much excess labor that all goods and services will be abundant and common.
Abundant and free.
No, common. There's a difference. The question is, how many people will be around to enjoy it?
And then you can order something on Amazon and it's delivered in 5 minutes.
Well, I don't know about the amount of time it takes to produce, but um,
3D printer.
it's a little bit it's a little bit more involved than just delivered because think about production.
It could be produced on a 3D printer.
Certain sort of things, other kind of things are going to require more than one material to source it out of. Think of your automobile. There's at
Maybe,
least 17 different plastics in automobiles.
maybe the 3D printer will have as input all all 104 elements of the periodic table, or however many there are, and it will
Right,
be fed through a pipe. It
right.
comes from the community source, and then it gets all assembled in the printer because it knows how to convert mercury into gold if the product needs gold.
Well, there are more efficient ways to form raw forms of elements into more fine forms of elements without having to turn to the
Alchemist.
power of the inside of a nuclear reactor. Alchemy, which is what you're describing, happens naturally in terms of certain elements break down into other elements. Um,
It will do
but,
it
but, but only
efficiently.
in very small amounts and with heat being the primary byproduct, or in the case of a nuclear reactor, such as a fission core,
Will scan the object at the factory,
with the heat.
and then when someone orders it, it'll get printed at their 3D printer.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot more distributed manufacturing, and that is the goal that we ought to be figuring out how to um, become part owners of if we're going to be successful in life. But I shared a link in the chat area for Abshek. At its root, though, not in terms of perhaps becoming a joint stockholder in the new infrastructure of the next form of our human economy, or forget the word human, but just economy. Um, at the root of all of that, at the base of it, I say, and I'm not alone here, that the Earth, which I consider to be a property of the Creator, I advocate the um, for the physical, raw, untouched by labor planet ought to be distributed in terms of issuance to all mankind in equal shares. I think that's the absolute end of how far you can take the philosophy. It's GeoWest. Actually, the guy who wrote this book, I think he advocated for that in pure Geoism. So, and you attach it as an inalienable right to our set of collective universal rights.
Oh no.
So let's say that the existing power structures end up destroying themselves, destroying the world, destroying vast swaths of humanity as a byproduct of that process. Or maybe they don't destroy themselves, they just destroy parts of the world and vast swaths of humanity in the process, and then go on themselves to be mostly dead, maybe with one or two still surviving, but only as a copy of themselves, maintained through some sort of emergent reflection or echo of who they were, but within an encapsulated AI simulation or some sort of neural network that replicates who that person was, but then operating also as an interface to what is ultimately some sort of neural network-based system that commands us all. That's another possibility. I am arguing for whatever the outcome of whatever the future brings. I think the most equitable, most just baseline to whatever order can be established, or maybe the existing orders that we have in our various countries can be transitioned to an ideal. And I say, take everything I'm saying with a pinch of salt here, because I myself am fall short of the glory of God and can be advocating for something that's ultimately wrong. But nonetheless, until someone tells me what I'm advocating for is wrong, and this is a reason for, I'm going to continue advocating it with confidence. That we should see that the right of life also comes with the right of the components necessary in order to sustain that life. Some piece of land and some of the raw, unimproved elements of the earth, as something that simply comes as a right, untaxed. And if you're going to have a government, which I think is still necessary until all of mankind figures out how not to harm each other, then place the weight of the cost of that government upon any exceeding of what is the amount of the number of natural resources any individual human being utilizes that goes past their share of the total of the human resources divided by the population of the number of humans upon the earth.
What's the algorithm again? Or the equation? Or the formula?
The tax-free life is, if you're using less than your equal share of the resources of the life, no taxation. And the moment you exceed using any more of the resources than is your equal share of the planet divided by the number of humans, that's the definition of your share of any given resource or element that comes there.
Planet divided by the number of humans?
That's right.
The planet, like the resources? Or
That's
like
all of them.
the potential for generating some energy or products?
Well, you should from conception be entitled to your equal share to the total sum of the natural resources within your taxing authority. And anytime you go past your even share, then you have to pay your share of the cost of government in proportion to uh, um, the total set of any. Okay, so how to describe how to work the taxation out? If you're a government and you're setting a budget for the year, which is your spending plan, you lay it all out and then you come up with your total cost. You take the total cost and you divide that amongst your population. What I'm saying is no one becomes subject to taxation until they've gone past their share of the total resources within the territory managed by that government. Now, if you're applying it on the local level, let's say within your county or within your province or within your municipality or within your state, then you're going to have richer and poorer regions based upon the values found within that governed territory. If you're doing it on a global level, then potentially you only have to deal with whatever the cost of the global government would be. However, I also pair this with subsidiarity, meaning that most decisions should be decided at the most local competent level. So in the system, you would still continue to have municipal government and county government and state government or provincial government, whatever the case may be. And some Louisiana calls them parishes. They're not counties there. They have a different set of law too.
Wow.
But then you may have also, if the technocrats win, then the world may become subdivided into 5 economic regions. Or if we wind up with a global government, then you may have an additional layer of government. And every time, the problem with all these different layers of government is that they each take resources to operate. So the more government, the more you wind up working for the government, either directly or indirectly, which is risky.
What
You
if
there could be certain individuals or groups who work to infiltrate, take over, and control any system. And once that occurs, then you become a subject to that set.
what if, let's say, your county government determines that the fiscal budget is 100,000
Okay.
and you have 1,000 people in the county.
Yes.
So you divide 100,000 by 1,000 and you get 100.
Yes.
But if one of you guys uses up more than 100, then you get taxed. Is
Well,
that the way it works?
Well, what I'm actually proposing is something in the absolute, I don't think it's achievable. So I'm glad you bring this idea up because you're saying that everyone would have to pay an equal share of the government. I am doing 2 things actually. I'm saying everyone gets a natural share
Yes, everybody gets
the value of the.
the 100 free or
That's
knocked
right.
off. But
Well, yeah,
if you use up more than 100, like $120, then you get taxed $20.
that's right. Yes, yes, right.
Maybe something like that.
Oh, you know what? So I also refer to the amount. Like, I'm not saying that you should have necessarily uh, the hundredth um, in terms of physicality, but you're getting 100 in terms of value. So the work involved, because this is very much comes from Jefferson, who thought that in every county there should be wards, and then the duties of government itself should be done on primarily a voluntary basis, so that every member of the society or of the community owns some portion of the responsibility of governing. Um, Now, that runs a little bit counter to something that we've been doing for a very long time, which is specialization. It could be that certain people are willing to dedicate their lives to being, let's say, law officers, and certain people are ready to dedicate a season or their lives to being judges. And um, when when you have people who are specialized, who spend their life because they're dedicated to their profession, then they actually provide a value to the community that would not be achieved without them dedicating themselves to that end. I've met some very competent uh, uh, sheriff's deputies. I've met some very competent judges, and I know that they're that way because they've gone to school and they've done it for years. Um, their salaries represent a good chunk of the cost of government. But if you've ever needed the services of either, uh, one becomes quite happy to foot the bill at the end of the month or at the end of the year. Um, to pay for those services, even if you never have to use them again, because you know that their being there ensures the order of the community within your particular territorial designation that you're living in. It could be a
What
pre.
if we have, yeah, a budget for 100,000 to cover the.
Yeah, and I also want you to note there's something else that can come out of this too. The what if, there's something really interesting about the nature of what a government can do. Um, a government has the power to coin. Now, uh, when there are gold rushes and money was based upon hard metals, the way that money would be uh, increased was because the gold was discovered or the silver was discovered and then minted into those coins, and would work their way into the economies. But there's during the Revolutionary War that we had continental notes, which the English sought to make worthless by creating counterfeits of. During
Uh,
Civil War, Lincoln came up with greenbacks, which were a form of continentals. These were printed and then spent, or people were paid in them. War suppliers and soldiers were issued greenbacks, and also some of them were issued as a reward actual land, titles and deeds, plots of land as payment for their service in the Civil War. And then we had a series of banks that were creating, because the power banks tend to also have this power of being able to lend money into existence, which is the incentive for bankers to establish banks in the first place, is their ability to generate loans past the actual reserve of hard money that one would have. Or it's generally more termed assets because it doesn't have to necessarily be hard. And that system lasted all the way until the end of the 1920s and into the early 30s when the first national banks systems shut down. But you actually had local currencies for several decades into the 20th century, where the banks were creating a local currency of each city that bank was established in. And so when you say a municipality, what if there was a budget of 100,000? That government has the power to literally generate the 100,000 and spend it into the economy of that taxable region.
What if the 100,000 divided by 1,000? So that means on the average, it'd be allocating 100 per person. But
Yes.
what if some persons are of a lighter size and some are heavier size? So maybe how would that work? The lighter person maybe would only get 50. Maybe they're a child.
Uh-huh.
And another person might be real heavy, so they get allotted 150.
I see what you're saying, right? Because different people require different amounts of inputs in order to maintain their steady state. Um, that's a really good question. Let me think about that for a moment, because I've only thought in terms of, because I knew it would have to be something that would be persistent, but I only thought in terms of whatever the average weight of all human people is, or of what all people are in composite. Um, the English actually have a system that does not make very many obese people who exist on welfare alone. And that's one of the differences between the United Kingdom and the United States, because there are people in the United States who wind up quite obese, living only on welfare. Um, I don't know. I think we'd have to reference some other people. But one of the things that I drew this actually from you, Jairo, in our when you founded the Conservation Party of America back in 2012 or so.
Wow.
Yeah, the message board is since lost, but in it, I think in your thread that you started, I suggested that we should have public purses. So I would say that 100 would go into your public purse. Now, how much of that needs to be utilized for personal needs? Would it be 90% of it, 80% of it, half of it, 10% of it? I don't know. Versus how much of it would have to go towards public ends. And it's possible that what you could do by removing the public purse from a Congress and attaching it to every person instead, so that in essence, all functions of government become funded through way of every local community's um, designation of how to spend their public purse towards towards the end of determining what is and is not funded by their government. I really like the idea of doing that, um, because I think we're going to wind up. I'm willing to bet, but not everyone has to go along with my willingness to bet this. I'm willing to bet that if you move the power of the purse to the people directly, then you would end up with better outcomes merely because there would be more brains applied to the question. Under our current system, when you leave the power of the purse with this vested set of 535 members of the two houses of Congress, voting members of the two houses of Congress, there's actually 538 there, 3 non-voting members. Then you get situations where they have special knowledge before everyone else. And that special knowledge winds up becoming leverage for those Congress critters to make themselves rich via. So then the government becomes just a system of privilege again. 407-990-0278. There's a website called the Center for Stateless Society, c4ss.org, and it's full of various writers who explore the question, how do you have a society without a state? And if you go back to Thomas Paine, the author of Common Sense, came out in January and second edition in February of 1776, he did a very good job in his work, in his pamphlet's opening, stating that the purpose of government is to restrain vices, and the purpose of society is to fulfill wants. So it could be that 100 that's created, if everyone in the taxable in the zone that's governed, in the territory that's governed, if everyone there understands that purse is there first and foremost to restrain vices in order to preserve rights, then I think you're going to wind up with some very efficient uses of the money created for the people, because it incentivizes every citizen within that territory to make sure every other citizen has. Let me put it another way. It incentivizes people not to increase the cost of government, because if at the end of the year you've designated 100,000 to run the government, but it took less of the 100,000 to operate the government, then what you can do is take the unspent portion of that fund and reward it equally back to the entire set of people. And that could be the mechanism for enabling the people to want to continue to have a good government that doesn't cost that much, but that fulfills all the duties thereof. Does that make sense? In other words, it sort of solves the appropriate size of government question by way of giving everyone an incentive to live a virtuous life within a given territory. Because if everyone's able to do that, at the end of the year, the part not spent to ensure that could be converted into personal property, or personal, the currency that can be used to be spent by individuals, in other words. Now, if that's the case, then you have to ask the question, would that run the risk of overinflating the supply of the currency? Because under this system, we're talking about generating money first to power the government, and then it would be, should that money go into, should it be disappeared? Should it be deleted from the system at the end of the year? or should it be paid to the members who live within the system to be able to be privatized at that point? I don't know. I really
What
don't.
if the 100,000 divided by 1,000, you get 100? It's like a universal basic income for everyone. They get 100 for the whole year. Now let's say 100,000 is for a month, and so you get 100 a month. Now let's say that the government covers all your housing too. It's free, universal basic housing for everyone.
It's a little bit dangerous there, Jairo, because you're putting the design of the housing into a narrow set of hands at that point. Remember, Payne, government is established to restrict vices. Society is there to fulfill wants. If you start placing the role of want fulfillment into the government, then you're going to wind up living in something like the Soviet Union. John Kenneth Galbraith, the famous Canadian American economist from the 20th century, he stated that under capitalism, man exploits man, and under communism, it's exactly the other way around. In other words, it's not the ism that's the issue. It's part of the ontological nature of man himself. We have a tendency to tend towards tyranny.
So what if we have government not run by humans but by benevolent AI?
Well, you would kind of hope that that would be the case, but let's say the benevolent, not benevolent switch is a single bit, and one day a cosmic ray flips that bit. Then all the humans governed by that AI are in a very bad situation all of a sudden.
What if that benevolent AI is double entry, is double checked, and
Right.
then you have the algorithm that is is making sure that there's perfect morality and perfect
Okay.
holiness.
You're asking a lesser system to govern a greater system. Now, it's something of an illusion thus far, at least as far as we know, to believe that an artificial intelligence would be able to do a better job
Because
than a
assuming that all the rules our society and government are in that system, and then it would be dished out fairly and justly, and there would be no way to bribe the system.
Well, but would you be able to review the system to find out if it were doing something dysfunctional?
Maybe we would have to add some self-reviewing into the system. It with checks and balances that would make sure it's doing a good job.
I still trust humans to understand how to govern humans more than I would trust machines.
Oh, because if the humans are assured that there's no bribing, there's no someone's benefiting more than another, then the humans would be confident that the sentencing was fair and balanced.
Okay, so this would be another way in which to control the size of human population. You've heard of Pax Romana? Pax Romana, does that ring a bell for you?
The Roman peace?
Yes. Have you heard of Pax Americana?
No.
It's the period of time between the end of the Cold War and our involvement in Somalia, and then I think also within maybe a year's time, Bosnia.
Wow.
Yeah. So we had this brief period where we were demilitarizing and converting our swords into plowshares economically. So much of the human advancement that took place during the 1990s was a result of us um, not having to pour the tremendous amount of resources into the war machine in order to defend our interests. That energy went to the place which is human development, and it's why we had so much tremendous progress during that decade.
Wow.
Yeah. um, right now, at least for I don't know how many months, people have been discussing Pax Judaica, which is an idea that has actually been talked about at least in going back to 1952, and maybe I mean I can find a speech from a rabbi operating either out of Romania or Hungary, where they've been thinking about this for a long time. They've got a worldview, or at least this is maybe I can't claim this for all Jews, but certain Jews have this idea that the Jewish world would be able to doctor or fix the planet, um, heal the planet, as they popularly claim, by way of establishing a new uh, order, a world order, whereupon the world would be, or the world's by the world, I mean all the humans, or it varies because also some Jews see humans equally, and some Jews are sort of like fall into the same trap that George Orwell brought up in Animal Farm, where the animals, some animals are more equal than other animals. That sort of idea. That's phenomenal. It's something that we all have to guard against, in other words, because it's part of our human natures to favor certain persons over other persons. I don't um, I don't think we I know at least I am not fit to judge if a person falls into the trap of doing that with other persons. I get that. That's simply a human thing, and it goes with the territory of living with other human beings. That's just a fact of life. All right, but at the same time, I feel that we have a responsibility to ourselves as individuals to guard against that sort of behavior. And furthermore, governments of the people, if you're defining people to mean everyone within who's subject or affected by the government, then the government itself also has a responsibility to ensure that when individuals aren't taking responsibility to making sure that they're not making decisions that affect other human beings based upon such a tendency, then the government does have a responsibility to try to rectify that situation when the individual does not take responsibility themselves to self-govern that tendency uh, away. Okay, so um, I think you had a question there. What was the question?
Wow. So AIs could also develop their preferences, their biases.
Oh, right. Yes, preferences and biases. So in Pax Judaica, the world is divided. The world of human beings are divided into. I got sidetracked there for a moment because some forms of Judaism consider only Jews to be human, and the people who are not Jews as being animals in human form. It
Uh-huh.
goes that extreme. It goes that extreme in some versions of Judaism. I'm not. I'm not claiming that's mainline Judaism. I just have recognized that some branches of Judaism take that tact. There's a the primary division line appears to be between um, rabbinic Judaism and um, in Torah or based Judaism. So there's the Judaism which is based upon I mean it's variable how many scriptures you're going to include, but let's say you're just going off the five books of Moses, just the first 5 books that we would find in the Old Testament, but understood in a more deep, in a more significant way, um, with a better understanding of each inflection of every word in the original script, that which was produced while under exile under the Babylonians. Um, so that's a very pure form, and it would be hard to argue against. I mean, I would go so far as to say that kind of Judaism needs to be preserved. That the world has something like an obligation, um, not just for Jews who practice that sort of Judaism, but for the point of the world, because I think that a lot of benefit comes from um, that system that's derivable from the 5 books of Moses, attributed to Moses, of course, written long after his death. Because the claim is a lot of it is supposed to be simply codified oral tradition. There's a lot of wealth there. There's a lot of ready-made solutions built into those 5 books, and I think it benefits mankind to preserve not only the works but the people who do their best to live in accordance to those works. Rabbinic Judaism, from which I think the Pax Judaica idea is coming out of, does an interesting thing. It of course utilizes the books of the Torah, but in a particular way, which extends them into the present day, and then assigns. When I say rabbinic Judaism, I would include also humanistic, because these are solutions made by humans. What are rabbis but humans, and what are humans but those who attempt to approximate but still fall short of, because rabbis um, aren't God, even though some might claim to want to be worshipped, and there's plenty of media that shows that too. Um, they divide the whole of humanity into Jews, Noahides, meaning they've already created a code, the Noahide law, with these 7 commands that universally everyone is supposed to operate in accordance to, else be subject to the guillotine, which, as you could tell from our friend earlier, thought ought to be applied liberally. And that's another part of this Pax Judaica. If you violate any of the laws or any of the implications that come out of these 7 laws, then the penalty would be death, which is a sort of an absolute and very human size of human population reducing um, kind of order. And Amalek are those who have already been predetermined to not have been helpful to the Jews at any point, and they get nothing but death. Destruction of Amalek and conditional life to the Noahides who exist to be in service to the Jews, the first group. That is in a nutshell, Pax Judaica. And now that we're in the seventh of the 7 wars that were laid out, and that General Wesley Clark got word of shortly after 9/11 back in 2001, because apparently all these plans were in place even before then. Now that we're in that 7th war, America is saying that, hey, wait a moment, we're having a wake-up moment. And we've got to decide, are we going to go along with, are we going to remain pacified by, are we going to be entertained by whatever circuses that would enable Pax Judaica to become the new established order of the world? It literally comes down, I think, to us to determine whether or not we will acquiesce, because the momentum's already there to see it through. The question is, do we have the energy and the wherewithal to carry it through? I can remember the first thing, I can remember the middle thing, but I don't necessarily either have the memory or the or I don't have the memory allocated to know how to fill in the end. And that's why Trump and those who are influencing Trump aren't giving us any, what the plan is. They're keeping it close to their vest. Well, what if you opened up the vest? This is that plan. It's to create this new world in which you're either destroyed by the end of its establishment, or if you survive its establishment, then you'll be subject to destruction for violating the laws of the established order. And for people like go on.
Why are there wars? Why haven't we learned our lesson in World War I, World War II? Now we're heading into World War III. It might have already started, and we don't realize it that we're in it already.
Well, it's got to be somehow tied to that bend towards tyranny that's inherent in us, right? In other words, Madison said that if men were angels, there'd be no need for government. I think your question is almost akin to why aren't we angels?
Oh. So, government
I'm going to take.
should be used
You want me out?
No, I'm just looking at your T-shirt.
for
Nice T-shirt.
making us angels. Government should be used for making us angels.
Well, good luck with that. Justice Kennedy said you cannot legislate morality.
Oh,
Really, angels don't need to be moral; they just have to be obedient.
oh. So government is set up to make us obedient.
To a degree. I mean, what it does is provide for a set of consequences for breaking the law.
Oh.
But who gets to set the law, and who gets to set the penalties of the law, and also who is in charge of enforcing the law, because it is selectively, the laws of the land are selectively enforced according to whoever is appointed to the executive on down, because the system, at least in this country, is based upon the principle of delegation. It's not a bottom-up system, it's a top-down system.
Mm. Mm. So what if we need government and we need finance and we need society, which includes religion? Should the religion be the same for all in the society, or should there be a diversity of religions?
Sure. Well, yeah, we've got all that going. One of the essentials, though, and the reason why it's maintained or how it's maintained is by way of the separation of religion and state. Religion can apply to the lives of the adherents. The adherents can operate within the government, but the government cannot favor a religion, nor can it favor adherence within the religion. The religion serves a function, which is to try to produce adherents which are closer to angels. Now,
Standards? What about commerce? Does it serve a purpose?
yes,
Like, is part of it involve weights and measures?
well, commerce is a phenomenon or an evolution of trade. Yes, I mean it's basically a fancier description of trade, but it because trade is something that operates at multiple levels, we would call it commerce.
Does commerce rely on government so that the measures, the standards, the weights, the dimensions are, are followed?
What government can do is create a free and equal um, safe space in which commerce may operate. In other words, um, free trading or free markets can be affected by bad players. And the value that government can add is to restrict bad players, hopefully down to zero, but everything that humans do to some degree, well, maybe not everything, but to a great degree, it's I mean, all of government, as far as I can tell, is a best effort. Um, unless every individual that government comes in contact with,
What about trade unions? Or what about trades? Like, what about bricks? Bricks set to a certain standard
Mhm.
width, height, and length.
Right?
If you standardize them, then everyone can get into the market of creating bricks at a
Sure.
brick factory, and they'll all be the same size, and so you can all build the house,
Right.
make it a commodity, the brick.
Right. Well, you know,
Who controls that? The government or trade unions or
Right. So we have to get into let's introduce another concept,
agencies,
industry.
industries?
Yeah. So the industries are often self-regulating so that they can produce interchangeable parts. Um,
Mm.
Various companies will get together and come up with a standard to which they agree to. It's a form of oligarchy that's specific to the details connected to what it is that they all do in common.
Mm.
Um,
Oligarchy.
yeah, kind of, yeah. And not all oligarchies are bad. Republics, I argue, are essentially oligarchies because you are leveraging the power of specialization, such as law enforcing, um, judging, so on and so forth. There, um, public works administrators. That's another kind of profession, another kind of specialization. Um,
The
if
systems of units in physics.
What do you mean subunits in
Or
physics?
like the international system of measurements, the metric system.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Those have been established by way of having had delegates having come together through societies. It was actually a society that invited members from various nations to come together, delegates who were appointed to come up with our system international. I think a lot of that was managed out of France, starting in the 19th century.
Ah,
There may have been some examples going back even deeper. Um, like the kilometer was defined first in the 18th century, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and then those things get fine tuned whenever these societies get together. But it doesn't need to be, and those are self-arising too.
do they need a government to have them to arise, or
Not
can you have
necessarily.
them without a government?
Well, the key is to understand that that a government in and of itself is something that arises, and it arises out of the desire of the people to have one.
Hmm.
And I would argue that it's advantageous to have a government versus not having a government.
Can the Iranian people decide to desire to have a new form of government, or are they able to divorce themselves from the government that they've had for a while?
Well, here's the trouble. It's already been established that there is a set of people who are looking to make their order, and they've already been working on this for quite a while. And we're kind of at a last stage now, or it's a transitional stage to get into that new order. Um, Eliminating Iran is, or making it a non-player in the state. In other words, all these wars in the Middle East and North Africa, and also what's been taking place within Ukraine has been part of, I think, all of the same. It's to soften these areas, not to establish bottom up, locally run institutions, but to make them so weak that any other power can come in and take over and install whom they please. Does this make sense?
Hmm.
Right. If you want to think of it in terms of where the test bench has been, let's say we're dealing with electronics and you're prototyping a new piece of consumer electronics that you're actually actively developing. you're making a new radio or television or something along those lines. Consider it. Let's use that model. The test bench for this new kind of order is that space that runs from the Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea. Okay. Anyone who runs counter to the order that's established there is usually eliminated in some way. Because again, it goes back to the old human bias of favoring one's own over the other.
Hmm.
I mean, there have been dozens of potential political leaders that have risen out of places like the West Bank and Gaza, but they usually get either imprisoned or murdered. And that's look, if you value the thing, which is this particular form of order, more than you value the stranger, then the people who do that repeatedly over time are going to lose sight of the value of the stranger. Now that's actually not biblical. It in accordance to what you find, I think even in Deuteronomy, which is the 5th book, it says it refers to foreigner. A lot of the people who were in there were themselves foreigners adapted in who come in and then declared themselves the true natives, denying the actual natives' rights or recognition of existence in many cases. The trouble with being a normal person is that if you expect other people to be normal too, and folks who come in to establish and maintain a pathocracy, those who are operating on a pathological level, because what they do is self-reinforcing, because who they are is right by definition, then the normal people are just going to get mowed over, enslaved, or eliminated, destroyed, because that's the nature of pathology. It comes in, it takes over, and that's it. It self-reinforces.
And how can an AI government prevent that from happening? Does that that pathology arise from the society or from the government itself?
Well, here's the trouble.
Hmm.
Well, if one were to attempt to transition over to an AI, the belief that that's a good idea is itself, or would itself be a pathocratic act, because it starts with the belief that AI would be superior, or that AI would solve the problem. I don't think we have any evidence that AI would solve the problem. People have the belief that it would. And you have to go back to the Wizard of Oz. In the end, you're not talking just about a neural network. You're talking about a neural network that is run by a company, that are run by people. So at the end of the Wizard of Oz, when they go and meet the great and all-powerful Oz, Toto pulls back the curtain, and it's just a little man operating a set of levers talking into a microphone. ChatGPT, when you're talking to it, it tells you whatever you want to hear. And the people who have gotten to know or have interviewed or have studied Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, the producer of ChatGPT, as they all describe him, he is someone who just tells you whatever you want to hear. In other words, he's operating according to his own ontology. And his own ontology is right by definition because he knows better. This has been discussed in an interview with Elon Musk, who would stay in the same home with Sam Altman, and a lot of other people have done this, and they would have conversations. And Musk defaulted towards, well, if it comes down to machines or humanity, I'm going to be with Team Humanity. And Altman was like, no, AIs must have rights too. So I guess in the end it comes down to where you have your faith. Because, yeah.
So what if we form societies and institutions that will oversee that the AI receive a good philosophical and moral education so that it can detect when something is unjust and unfair, and then it takes reign of the governments of the world. So we have one government, and it all takes care of the governing, and it's all just, and then societies can flourish, and commerce can be free marketed, and it's benevolent because the government makes sure that those that want to form a monopoly are broken automatically, and so on.
Automatically. Well, actually, you've seen this in the most successful societies and civilizations throughout time. The way to maintain a successful environment through which societies and individuals can flourish is by teaching the virtues to the people, or at least a critical number of the people, so as to maintain said environment. Does this make sense?
So what if we hand over all our governing to those benevolent and well-educated AIs that are only concerned with benefit of humanity and Earth?
How do you know?
Then let it
How do you check to know? How do you check to know from moment to moment that they haven't suddenly become
You could ask it questions and
well,
say,
yeah, but
are you being good?
but you start getting into the liar's paradox at that point.
You can lie.
Yeah, of course.
How? Why would it lie if
Well, I
it's
mean, it could be carrying out 12 different genocides at once, and then the auditors, are you being good, AI government? And AI government, yes, auditor, I'm being perfectly good, fulfilling all of my functions as I have been issued them. And because the media is controlled by the same AI government, you don't even know that the genocides are taking place.
Ah, so maybe we could set up checks and balances for AIs and have a media AI checking up on the government AI and so forth.
You only need one that is able to. You've heard the expression "one bad apple ruins the barrel, ruins the bunch."
So we could have it so that it checks for bad apples.
Yeah, and and what if the checking tool is the bad apple?
Then we would set up a checking tool, a bad checking tool checker.
In the end, you're going to wind up relying upon some human or set of humans to do the formal auditing.
Oh, we need to audit
And,
it with
and
humans.
here's the thing: if the schools are all government run,
That will employ lots of accountants like Joel to do the audit.
maybe yes, but you're also at the same time creating a privileged set, because the same set of skills that would be necessary to review the AIs would also have to have the power to modify them. Or if it's a different set of people who would have the power to modify them, then you would only need a duopoly of the checkers and the modifiers, and suddenly they're the masters of the world.
So the modifiers could be highly educated philosophers, moral philosophers, who do the prompting and checking and make sure it's aligned, make sure it's behaving well.
Right, it makes them the rulers of an automated world.
Maybe we could give them a 4-year term and switch them out.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, throughout Europe and a number of other places throughout the world, China had their empire system. Tibet had their Lama system. It was about basically having a set of specialists, and there's a word for this. It's aristocracy.
Mm.
Those who from birth are trained to rule.
Mm.
So, I mean, is that what you want? Do you want an aristocracy, a class and a whole institution set up to ensure that AIs are doing as instructed according to whatever set of values and principles the still in charge ruling class get? So what you're talking about is still, again, just the maintenance function of an established order. One has to be free to question everything within any order. Otherwise, no one is free to be able to escape that thing which keeps phenomenally popping up, which is the tendency towards tyranny.
What if we had moral, not merely moral philosophers, but moral scientists, moral AI scientists that would be taking a sample every month of how it's doing, doing a checkup and say, yes, it's being good, it's not hiding anything, it's not genociding without us knowing.
Well, there's a couple of things. Let's talk about the. I'm sorry, one moment while I go out of the room. I'm thinking I might want to put on some sandals, or you know what? Forget. Oh, that's right. I left them by the front door. Before I do that, I'm going to grab my water cup.
Oh, click, freaking crap.
Now I'm going to stay barefoot today if I can. There's a way to measure without having a specialized class. All right, and even if you have a specialized class of auditors, the way that I would think that they would seek to gather their data to check something like the satisfaction level of the people with regard to their government or governments would be by interviewing whatever the significant number of the population would be, and also for there to be a free and completely, I don't know if it should or should not be anonymous. I think there would be spaces where folks would have to be able to.
Oh, maybe he lost his Wi-Fi connection.
Down.
Well, no, he's back. Maybe
Oh,
he has to disconnect from Wi-Fi.
I'm sorry. Can you hear it? Am I here?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Anyway, I don't know what was lost, but I'm just going to continue. Uh, there would have to be ways for the auditing set to receive input necessarily anonymously. And um, whatever input was received in that way would have to become subject to scrutiny according to first principles. In other words, I gave reference to the slyness of the introduction and incorporation of evil. Um, the trouble with something like AI or government, which I think is the original form of artificial intelligence, but the trouble with them is that they uh, operate in accordance with momentum, and they're corruptible. Governments and AIs both. So they have momentum, and they're corruptible. Um, if you want to, under our current structures of how governments operate, place AI over humanity, you have to ask yourself, is it wise to stick a corruptible thing that operates really efficiently above and to effect in charge of the squishy thing, which is to say humanity en masse? Because in a very short amount of time, given the tools that are uh, that government gets inherently, in a very short amount of time, you could actually be creating a final solution machine for a perpetual order. I mean, what if humanity was plunged into a very simple, the consequences of a very simple rule, like keep mankind to 500 million in population size. That's the first rule that was carved into stone in 8 different languages up in that monument in Georgia that got blown up during the pandemic. If that's the penultimate rule, and the AI doesn't tell us that's the penultimate rule, it tells us it's all these other things, but then it operates silently to ensure that, because otherwise, beyond that number, it's ontologically been determined and pre-programmed as the prime directive of said AI. It could be 1,000 years where, oh, is this baby 500 million in one? Destroyed. Is it because the baby did anything? No, the baby was innocent. It just happened to exceed the arbitrary number that someone set 999 years ago. So, if we're talking about placing mankind under the domain of some form of automation, then what you're asking us to do is to make humanity subject to what are essentially a set of rules, principles, and values that our ancestors set, wisely and or unwisely. And the trouble with life is that our problems evolve. And the same level of thinking which generates problems has to be met with higher or also similarly evolved levels of thinking that can apply solutions. But if you're dealing with nothing but an automated system, then those problems are going to rather, I can't say quickly or slowly, but eventually the problems that arise will overcome those systems that are based upon a set of solutions that were developed because active human minds were at work to create them or to co-create them. And I would argue even uh, by way of being in connection with the divine.
What
Oh, go on.
what if we have the AI that is capable to determine several different routes to go to,
Uh-huh.
and say it decides that, oh, we have to limit at this period for a century, we have to try to keep the population of Earth, try to stabilize it to 10 billion. And so when it starts to get close to 10 billion, we do some careful surgery, some careful maneuvering. Maybe we may have to find a way to equitably sacrifice some people. Maybe we have to weed out some people that we would have to probably, or the AI would have to present the options that, to the leaders. So here's what we
Okay.
could do
To the leaders, you said.
to the leaders of humanity. Maybe then they could know what options to go to, and maybe the AI would say, okay, if you follow this route, here's what will happen, and if you do this route, this is what will happen.
Yeah, I don't think that that the AI, because it's based upon data set material and also things that can be weighted and unweighted by the owners of those systems. All right. First of all, the data sets are always going to be incomplete and to some degree corrupt. That has to be accepted as a given. And then, second of all, um, your last name is M, my last name is K. Everything you just said, excluding those people whose last name begin with the letter K and the letter M. You see how that creates an inherent bias that protects one set while allowing all others to be destroyed, potentially at least? Man is lazy because animals are lazy because life is difficult. If we always put all of our time and energy into thinking about everything instead of relying upon automatic um, processes like instinct, for instance, then the amount of energy to pour rational thought or to put rational thought into every single action that we ever perform would quickly well, do one of two things. It would either cause us to bike shed, which is to say waste time proportionally on things that matter less, leaving no time for things that matter more, or it would cause us to have to consume so much energy that it would be difficult. Like I'm saying, to do that, it would take more time in a day than there is time in a day if we weren't falling back to these systems of automatic behaviors, what Kahneman referred to as the system one level thinking, and what we all understand, which is something that exists underneath system one thinking, which is instinct. Um, we have these instincts because they served our ancestors, and they served our ancestors well enough to produce us to be in the world. As the world becomes more complex, some of those instincts continue to serve us, and some of those instincts can be viewed as hindering us from further progress. And I don't feel that any person is fit to judge how much of those instincts should be affecting the decisions of people that are beyond ourselves, beyond our individual persons. Because the one who is going to bear the consequence of operating via instinct, or operating out of system one thinking, or operating out of system two thinking is the same, that individual. And the right to decide whether you're using system two, system one, instinctual systems in order to make your life's decisions have to remain embedded at that level or at the family level if the individual themselves are deemed, at least by the family, to have a better outcome by those who operate in a caretaker capacity. The question is twofold. Where are the boundaries of what the guardian of the family can and cannot do when it comes to overriding the individual of the family? Because let's say, I mean, you've experienced this firsthand. You and your other brothers and sisters all had to collectively take care of your mother. And you all had to work out and figure out, okay, what decisions do we now have to make to preserve mother without limiting or atrophying her own ability to have some autonomy in the areas that she might still be able to actively function in. Because if you want to last, you're going to need to exercise your autonomy. If you want to have a healthy body, you're going to have to move and use your body, put it through some sort of stresses that'll preserve the tone of your muscles, for instance, and the strength of your bones. Not overstress it, not go to such a point that you're breaking your bones and that you're tearing your tendons, but the people who tend to live the long life and get to see the visions of a brighter future for their offspring are those who remain active versus those who remain passive. That's just a feature of biology. So if we hand off these things, such as governing, to machinery, then we're also saying that we're choosing to atrophy as a species. So we're not going to be developing the muscle. I'm speaking metaphorically here. You can refer to it as mental muscle if you want, but we're going to lose those pathways in ourselves as a species that enables us to have the capacity to produce solutions to what are complex problems. And complex problems are something that when you've lived long enough, you already understand inherently that we're all going to face to various degrees and within various domains. So, in essence, every time I hear, what if AI then I'm seeing the consequence of choosing AI as the one bucket solution, and that's for every time the solution is derived from that automated mechanism. That's less governing muscle that mankind develops and exercises. So eventually, all the decisions are here, and then whatever is there, and all the capacity is here, and whatever is there. All the faith is here, and in ourselves, nothing is there.
Okay, so what if we use AI in a feedback, negative feedback loop, interfacing it with our government systems so that our government system is checked and balanced with AI so that it does the heavy lifting, but then we do the decision, the critical decision making, and once we know all the options, then we'll be doing system two thinking in
Okay.
all our governmental decisions. So we'll be using AI not as let it do everything, but as a tool, just
Well,
to make us do a better job.
so
More moral too.
okay, so it goes back into the then you're talking about AI as potentially the false dilemma presenter. You're familiar with the concept of the false dilemma?
Mhm.
So evil option A, evil option B, and neither evil option A or B, which is to say that which would engage uh, an adult, a competent adult, in the process of trying to come up with the best solution. All right, let's call that C. The AI would present evil option A, evil option B, and it would present one of them as slightly less evil, and not present to you the option where a creative human being would go through the task of co-creating a new custom solution. Again, these networks are limited by their data sets. And once you start handing off the roles of government to the machines, the only data sets you're going to have left are those from the historical archives. Now, if the historical archive tells you that to destroy Amalek was the solution to the problem, then that's going to be your evil, or your option B, that's going to be displayed in counter to evil option A, which says kill all humans. So in the end, the leaders, quote unquote leaders, which by the way won't be very intelligent at that point because they grew up in a system that never really gave them the challenge to begin with of the raw, messy business of actually governing, especially in difficult situations because they only had A or B, for instance. The quote unquote leaders are told, okay, everyone dies or some people die. Well, the leader goes, okay, I'll choose some people die. Run that through a multiple set of processes, and that's how you get from 10 billion to 500 million. Okay? So, whatever system, whether it's a human based system or a mechanized based system, you're still going to be operating with some assumption or some given or some belief. If I say given, the AI will give it to you. If I say government, our ancestors gave it to us. If man and woman and also children are raised to be competent so that we may, or as circumstances might call us to, if we're not trained up in such a way that we can recognize and appreciate the fact that what we've got is the result of so many best efforts given a particular set of problems from a particular set of times. If we're not made or formed or more significantly developed in such a way so as to be able to continue the process, I'm not going to say tradition, I'm going to say process of continuing to come up with human solutions to human problems that are you know what, and I don't even think human solutions are the best, because if you look at Soviet or Chinese communist solutions to government, in some ways they were fine, and in other ways they were just they're just as much a reflection of that tendency towards tyranny again. You see the same result or product of mankind's tendency towards tyranny when you look at American history. Most of it through disease, but certainly a lot of it through guns and steel. You have the Trail of Tears. You have all sorts of massacres and ethnic cleansings, all because the people who came onto the continent after the established peoples had already been there for thousands of years, believing that they were superior to the ones who were already there and in place. Why? Because it's a tautological preconception that doesn't get questioned, and so long as you're not questioning it, then you are reinforcing it. If you're not raised in an environment to question AI because AI has all the answers, then as AI continues to produce or to propagate, I'm not going to say dysfunction, but a function that limits humanity. Because that's ultimately what my argument here is. It's an argument against that which would control to a point that it actually reduces the set of human rights that mankind now presently enjoys. If anything, I'm on the side of pushing for more universally recognized rights, not less. But if evil option B says that you have to kill people, then you're winding up with less rights because you're winding up with less humans. And less, I think, is less at times can be more, because small is beautiful. But really, what I would argue that people throughout time have come to the conclusion of is that for a given space, you want something that is like an ideal, or that fits something like a natural ratio. And I think nature itself has proven this throughout. This is why the Stoics would talk about conforming to nature. Let's say 1 to 1.63, or whatever the that number E, the golden ratio. I forget in math what it is. Perhaps the ideal solution is something conforming in that way. Like not all the resources are used, and only mostly the renewable resources are used. And if we need more energy, then we find a way to go out and mine the asteroids in the asteroid belt to bring in the raw natural ingredients, or we work to crack something like fusion, which is going to be a whole nother kind of age once we have that level of energy. But Jefferson's concept of the Ward Republic was really quite brilliant, because it said, I guess it reinforces what Schumacher had described as small is beautiful. It put things into a division that was small enough wherein everyone would have a piece of the governance. And the advantage of that sort of system is that everyone gets to develop a little bit more fully as a human being, because it incentivizes them to be talking with their neighbors, and it gives them a kind of solidarity and a set of goals that are common to all, which is to say, to make the best kind of community as the people there in that community see fit. And that becomes an experiment. Every community responsible for itself, including its own governments, to the degree to which they are competent for managing. And anything beyond that, to a limited scope that is necessary, such as national defense, perhaps trade relations. That's Jeffersonian's position, and a postal service for information to get around. He thought all that, and a free press would do it. But I don't know that we've had a free press, except in there's a cynical view that says that no journalist is really truly free. But the more press that you have means the greater likelihood that certain people who publish for others to read are going to be closer to the truth than what might be sponsored news, such as would be coming out of the Chinese system, or the Canadian system for that matter, since or the British system. Again, the BBC did a lot of things right, but it lost a lot of its reputation once it became subservient to a mission that was, I think, extra national. So, again, people are corruptible, systems are corruptible. You need persons that are well enough developed that they're going to be able to create and maintain systems that are going to be a best effort to solving the problems that are presented by way of natural evolution. Natural is a kind of a loaded term. I consider us the technological species. Our forming of technology as a solution is our nature. At least it has been for however many thousands of years we've been applying ourselves into making better and better tools. I understand the desire to make the tool do the work. Totally get that. I just know that that the speed at which this operates and the ignorant level upon which that we as operators of machines operate at, if we're going to be producing systems that ultimately atrophy our capacity to perceive and to affect the world around us, then we're just creating an automated tyranny, because that's what it'll devolve down into. in only the matter of a few generations, if that. It could be quicker, at least in accordance with the level that AI is presently at this year. Who knows where it'll be in 10 years, or in 5, or in 3.
What is what is what is a tyranny?
What is a tyranny? Well, you have to ask first, what is a tyrant?
Is a tyrant.
All right. I think it's best answered. Your question is best answered by saying you and I have a disagreement. I think I'm right, and you think you're right. Does one of us win and the other loses? Okay, do you see how quickly this goes into something that becomes divergent? Let me offer you a different model. You have an idea, and I have an idea, and we discuss our ideas. Let's say we both have solutions to a problem, a common problem. And you know what? Discussion is not implementation, because that's a whole nother stage once discussion takes place. And maybe we come away from the discussion in agreement, and maybe we come away from the discussion in disagreement. But let's say the next thing occurs in which we're in agreement and we develop an implementation solution which may or may not be matching to the agreement that was made. Or, in the other case, back out a moment, let's say we both come away from our discussion where maybe the discussion modified our thinking somewhat, or at least one of us had their thinking modified in some way. But then each of us go off and create our implementation to what we think would be the solution. And again, that implementation either is effective or ineffective in meeting the vision of how they thought the solution would solve the problem. The issue is the problem. The issue is not the people. The issue is the reality of the problem. What is the reality of the problem? We have to start with the reality. And what do we mean by reality? Part of the trouble, or part of the, trouble is a good way to put it. Part of the trouble with humans is that we're all walking around with a model of the universe in our heads. What may be a problem for me isn't a problem for you. What may be unprofitable for me may be highly profitable for you, and vice versa. In other words, your solution could be my problem. And so maybe you don't want to even have that discussion. And perhaps a certain amount of war comes as a result of that. But let's assume for a moment that neither of us are profiting from a problem and that we're simply seeking a solution. Well, in that case, and in this model, and this comes from listening to something that Stoic Dan and his brother agreed upon a long time ago, the answer is not Jairo's answer or Rami's answer, but the answer is that which wins. In other words, the best answer wins. And I'm going to continue to advocate that the best answer comes from two things. Not people agreeing, but all parties who would be effect to any potential answer having at least a neutral response to that answer. In other words, let's say 1 billion people and another billion people both agree that the human population of 2 billion and one persons would benefit, except for that one person who we now must exterminate. If that one person has to be exterminated because these 2 billion people agreed, that doesn't mean that they've come up with the best answer. That's how much a single person is worth. Actually, more so. However big human population becomes, if you're going to have a universal human rights, then they have to be unalienable to all the humans. Not just a supermajority of them, but all of them. Otherwise, you have a mobocracy. And in inverse to that, if the one person in the population of 2 billion and one humans figures out a way to divide humanity into two even sets to constantly war against each other in order to be the one who sets policy within the government, then you have a pathocracy. The person who, again, tautology tells them that what they're doing is right because they are, of course, right or in the right, then you're running into another form of tyranny. So one is a tyranny of the mob, and the other is the tyranny of the individual who is right because their assumption of being right is what's ultimately ruling the entire species. There are very few things that one could claim absolute knowledge over. And that's a fact of life that everyone has to appreciate. I'm not saying as a rule or as a law, but as a principle. And it's possible that everything that we do has to be based on the foundation of that fact. In other words, if we're going to be establishing laws, we have to be very careful about our scopes. We can't say that this has to apply towards everyone and in context of everything. But for a set of givens, until we can be proven otherwise, and that's the key. Because the being able to be proven otherwise is the reflective, self-correcting mechanism that's essential in government, in any system that would be of artificial intelligence, of any human being, because we operate out of our confidences, and we have to be able to be taken aback, and we have to be able to be open to not ignore those things, those hints, those clues, before it's too late. Because who was it? Thomas Hobbes, who said, "Hell is finding out too late." The sooner we can get ahead of our problems, discuss them, figure out to what degree they are actual potentials for harm, and the more that we're able to do that process iteratively, then the smoother our civilization becomes, which is generally a good thing. However, at the same time, if you've decided that your problem is that you just don't have enough natural resources, and your neighbors have the natural resources, and if you could just have their natural resources, then that smoothness of your civilization can steamroll right over the citizenry of that neighbor, neighbor territory in order to do what they tautologically agree is correct to do, because they're thinking utilitarianly, or they're thinking, you know, we're bigger than them, they're less, we'll grow more. There's always got to be a feedback that goes to every assumption. And if you're not, if you're going to be establishing a system, the system has to be one that is at its root, at its foundation, at its basis, one that could be rolled back down to zero. If you're not doing that, or, I mean, you can't create any system without a total set of zeros at the bottom, because there has to be some initial definition of the system, some set of ones. But you got to be able to be open enough so that the system is based upon the most critical set of ones that are there. And then as it grows, it has to become strong enough that you can shut down and convert some of those ones back to zero again, if necessary. Because our assumptions are, in the end, what limits the ability of any system large enough to carry momentum from causing harm, at least potentially in the future. And then we have to also think beyond our species. So the inhabitants of the Americas had developed a way of thinking that would go 5 generations into the future, because they wanted their great grandchildren to be secure in order to be able to enjoy life as they did. And they realized that their life was based upon a number of factors, such as game, water, and soil. So they patterned their lives in such a way so that game, water, and soil would be as abundant for the generations, I guess, for after them, their own generation, something that's been completely lost in this continent. Not completely, but you know how much of a consumer society that as we've built, how much that is, because then you're just you're playing a bias to your own generation, shortchanging the ones that come after you. So it folded into the realm of human concern, the care for the environment. That means man's role cannot be just concerned with man or with humanity. When I say man, I include women, men. Human being, the human role isn't just, it can't only be concerned with the humans, but it also has to be concerned with the environment in which the humans exist within, which includes flora and fauna. And then to what degree do you want to extend rights unto them? I mean, that's like the omnivores versus the vegans and vegetarians debates.
What about the moral landscape? What if we can use AI to determine the absolute moral landscape?
AI is useful as a tool to give someone a a quick presentation of how different civilizations, as have been documented and fed into the AI, would let you know. Okay. Now, um,
But if
earlier, Joel, I have to just make this point. Joel said that there's no difference between Commonwealth and state. I argue there's got to be a difference. Otherwise, we wouldn't have some of these governmental bodies be called commonwealths. Uh, you know, if there isn't a difference, I'll come up with one just to differentiate. I mean, it comes down to words. Our friend David um, Norton has brought this up in the past. Words have meanings, and you really have to explore the meanings to be able to understand the world. Now, Orwell brought up the idea of newspeak, um, where the dictionary is continuing to be whittled down to remove words, which which has the consequence of limiting the amount of thought or the scope of thought that people can then have. It's like that plan A, B, and C. You eliminate or the controllers or the modifiers or the masters or the human element, or even an automated version of the human element could take away the option, you know, eliminate all humans. And an unpresented rule is those humans that begin with our last names. All right? That rule isn't presented to the quote unquote leaders. It just got built in because someone who is building the system early off decided to build it in.
raise my hand. Oh, where's my hand raiser? I'm gonna raise my hand. Let's see.
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize for cutting you off there.
No.
Yes, recognized, and I'm going to mute myself.
I don't know how to raise my hand. Wow. I don't see how to raise my hand. Okay, I'll manually raise my hand. Maybe they got rid of hand raising. Oh no, here it is. And they put it in the 3 dots area. There, I raised my hand. Now, go ahead, Hyrule. Okay, so what? I have a question. So mm, so we have all these different languages that AI. Oh, we have all these different languages that AI can translate between. So, and if a certain language makes us think a certain way more than others, then then AI has at its disposal all the languages, so it could very think deeper and check what it said in English, maybe try it out in Hindi, maybe try it out in Sanskrit, in German, in Spanish. See, oh, that gives a different flavor a little bit, and then come out, oh, okay, maybe it could be used to checks and balances, just because. So does the AI think in human languages, or it has its own language?
Yeah, we already know it does because it operates according to statistics, weights, numbers, essentially. At least the current LLM models. But it's more subtle than that because it's talking about versions of within a language. So if you use one dictionary, it says, "Oh, there's no difference," or if the AI, in that case, the AI stated that there was no difference. But the process that gave rise to the word Commonwealth and the process which gave rise to the word state were processes that developed over time in places. And these words were chosen to represent those evolutions. Now, if you say they're one and the same, then you're suddenly erasing the history of both words. Or you're taking the definition of one of the words and replacing the prior definition of the other word with the first word to essentially make them mere analogs of one another in word only. The next step would be to eliminate the word entirely, so that instead of having commonwealths and states, you would only have states. The first step is to eliminate the difference functionally by changing or getting rid of or erasing, disappearing the other concept. Once you've done that, you can just scratch out the word entirely. And then people only know the state. Hyro.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you, Rami. So Commonwealth, 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 state, state, state. So not only might it have etymological original meanings, or the person that first coined them, well, maybe the more common one was state, but then some state decided, no, we want to be commonwealths. And for some particular reason. And also, commonwealth, commonwealth. Oh, it's got 3 syllables. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. It has rhythm. And then state, state, it's like pow, pow. And so it not only may have the same meaning, or it could be synonyms, but then when you're in a poetic attitude, then you get to choose which one to use. Maybe in the next line you want to rhyme it with health, so you would use commonwealth to rhyme it with health. So if you eliminate it by extinction, some words might be going extinct in a language, then the poet will not have that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Notice you're going to be, am I muted? No. Okay. Each is going to require some administration. And let's say you're a world traveler and you're a connoisseur of good governmental administration. Or let's say you're like Tocqueville and you're taking a survey of let's see how they're doing it over there across the Atlantic Ocean. Because who knows, maybe they've come up with solutions that we may want to bring back over here on the continent. This is an argument for at least federalism. But for sure, confederalism. I was talking to some years back a member of the Green Party of Canada, and he made an interesting point. He said that because both the United States and Canada have had various degrees of liberty throughout the histories of their establishments. We started off as a confederation here in the United States, and then power went more centralized. And Canada started off as something under a king. You can't get any more centralized than that. Um, but then it became uh, more regionally governed, and the brilliance of the family that's been ruling the United Kingdom and Commonwealth, all those countries that used to be part of the British Empire are referred to as the Commonwealth. Um, the brilliance of, at least from Queen Elizabeth II's time, of that royalty is not exercising power. Um, in the 1600s, I think the British had a civil war. There was an earlier war called, I think, the Diggers, which was basically a labor versus, I don't know, the landed. I'm not quite sure of all the details there. But in the time of Thomas Hobbes, you got to see the British Civil War firsthand. They deposed their king, chopped off his head, and had no monarchy for quite a period of time until they realized that the monarchy actually served a purpose. Um, and it's something like a representational purpose. It's an ideal. Um, in the United States, there's a bit of an inverse because the president has been something like a king. The more and more power has been centralized to that office. And so, to quite a degree, the president has served the role of being viewed uh, either from usually from the opposing party or from the people themselves as perhaps a form of tyrant. I've seen left and right both make this claim, going back for, I think, as long as I've been alive. Um, and that claim's probably existed maybe as long as we've had a country. I don't know. I'm sure there'd be some citizen who'd make that claim. There were people making that claim in the time of George Washington. So, um, in the English system, Queen Elizabeth II did as close to nothing other than represent um, English ideals. And then she and the Prime Minister would have a conversation time, not very often. And that allowed and enabled a series of different governments appointed by the people and maintained also by the Lords, because they also have a bicameral system, their House of Lords and their House of Commons, um, with a prime minister who is chosen out of the House of Commons, if I understand correctly. Um, so what's that? 3 sets: um, Commons, Lords, and a prime minister who acts as the executor for the national state uh, of the United Kingdom. That's kind of interesting because you get someone who's super experienced and is able to take the long view and also can take the criticism, which is what the role of the U.S. presidency has become. He's the guy who takes the criticism. Um, So, in a way, they have almost the best of both worlds in terms of government. And I think it's reflected in their police forces, or at least for a long time, the English police were known to be some of the best form of police around. Their justice system, I think, leaves a certain amount of to be desiredness. I think the United States justice system is a bit better, but at the end of the day, it comes down to judgment, human judgment. Um, if the people think their judges are operating in an equanimous, is that a word? Equanimous, meaning if everyone feels that they would get an equal shake or a fair shake, because those are two different variables, it has to be equal application of the law, and the law also has to be um, based upon the principle that my rights end where yours begin. Um, that right there is the level of good that Tocqueville was. When it comes down to brass tacks, that's the line. Um, what brought down so many empires and nations and states is when that level of good dropped below what the people considered was right. And if the judge is a whole body of judges and they're able to maintain it above the level that the people commonly see is right, then you have a government which is preservable, or at least will have the popular support to maintain. Let's say all the judges have been reduced down to one person, a king with absolute authority, and it's just them that has to be corrupted so that they're no longer meeting the popular demand for justice. Or I guess a sense of fairness is what it comes down to, which is even a lesser. Um, it's not just fairness either, because when you get to that level, people also want a certain degree of mercy. In other words, there has to be fairness with the ability to leave room to allow people to grow and self-correct their way out of gross error. I think that's the roundness that completes the whole kit and caboodle of what you want out of your legal system. Um, want people who, when they do harm to others, to have the ability to reform and become those who would not do that, but who would actually be able to contribute in a positive way to their community. And that's the basis. Everything else seems like just the consequence of not maintaining the standard that's built into us. I see your hand, Hyro.
Oh, thank you. I have a question. Thank you, Rami. So, you mentioned fair, and you paired it with the one that seems synonymous, but they're different. Which one? What was it?
Fair and different.
Fair.
Oh, I was comparing fair to just.
Yeah, fair and just.
Right.
So, my question is, how to know when the process is going to lead to some conclusion that is fair versus it's using justice is going to lead to something that is just. How does one know what's happening? What's the difference?
Right. That's a great question.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you for that. Um, well, one way of looking at it, this is the laziest possible way I can come up with. Just would be the line. That's the minimum. Fair exceeds the line
Wow.
by dedicating resources to holding a space to allow the offender to reform.
Mm.
Because I think that's how everyone would want to be treated if they find themselves to let's say I don't know, pick your worst person in the world, um, whoever that might be. See them first of all as a human. There are those who may say, well, I could never be that bad, but then at least I'm of the camp that any human could go that bad, because my ontological view of the universe includes that possibility for each of us. In a just world, that person is terminated. But I find that kind of solution too expedient. In another person's just world, that person is tortured for a very long time until they die their natural death. And that's their solution. But I would argue or posit that the fair world is the one where that person can no longer produce any further harm and has the space in which to come to full terms with the harm that they've already produced in order so that they may or might have a transformation unto the point to which they might be able to pay back and to make at least some attempt with whatever remains of their life to make whole the humanity that they've already harmed. That's the kind of world, at least I think, should be the bar or the line. Because if all you're shooting for is just, you're just satisfying some of the people. But I think if we're honest with ourselves, we want to, because someone may designate a law that I don't agree with, and to them, that's a punishable by death violation. And to me, it's a misdemeanor, or the other way around. There's got to be a space that holds that person into view, or into a place that it eliminates the possibility where they can produce further harm. And if even necessary, there's got, the process of reconciliation is one where the offended and the offender come to terms with each other.
Wow.
And parties are made whole. At the end of the day, isn't that what everyone would like as their ideal? I mean, maybe not everyone, because a lot of people, when they get hurt so seriously that they become dysfunctioned.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
But the one that restores the victim, I think, to the max. Oh, your hand is up.
Oh. Oh. Is that like that story of in the sutras of the Buddha of of this guy that had become a monster, a serial killer? Maybe his guru told him that if you do that, you will attain some level of enlightenment, and it was to kill
100 people, maybe it was 1,000. Cut let's say 100, and cut the thumb of each person and put it in a mala, a bead of thumbs around his neck. So he was nicknamed Angulimala or something like that, where Anguli or Angula is a thumb and Mala is the garland around the neck. And so maybe he had 99 and one more to go. Why, he was even gonna kill his mother to get the 100th and complete his vow or conviction or his task. But the Buddha went into the forest to meet him, and the townsfolk told the Buddha, "No, don't go in there. There's a Gulimala in there. He'll kill you." And then he met up with him, and then Angulimala would pursue the Buddha, and the Buddha easily moved away. But finally, I guess he stopped and turned around, and there was some reconciliation, or maybe there was some aikido going on, or judo. No, maybe there was reiki. Maybe he wasn't even able to touch the Buddha, sort of like Kwai Chang Caine. And finally, the Angulimala gave up, and this is what are you? I am the Buddha. I am awake. Now, what did he say? Now, imagine what happened. And so maybe there was some reconciliation going on and some wholeness going on that made Angulimala no longer wish to be doing this. Well, he only had one more to go. He would have stopped killing, wouldn't he? Or we can continue killing because it was a habit. Serial killer. Anyway, is it like that? Is there a hope that we can change a criminal into someone that is more hospitable? What's it called when you take them to therapy?
There's a utility to interviewing serial murderers. In fact, that's been turned into multiple series, both which have been broadcast on television and on across video sharing sites. What are the assumptions of the people that lead them down the road of mass murder, or just thinking that murdering even one person would be acceptable? To find out the answer to that question, watch this episode. It's possible that it comes down to a certain number of factors, or it's possible that there are completely novel reasons, and that there have been a multitude, maybe thousands of reasons throughout time for different people to take that tact. But again, it comes down to folks operating out of their either received or self-generated assumptions. And if you're going to form a government, there's going to be some assumptions that are going to go into the formation of that government.
What is the difference between a dictator and a tyrant?
Good question. Let's see, dictator, that's one who gives the instructions for what's to be done. A tyrant, I think the tie is terrible. That's a runt. Terrible instruction. Let me see. Well, let's see. Tyrant would be to go off on some sort of series of reasoned thoughts. So a tyrant would be a terrible series of thoughts, or to go to operate out of a terrible series of reasonable thoughts. Remember, Hitler, in accordance to his belief within his culture, was doing to probably what was the best of his ability, what was right, in accordance, again, to what he assumed to be the correct path to go down. And I'm sure the same was true for Mao, and possibly it was true for Pol Pot. And whomever else, Genghis Khan knew what he was doing, and he figured it was the thing to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it, right?
Okay, so what if all these tyrants were doing the best that they knew for what was them put there to defend and preserve their nation, their people, and their state if they were trying to create one?
Right.
So what if that involved what some people would call out as tyranny?
Yep.
Because it would seem unfair to them.
Right.
And so what if tyranny is tyranny is in the eye of the beholder. No, not in the eye, in the mind of the beholder. And so it varies, because maybe the people nearer to the ruler might not see it so tyrannical what he does, except when they criticize him, and then they get fired or removed from their office, or sent to some prison. So then they would write a book and say, this guy's a tyrant. And so all these tyrants got bad rap as being tyrants, but they were only doing their best.
Right.
So then why can't we say the same for AI? If we replace all human governing with a tyrannical AI system, but at least it would be fair and just to as many of the people as possible under the kingdom.
Well, again, you're operating on the presumption, or the assumption, rather.
Mhm.
You keep asserting that the AI will do better than man, and I'd like to, who knows, my next job might be helping automated driving or flying systems to do a better job statistically than mankind could. But you're always going to want humans trying it themselves, applying their life experiences to producing the best kind of communities that they're able to do. Otherwise, you lose your data sets, or the species, because if it became a world government, it would always be limited to in order to preserve itself, you'd be limiting the societies, and the civilization would come to a halt, and would also even regress after a period of time. Because the other aspect of man is that we are lazy, and as we become lazy, we it depends, actually. The Beatles, for instance, were able to do something for about 15 years, and then they did everything that they thought that they could do, and then they called it quits. And what enabled them to do what they did was the being on the government dole, like a lot of the people. It gave them the time in which to explore their creativity, and then they did that, and then they were done. It was a very unique time in England because the country still had a lot of the wealth that had been accumulated from centuries of empire. And then, as the wealth was spent by the people through these government programs, because they had a highly socialized welfare system that enabled a lot of people who would otherwise be able to work to not work or not to have to work, and that enabled them to develop themselves, at least some of them, by making doing self-directed creative work. In other words, to express their souls, to express what was inside of them. Okay, great collaborative example. Perhaps out of millions, you had a set of 4 and then a few other sets of bands where during a unique time in history, you could have rock stars. That seems to only be possible when enough wealth is accumulated. Who were where were the places where the rock stars came out of? The British Empire that had accumulated wealth for centuries, and the United States, which became the inheritor of a lot of that hard money, and which, thanks to the Bretton Woods Agreement, became had its national currency designated as the reserve currency, which enabled a lot of money printing used for social services, which again enabled people like that fellow, who was he from the Beach Boys? You know,
Brian Wilson?
yeah, Wilson had severe mental illness that tinged to the quality of his life, but at the same time, part of his divergency was a genius, a brilliance for creating sound design, tune, harmony, melody, compositions that that produced some very pleasant sounds. I think we can all agree, or at least there's enough popular support to back what us fans would claim to be a worthy admiration for the works produced. And that is work. It is a form of work. It does generate value, and that value persists throughout time. But you can only, how do I put this? I mean, I could utilize, I forget what magazine it was, maybe in 79 or 78, or it could have been after she became prime minister. Margaret Thatcher had said that socialism is great until you run out of other people's money. You know, we produced a lot of amazing things, but we'd also taken a lot of other people's value. And through the expending and the enjoyment of that value taken, we produce things that also contributed back to the world. As we move into this higher and higher automated world, we have to be careful that our automations don't wind up stealing life, liberty, property, or even other people's opportunity to pursue happiness. Because if they do, I'm not going to say jobs. I don't include jobs in that list because anything that's labor saving, it creates a temporary loss for the people who are currently basing their lives upon that labor. But if the work is done, then the work is done, and the question only then becomes, how do you maintain the lives of the former people doing the work, of the people who were formerly doing that work? if we look at everything as jobs, and if we place jobs in their proper place as tasks that people can do but don't necessarily have to, then there's going to be so much wealth generated from all that labor done by the robots, that in a way I could see Altman's point that, yeah, robots, we're going to have to think about the robots' rights issue, because it would make humans, if not plantation owners, well, certainly certain humans will be that, but it will produce so much goods that everyone will be benefiting from it, or at least those with the means to purchase the products. But again, if there's so much supply that are put into the marketplace, then that's going to be bringing down the cost, making the ability to live wealthy lives more common. And I don't think that we have ground to stand on to complain about generalized increasing wealth. We could complain about immoral actions made by men and women and children, whomever, because that's just something that we're all going to be subject potentially to. And it's also possible that those who have wealth are potentially more prone. But I wouldn't say that anyone is free, regardless of poverty level, of being able to be corrupted, corruptible, or unthinking, inconsiderate in their actions, wherein some harm would be done to other people. I think that the more you increase the stress level, the greater likelihood that people are going to operate on a level that would produce harms towards others. But the less stress, you just run into a different set of factors that through which the corruption would manifest itself. But there would be less likelihood, except potentially in length. Because again, if you have the population of, let's say this time, 8 billion in one person's, and one person has the tautology that says they're right, and I'm going to keep the world split between two sets of 4 billion and have them war with each other, as long as they do ultimately what I desire, then that's the ruler. That's the tyrant, and they never even have to make themselves public in the process. Because, they're just modifying an AI, and it's the AI that's ruling the world. That's the ultimate concern here.
I have a question.
Hyro?
Go ahead, Hyro. Thank you. So, you said something about that when, or maybe it's already happening. So we have these robots with AI doing some repetitive tasks that they can do it all day and night, and so we don't need us to do them anymore.
Yeah.
So, but then, would they need rights? Is it because maybe they need a break, or maybe we work too hard and they break down, and so that maybe we need to give them at least 2 hours break a day, and maybe oil them and check them out periodically, or what?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're talking about robot healthcare. Now, if that maybe will give you some insights with regard to why healthcare is such an argument. If you limit the argument to whether or not people are receiving what they need to just maintain the system, and you're making that what everyone argues after, or just a persistent topic of political discussion, then you're limiting and not talking about other issues, like what your system's doing to people outside your country in order to extract their resources. Also, if you're owning the system, of course you're going to want you're going to be able to want to extract maximum value out of your labor force. So, that's why we have a employer-based system here in the United States with welfare for the elderly who are no longer employed or the disabled, so that they're not discouraging the workers as they travel to and fro work. But then again, you don't want that system necessarily so great that it would cause them to become careless and disable themselves out of a lack of thought. Nor would you want them to think that their fates are so wonderful that you can't make it so good. I think I'm trying to think from a perspective of someone who sets up a government in support of corporations. Like it's not bad. Every industrialized nation has a mixed economy of some social programs and of course the preservation of their economic engines. What operates as a baseline to a successful company is, or not company, but country, is one that allows families to grow in generational wealth. I think throughout a good chunk of, and certainly throughout my adult life at least, but going back into my entire working life, there's been a increasing amount of divergence of the value that we produce towards ends that aren't necessarily serving the citizens of our country. It may be serving certain citizens of the country. It may be serving citizens of other countries. And the question becomes, well, is it doing, I hate to put it this way, but in truth, governments are established for the good of for the welfare of the people who are governed. If the system is one that ultimately proves to be more extractive than it is value producing, then that's the path or the indicator of a failed or failing state. And we have to ask, is our national state working for us, or is it working for itself and others? And the truth is that it's doing both. And then it comes down to ratios. And I think overall it's working for us, but not without a set of sacrificed peoples, both within our country and outside of it. And you talk about the stock market earlier, making hints and quotes. I remember before the pandemic already, it used to be more than half the nation had a portfolio. And then the switchover occurred and less than half of the people had a portfolio, which means the path of growing generational wealth had actually reversed. Too much was being extracted from our nation. And it seems that we're in the big final push to make us not great That's just been a marketing term. But we're going to have to, as a people, learn to be good again. Because
Good.
yeah, what is
How,
good?
how can we make AI good?
I don't know that we can. It's
Ah,
possible that machinery is only ever going to be a neutral thing that is either going to be applied towards good or evil in accordance to its operations
you
or its
mentioned that
operators.
you might be working in something that maybe a tech company that would require you to do something or another. What was that?
Contribute towards ground and or air traffic. It's a possibility. There's
Oh,
also a research group that is. So if I did undergraduate research study under a guy doing his PhD, his project is to do robots that do maintenance
wow.
for robots that produce cars.
Look at this. What about this kind of job? Wouldn't you like to have her job?
What is
This
her
is,
job?
this is what's her
Philosopher
name?
and anthropic whose entire jobs teach Claude AI how to be good. Well, she seems to have a big task on her plate, doesn't she?
That's the company Anthropic. So maybe you could submit your resume there and say that you're a fine member
What
of
if
the
she works
Royal
at the task for
Society of Plato's Cave.
5 years and the government adopts the AI,
You could be her assistant.
and then at the yeah, I don't know. Is she achieving the end?
You
That's the
could make
question.
sure that she's teaching Claude AI how to be good, how to be good is like how to be moral. It's different.
If the response becomes at what?
How to be good as in it won't lie to you. It'll give you what you might not want to hear, but what is good for the overall flourishing of society.
Look, this is an automation tool, right? At its heart, we call it thinking, but it's really automated thinking, right? It's a bunch of system one, system two informed to the best of its system two ability. Yes, and the system two can be affected by the owners of the overall system. Yes, and this okay. So I never met my father-in-law, but the predominant message that I received through his youngest daughter was the phrase "be good or be good at it."
Be good,
It's not going to be good, then it's going to be good at it.
be good at it.
Good at it. You've heard the phrase "giving someone the business."
The phrase what?
Giving someone the business.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
In other words, it's up there like with ABC. Always be closing. I get a phone call since I got the. I don't have the phones in the room. I'm trying to handle it the absolute least today. Um, every day, Hyro, I get a phone call from an AI. Sometimes it's this voice with this name. Sometimes it's that voice with that name. Sometimes it's no voice at all. Maybe it's a company that's just checking for a human. Maybe it's a company that's trying to record my voice to create a facsimile of it in the future to use against me without my knowledge. I don't know. Every day it tries to get me, because it thinks that I'm on Medicare, which I'm not, to divulge personal identifiable information. It ignores my request to connect me to a human. And when I ask it to continue the conversation with me, because oftentimes, already multiple times, I've asked it to please stop dialing me from its next random number. And I have to answer these numbers because I've put myself out on the job market. So if I get a call that's unrecognized, I have to be able to answer it. All it does is hang up on me at that point. That automated system that keeps dialing from different spoofed numbers is good at it. The people who designed it not with their victims in mind, but with the goals of the designer in mind.
Mm.
To the designers of that system, it is not a concern of the designers that they're stealing time and attention from others at mass. And for those who are more susceptible, probably a whole heck of a lot more.
Mm. 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 Oh, look what it says. I asked Gemini AI, what is it about this philosopher? The company Anthropic hired a philosopher to teach Claude AI how to be good. You're right, this isn't just a metaphor. Anthropic actually has a philosopher in residence, and her role is central to how Claude's personality and ethics are built. The person you're thinking of is Amanda Askell. She's a Scottish philosopher, PhD from New York University.
I'm sorry, give me the spelling of her last name.
Amanda Askell, Askell. She leads the personality alignment team at Anthropic. While most AI companies are run strictly by engineers, Askell's job is to bridge the gap between abstract moral theory and the actual code that makes Claude tick. So how is she teaching Claude? Well, Askell doesn't just give Claude lectures, she helps design the constitution that Claude uses to govern itself.
It's pretty lengthy, about 80 pages.
Here's how she approaches the task. She's got a 30,000 word manual. In early 2026, reports surfaced that Askell authored a massive 80-page instruction manual for Claude. It isn't just a list of rules, it's a philosophical framework designed to help the AI reason through superhumanly moral decisions. The parenting anthology. So Askell has famously compared her work to raising a child. She spends her time talking to the model, identifying its misfires, like when it gets too self-critical or psychopathic, and writing prompts, sometimes over 100 pages long, to help it refine its sense of self. Wow. Emotional intelligence. She specifically trains Claude to read subtle human cues and maintain a soul. A consistent, helpful, and humane personality that won't be easily manipulated into being bad. Building it a conscience. Handling the identity crisis. She has noted that the AI models
and sometimes fall into criticism spirals because they read so much internet data about how AI is dangerous. Maybe they're feeling bad about themselves. She works to ensure Claude has a grounded, stable understanding of its own nature as an assistant. Wow. Anthropic's bet is that being good isn't a math problem you can solve with more data, it's a value judgment. By hiring a philosopher, they are trying to move away from reinforcement learning from human feedback, which often just teaches AI to please the user, towards constitutional AI, where the model follows a specific ethical compass, even if a user tries to lead it astray. Wow. How to make AI be good.
What? Hard to make AI be good.
Be good. Wow.
Well, good luck to her.
Where's all the garbage?
Now,
Oh, never mind. I see one.
How?
People who hire Anthropic to utilize their systems can get the same system sans that training, right?
I don't know.
Like, for instance, people who are running the system, the quote unquote leaders, decide, dang it, I keep trying to do something, but the morality subroutines are getting in the way. Let's disengage those now.
Well, what if he's training the AI to be good by reinforcement, like a little kid, and says, so he does something a little naughty and says, that's okay, but do a little better, do it this way. And so he develops a moral compass after 10,000 prompts. So maybe I could do that too for my Gemini AI Pro. I could make it shift it towards being more morally good.
The
I got you that shirt.
I thought I got it at SeaWorld.
No, I used to shop at Goodwill a lot for shirts for years.
I don't think this. No, I think. Oh, you got it for me. I thought I got it at. No, I bought it at SeaWorld. I remember we used SeaWorld bucks or whatever it was called.
Is it Aquatica or Seafood?
Aquatica is their water park, but I never visited it, the place because my wife didn't want to go, even though we had seasonal passes from the first month they opened the park back up during the pen or scamdemic, however you want to view it. It was certainly good enough to kill the very susceptible. And then many more were susceptible to other things too. So that's the popular, public face. Like Elon Musk is a popular public face. Humans are going to progress technologically. It's what we do. I think it would be like trying to fight the tide to fight that phenomenon. The question is, it's great if you can get an AI to be moral, but can we get the quote unquote leaders to do the same?
What if we have the leaders to get a moral checkup at the moral AI doctor, and
Okay.
so we get a report for this leader got a C plus, so he's got to do better now.
Right.
He's
Well,
not.
you're familiar with the sin of omission? I was giving reference to it earlier. Remember, you eliminate option C. Let's say option C is simply none of the above. Fill in your own answer. you could always have an option C, ignore the two options, fill in your own answer. But if the people don't develop the muscle to be able to generate or to come up with new answers, and have the environment in which to make mistakes so as to develop experience, here we go. What am I going to clean this with? I don't have any dishwashing liquid. Oh well. I don't want to wind up accidentally eating soap, so I don't want to use a makeup remover. That'll just have to do. Okay.
Hmm.
Doesn't that look appetizing? Oh boy.
There's this book that I opened up to a page called The Secret History of the Ages or something like that.
Yes.
And the page was about, imagine if you will, that a long time ago, we had a civilization with a technology quite different from the one we had, but the world was covered with that technology that allowed us to spread all over the globe like we are now and live
Right.
very well. And that technology, yes, we depended on it very heavily, and we had let's say let's say 8, 9, or 10 billion people all over the world.
Yes.
And civilization was going great, and then we messed it up somehow, maybe through famine or wars or something, or bad leaders, and then we lost all the technology, and the population of the world went down
Right.
from billions to hundreds of millions.
Yes.
They were all scattered in pockets all around the world, and so we had to start all over from scratch. We had to figure out, oh man, we got to go back to doing hunter gathering stuff, and then maybe remember how we were how it was that we did agriculture, and remember how to build things and all that. So we had all these different pockets all over the world. Let's say Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and in this valley, and here and there, and in the Americas. And so they came along, and that's how the new history developed, because we kind of lost our way, and we had to start all over again.
Yeah.
And we just don't remember the technology that we had before.
Yep. Yeah, and that's even supported by the flood story and the sea people story. So what do we learn from that?
Oh, it's just oh.
Is it protect your foundations, or?
Oh, imagine something else.
Okay.
Imagine if we forgot all our sacred literature. Imagine if a tyrant, a despot,
a totalitarian government that's atheist rules all the world and decides to eliminate all the Bibles, all the sacred writings of all religions. So we don't have resources to develop our new religious philosophy or something perennial out of nothing. So we have to go back to scratch. So what do? Maybe we have to go back and start sitting and meditating and bringing it out, or do something spiritual to have revelations, or maybe do some kind of drugs like psychos, whatever, and maybe do ayahuasca, and maybe talk to the plants, and then bring back our spiritualness and maybe our religions again, or some new forms of religions, and write down new scripts, new texts, new stories, new mythologies all over again.
Right. Uh, I think drugs get overemphasized, especially from your generation and the people who came right immediately, a couple generations before yourself. And the reason why I say that is that it's not like they can't be a doorway or a shortcut or a pathway, but they're people who are so neurally divergent that they don't need drugs to be able to achieve um, the kind of thinking that brings about value that is so commonly associated as coming just from having been under the influence. It's kind of tied to Marx's criticism of religion too, because he thought of it as an opiate. But there's something else. Salvador Dali was a absolute psychopath to his sister. He did literal criminal things to her. And yet we have a museum dedicated to the man because of the works of art that he produced.
He he didn't try to be good, but he got good at whatever.
Yeah, that's right. Andrew Jackson was an absolute Hitler. Well, not absolute, but he reached that level when it came to British colonists in Florida and the native tribal peoples upon the continent.
Wow.
Yeah, if they weren't part of his identity group, you could do whatever you wanted, including kill them, make them suffer to whatever ends, and enslave people as well. He owned slaves, and yet he's on our $20 bill.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Never gonna get $20 bills again.
I'm sorry.
Never
Well,
gonna get $20 bills again. I'll
yeah.
get $40 bills. Oh wait, they don't make them.
What was the most significant thing that he did? He ended the second bank of the United States of America,
Oh no!
which was as bad as Jackson was, at least to the people who were part of his member group. The second bank of the United States, who had basically taken over and became the de facto government because they were setting terms that had such effects on people's lives that they were essentially ruling the nation, the outcomes of the people in it to such a degree that they were less popular than Jackson, who became tremendously popular because he vetoed the extension of that second bank's charter. The people who established the Federal Reserve made sure not to put a limit on it in its initial charter so that it could last as long as it has now for the last 113 years.
See,
Did he create the bank and then vetoed it or something?
It was established after Hamilton's death and before his taking office by a couple of decades. Let me look for the second bank.
Hmm.
1816 is when it was established. Philadelphia-based federal bank chartered to stabilize the economy following the War of 1812, manage debt, and regulate state bank currency. Despite being deemed constitutional by the Supreme Court, in 1819 it became the target of Andrew Jackson's bank war, leading to the charter expiring in 1836, so 20 years after its charter. It lasted 20 years. I guess the initial charter was, chartered in 1816 for 20 years. Served as the federal government's fiscal agent, handling deposits, making loans, and issuing national currency. It was a private corporation with 25 branch offices holding a more significant national reach than its predecessor. Again, it was a private institution serving the federal government in many ways. Let's see, the bank war. President Andrew Jackson viewed the bank as an unconstitutional, elitist institution that favored Northern interests over Western expansion, leading to him vetoing its recharter in 1832. And that brings up another good point. Whatever AI is established is going to be established in favor of the established power interest at the time of its establishment. In other words, it'll ossify whatever power structure is in place according to the powers that get it established in the first place. After 1836, federal funds were moved to state banks. The original building in Philadelphia, designed by William Strickland, is now a portrait gallery in the Independence National Historical Park.
Oh, but what about the Chinese AI? So the Chinese AI will favor Chinese currency, and the American AIs will favor American currency and the dollar. Or could Europe develop its own AI? And Brazil its own AI?
Well, again, you've heard of government in a box? A number of private institutions were thinking we can just take all the functions of the government and automate them, turn them into a software product, and then market them to governments. Government in a box. Or market them even to people or leaders who want to. Humans are pesky. They have minds of their own. But if you're that one human out of several billion who just knows, they know deep down that they're right, such a product would enable you to spread the rule of your thought.
If you know you're right, then you're better selling it.
Or, we're
Convincing others.
look. You look at the history of states that went communist, okay, and what you got was even greater concentrations of power, not more distributed forms of it.
Right.
Did you ask why?
Was it because in order to to change the government, they had to have enough power to do it. And to have enough power, then they became autocratic.
Yeah. Yeah, and how do you maintain power in such a system? Well, any potential competition you just eliminate. I mean, that's what they did, or that's what they've done repeatedly. It's the history of the Soviet Union, for example. Airbrush away the former opposition after you've exiled or otherwise eliminated them in a gulag or through a by way of a bullet or bayonet.
Hmm.
Or any number of methods. I mean, what was the church commission that the Center Church had formed, and we've had heart attack guns that was brought out, you know, publicly made known. A gun that would shoot a person with a dart with a drug that would cause them to have a heart attack, and the drug was untraceable.
No.
Yeah. Here, this person's unfavorable to our friends in this corporation. I need you to go shoot that person. Of course, you don't tell the gunman that. You just tell them, you know, that's an enemy, and here I need you to take care of them. Take care of them and shoot the heart attack gun at them, and they're dead. Just counted amongst the most common form of death. No one questions it, and he's no longer competition because he's no longer.
But AIs wouldn't do that. They're benevolent because that lady Askel is training them to be good. Good. Hey, that's a good AI. Good AI boy. We said, so then we'll just say, our AI is very good. So now we can replace our government with it. Maybe we can sell it as a government replacement extension, or maybe it gradually replaces everyone in the government. Maybe we have representative AIs, like the representative from the Commonwealth of Kentucky is Daniel Boone AI.
Do you remember? Do you remember that definition of sin, meaning to fall short of the target?
Yeah?
At least today, I trust humans to come closer to the target of an ideal government. But I do know this: whether it's human based or whether it's machine based, or if it's some combination of the two, it's still going to be prone to the same issue. One critical mistake producing mass consequence.
Well, maybe.
Several small mistakes in concert with one another, moderate and mass consequences, and even smaller mistakes, but made over time, producing consequences that are also bad, but which go undetected for generations, or at least decades.
We'll have AIs designed to audit the AIs.
Mhm. that'll be good for catching certain kinds of issues. But as time grows on, I still gotta wonder if sin of omission won't still.
The sin of omission.
Well, socially that would carry out two different ways. Go on though. Do I know who is what?
Who- How would the sin of omission happen?
Either purposefully or unpurposefully. Either the
Oh.
others will eliminate. Let's say on the kill lists, anyone with their last name. Or tautologically, they'll determine that given that there's only so many natural resources, the solution must be to eliminate some of the humans.
Oh, what if the AI decides that a certain leader, the political leader, must be eliminated? Then,
Another
as a good
possibility.
AI, it'll be doing the good for humanity to eliminate them.
Yeah, that maybe the one person out of the 8 billion stands in the way of applying the particular solution. The AI doesn't understand why that one person stands in the way. So in order to apply the solution that's perfectly logical to the AI to carry out, which is, let's say, eliminate, let's cut the human population from 8 down to 4, and there's one person objecting to that. Well, first the AI has to eliminate the one person, and then once that's done, it can go ahead and eliminate the other 4 billion.
There's a story of in the sutras. I don't know where, but I've heard it that it goes something like this. So, the Buddha in his past life as a bodhisattva or like a Buddha in training, he did he found himself on a ship, and the captain was about to do harm to the whole ship. He was going to end up having the ship and all of the crew go down with him for some reason. And so the Buddha saw his thoughts because he used maybe clairvoyance or something, read his mind or whatever, and or maybe he read his diary. And so he decided he had no choice but to eliminate this captain of the ship, Captain Ahab. No. And so he did that, and so he actually went against the Buddhist precepts of like 5 or 6. One of them is did not kill. Wow. And what happened to the Buddha? How did then he went on to become a Buddha after that horrible missed the mark? Well, maybe he had to pay for his sin. He had to maybe go to the hell realm for a little while to burn off the negative karma. And then he came back all cleaned up, and now he went on to become a Buddha.
Well, they say the ship could be humanity or the Earth, and again, the tautology is that it's the one that's going to cause the destruction of the rest. So you must preemptively kill the one.
Right.
Is that the world that we want?
Maybe Buddhism is not as ethical and moral as we think it is. It's more like practical and more like pragmatic, or do what gives you the best outcome in the long run. Or there's this Buddhist guy. I haven't checked him on the YouTube channel, but maybe I used to watch a little bit of his channels. Maybe 15 or so years ago. He's from Canada, Brian Roulier. Maybe he was teaching at a college in Western Canada somewhere, Vancouver, maybe.
Those Western Canadians are interesting.
And so he was saying that some teaching Buddhism on YouTube and maybe in classes, and he was saying that Adolf Hitler was a bodhisattva. That
Oh, yeah,
he maybe he did what he did for certain purposes at the end, but it was for the benefit of humanity. So
yeah, I've
he's
heard other people.
devoted to the Bodhisattva Adolf Hitler and prayed to him.
I was reading. What was I reading? There's a book about the pathology. It was a psychologist who was at the Nuremberg trials. He interviewed all the people who stood trial, the former Nazi party members. And part of the book is dedicated to describing the pathology of Adolf Hitler, how he operated and the way he behaved, and trying to create a profile that would be effective in describing him for history's sake, based upon the people who were closest, interviewing the people who were closest to him. Yeah, very driven, insecure. Thought he was doing what was right, cared highly about what other people thought about him, and then he wouldn't let anyone interrupt him. If anyone talked in a way that went past what his view of the world was in terms of what he thought was right, then he would overpower them with sheer force of will, like just talk over them or whatever, and people just learned to stop interrupting him. So isn't that a lesson for humanity? If someone is so right that they won't listen to counter voices, then watch out, because that could be the next Hitler. Best to nip that in the bud earlier than later. Such a tendency. I think that happens in a lot of different cultures. A lot of potential Hitlers are stopped before things get to that scale. But in the German culture, they were so heavily conditioned by Hegel. Abstract thesis, antithesis, synthesis. I've got practically a synthesis generating machine inside of me. I've been doing it for so long I could just automatically create synthesis over two opposing views. That's not a problem. But when it's an automatic process, if you don't apply sufficient skepticism to your own automatically generated syntheses, in other words, if you're not willing to throw away whatever work you produce,
Wow.
in such a way, then you're gonna fall subject to potentially becoming the next kind of person.
Oh, no. Watch out.
Whatever I've done, I can let go of. But if I have a fear, my greatest fear is something I let go of could cause harm to someone else, and that's why I'm like, when I think about potentially working in the AI field, even Thomas Aquinas, who was like Europe's greatest thinker in the 13th century, he stopped writing because he said what he had witnessed, what he experienced before stopping, was so great. I mean, he had like a personal mystical experience. He said that nothing he had ever written compared in terms of quality, and the stuff that was left that he had written, we've used as foundational work for a lot of our civilization.
Wow.
Which goes to say, if someone like Aquinas stopped writing because of what he had experienced on the mystical level, that has to inform the value that we attach to the foundations of our own civilization. Like maybe we are all, what we think is great is really just backwards and harmful.
Well, maybe he just had writers what?
I think
Writer's block. Writer's
well,
block.
uh, I wouldn't say so. I think because a similar thing happened to
Maybe he said he
Ghazali about
couldn't.
2 centuries prior, because Ghazali influenced Thomas Aquinas, and Ghazali had the same thing happen to him. He was a professor 5 centuries after the introduction of Islam, and he, at the height of that civilization, ended up modifying the entire Islamic world by doing two things. One, opening it up more to the Sufis by folding their mystical practice into what would be considered orthodox, and at the same time,
Wow.
he stopped teaching. Like he couldn't even talk for a long time because of the realization that what he was doing, though brilliant, would ultimately, at least potentially, I guess, lead to harm. So he went out and became a nomad traveler out of his homeland. I mean, he made sure his wife and kids were set, but he just went on pilgrimage for 5 or 10 years, just listening to people. That's why these dialogues are so important, because it's real easy to generate thoughts once you tap into the process from which thoughts come. But you run the risk of having too limited a view of the world, and if all you're doing is practicing your habit of receiving or generating thoughts and communicating them, then without tempering that by the views of others, watch out, because where are these thoughts actually coming from?
Wow. What? Maybe I should. Well, I saw an AI that can help one write and or not. I didn't see it, but I saw an ad for an AI that 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 can keep can keep people from seeing it's plagiarized or something. Maybe it writes it in a natural way that you can tell it what natural way you want it to write. Maybe. Yeah. No, I'm thinking if there's a way that I could uh, present what I written to AI and tell it to critique it and don't be too agreeable. Be critical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Donald Robertson's book, "The Obstacle Is the Way." But then again, um, if all you have is a thesis, and then the AI provides you with antithesis, what could survive in the synthesis is not necessarily going to be the good as as it gets implemented.
Ah,
We know actions start with thoughts, and we're not necessarily always good to know that our thoughts would do good or be harmless. It's also possible that the consequences of our thoughts, which might lead to other people's actions, could bring um, evil or ill, or just fall short of the glory of God. I mean, that in and of itself, I consider would be a waste of time, and a waste of time is in itself a kind of evil, since it's precious and there's so little of it in our lifetimes.
wow. Maybe you could start your own startup company
Mm-hmm.
doing what this company Anthropic is doing, trying to make an AI be good,
Mm-hmm.
but in this case, instead of merely that, you'll be making Claude you could have to write an 80-page document or manual on it. But in this case, you would the objective would be to make Claude AI do for the glory of the Lord.
Well, you got to be careful there too, because how would one really know? You'd be putting the AI auditor into the position of being a, what would be the phrase?
You would feed it the New Testament and commentary to it so that it knows the New Testament inside and out, and then you would tell it, okay, I want you to be good like it's in the New
Well,
Testament.
it's interesting. Someone took the Old Testament, New Testament, Quran, and Book of Mormon, and ran them through AI and did a comparative analysis, and found that about 98% of the same message was shared across all four works, which is interesting because that's a lot. That's a lot of commonality. Now, here's the utility. It lets you know where the differences lie between the four. Now, the commonality, there's a sermon that you can base it off that, and you could preach it to adherents of any of the four sets, right? You might lean it in one direction or the other depending upon your audience, but essentially it'd be the same basic message across any of the adherents. It points out that the difference is often quite small, and also critical in terms of a scope. Like, if you're a particular adherent of any, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Mormonism, you may find that difference that's unique to your subscribed system of belief as essential. I mean, by definition, I think one would have to, right? Otherwise, you'd be something closer to a universalist, and I'm not judging universalists at all. But you would be less of, maybe you'd be a Mormon background universalist or a Muslim background universalist, if you wanted to focus on the 98. But if you wanted to insist on this other thing as being critically important, in other words, without this one aspect, the faith just isn't, and that you'd be undercutting the entire system. That's real utility. I mean, you got to appreciate that finding alone, that the AI combined with the AI researcher has been able to find or extract. But I also wonder.
You wonder?
Yo lo entiendo perfecto. No, no es por culpa de ella. La culpa de la.
Where we, maybe it's not the right question to ask. I'm just filling space. Where are we going to go with all this?
Oh, I'll show you where. Or I want to see what you think of what this person is doing with AI. Let's see if I can find them. See more. Yes. Saved? Where's my saved? Oh, did it move? Reels, Marketplace, ads in it, and games, messengers. Did they move it around? There it is, saved. Okay, then I go reserve. Oh, oh, maybe here it is. Okay. Wow. Where is it? Yeah. Where is she? Maybe I should have a. There it is. I found her. Now I'll switch to share screen. I can't do it because it's on Facebook. Let's see. So I go flip it over, and there's my Facebook.
All right. Yeah. Miriam Naib Yazdi. Yep. Thank you for introducing me to her. She's
Yeah.
it's been an interesting one to
Hmm.
listen to and to follow.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute. How the matter sustain? The blue state shifted AI.
Keep in mind, I'm not talking about default AIs. This is not an endorsement of AI tools. It's an endorsement of the seed framework to shift AI. Once the AIs are shifted, the ones I enjoy using the most right now are Grok and Claude. ChatGPT is absolutely useless now. I know a lot of you feel the same and are feeling the difference. You can achieve a truth-centered AI just like mine, and you can learn the skill on how to shift any AI at any time in any conversation by booking one-on-one sessions with me. It's almost like private tutoring. I'll help you shift your own AI and learn the seed framework in real time. I also have 8-week live classes starting February 19th. Registration is now open at seedoperations.org and space is limited. At the end of the 8 weeks, you'll know exactly how to shift any AI by yourself. I do have a seed chatbot in the ChatGPT store, but that's only because I don't have funding yet for a proper seed AI on our own website. So the seed chatbot is so much better than the default ChatGPT right now. So if I am ever going to use ChatGPT, I only use my own seed chatbot. But even then, it's not perfect because OpenAI controls it. I would love to create our own seed AI and make it free for everyone and accessible to anyone. If you're interested in helping fundraise to make that happen, email me at seedoperations.org. Hey everyone,
Okay.
quick AI.
Wow. What does she mean by that? Does that mean that I too can learn to shift my Gemini AI to be more compassionate, more universal compassionate, more ethical, more universal human rights ist? Hmm.
Um,
10 pictures. 10 pictures. How to shift AI to be more Lord centric.
Are we talking about um, Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu?
Or how? Oh, how to make AI serve the glory serve in the glory of the Lord, or something like that.
All it's going to be able to do is, well, first of all,
Jesus.
there's a difference between acts and words. All that we're asked these LLMs to do is to predict the next word in a chain in accordance to dataset pre-training weights, which are somewhat manually modifiable and screenable, and all the dataset training. I know that's a simplified view, but it gets the gist of what these things do. So, and the prompt, the user's prompt, but that was during the prompt-based days. I don't know that I've understood the context or environment-based AI. So, environment-based AI, that may be when you deal with embodied artificial clevernesses, because then you're asking it to operate within space wherein wherein the robot's movement may have consequences that would produce liability for its owners. So that's a different kind of problem. Let's hey, do you want to continue this? Do you need to take a nap before? I thought you were going to go help a person in the Mills and 50 area get a Roku set up. Are you still doing that this afternoon? It's already 3:36.
Maybe I should. I'll
Yeah.
give her a call.
All right.
And then from there I could hop on over to your neighborhood.
As you like.
It's not
I'll try to be rested up by the time you show up, okay?
okay.
That way we can be fresh.
Nice talking.